novinha safada relaxando. Vai na pica, safada sem vergonha. Vai sentando na pica, doidão de maconha. Presta atenção que o bagulho é doidão. Trava essa puta quicando safada. Senta malvada, quica malvada. Trava na ponta da pica e não para. Senta malvada, quica malvada. Trava na ponta da pica e não para. Senta malvada, quica malvada. Trava na ponta da pica e não para. Ai, senta no meu palhaço. Vai senta no palhação. Vai, senta no meu palhaço. Vai senta no palhação.
Naquele pique, só couro brabo. Me chamam de proibido porque eu vicio rápido. Combinação perfeita, sexo, cerveja e maconha. A novinha viciou, tá tudo curtindo a onda. Naquele pique, só couro brabo. Me chamam de proibido porque eu vicio rápido. Combinação perfeita, sexo, cerveja e maconha. A novinha viciou, tá tudo curtindo a onda.
Só socadinha, você tá dando vinho. Só socadinha, você tá dando. Só socadinha, você tá dando vinho. Só socadinha, você tá dando. Só socadinha, você tá dando vinho. Só socadinha, você tá dando.
Esse é o DJ Holanda, tá lançando a nova moda.
É o DJ Holanda, imã de piranha.
Welcome back, everyone. I can't talk. Welcome back, everyone. Long time no see. You know, if you had caught my previous stream, you'd see me absolutely crushing this hard indie game called Silksong. You guys have probably never heard about it, and I'm incredibly good at the game. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. I was destroying bosses left, right, and center. It was. You should go back and watch it. Not now, of course, but in the future, okay? Because the gameplay was just phenomenal. Anyway, today we're going over. This is part 3. What I like to call part 3. Of a series. We started with Christians versus other Christians, which were pagans, and then we went from Christians to actual pagans, and now we're going to Christians to 20 New Agers. The deck is being stacked against these Christians, so we're trusting that this one Christian is going to be based, because otherwise it's going to be a slaughter. Either way, it's going to be enjoyable. Good to see you, Topanga Weevil. Good to see you, Confluence HR, aka Big Soda. And good to see you, Jordan, assuming that is you. Jordan, can you cam up for me in a second? Just so I know it's you. I'm assuming it is actually you, but it is actually you. Okay, great. And anyone else can join by clicking the link at the top of the pinned chat. I always mess that up. And it's also in the description, if you think about it, and you must. Good to see you, Jordan. Good to see you, Big Soda.
Hello.
How you guys doing?
I'm waiting for my pizza.
I'm waiting for Jordan's pizza.
Oh,
I'm waiting for Jordan's pizza too.
Oh,
Glad
no.
we all came together for this.
Is this communism?
No.
I'm hoping IJ joins. I've been holding on to this for a few days now, and he hasn't joined. I bought the world's smallest thing of Fireball whiskey.
Oh,
and
I'm
hoping he shows up, and he hasn't shown up. So I'm like just waiting for it. But eventually I'm just gonna fucking drink it.
Shit. That's
you
terrifying.
are frozen.
Why was
Hey,
I
Girl
frozen?
Polis. I'm drinking more twisted teas. Thankfully, I'm almost out of them, so
How many more you
shouldn't
got?
get too wild. I only got 2 more.
What Americans don't know is that
I might DoorDash some wine though. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Did you get a variety pack? I heard you said you switched the blueberry or the. I
got a variety pack, and I didn't know it was. Oh man, it's even worse than I thought. There's 4 kinds. I thought there was just 2. There's 4 kinds, and I didn't notice. There's fruit punch, blue raspberry, peach mango. They all taste the exact same to me. They all taste the exact same. I don't even know what the one I'm drinking is now. Lemon, okay, the basic kind. The other one is also lemon. Okay, so I won't be able to tell this time, but couldn't tell yesterday when I was drinking them. Didn't even notice. That's what happens when you load a drink with sugar. Unironically, yesterday, I probably consumed like 2,000 calories of fucking twisted iced teas.
The tall boys are like 400 calories a piece.
Probably like 1,500 calories of just sugar.
But
yeah, that's the thing. Like even without the alcohol, but that's what I realized when I would buy those facts, the 10% facts. I looked it up, and yeah, each one has I think 550 calories in it. So it's like, and I would drink like 2 of those, and I'd be like, oh, I'm only having 2. First of all, that's like the equivalent of like 6 normal beer, or maybe more. But then second of all, it's like that's more than like 1,000 calories. So I'm like, why am I starting to gain weight? I don't understand. I'm eating like 1 meal a day, but I'm like, oh shit, I'm getting 1,100 calories from my fucking beer, man.
it's literally how it is. When I stopped drinking for 6 months, I lost 45 pounds, and I didn't even like start working out that much more or change my diet all that much. It's just the alcohol; it packs it on you.
Yeah, that's the thing, because alcohol itself is calories, right?
Yeah,
and so
I mean, it's just you don't think about
calories,
it ever.
Everything else is calories. Because I think a shot of vodka is like 60 calories or something like that.
Yeah,
so
and
it's like
even worse if you're like
just
pounding beers,
vodka,
twisted teas.
Right, that's the thing. Like the twisted tea is so sweet, like it's disgustingly sweet.
But actually, the
None
thing about
tastes good.
Canadian
Food
twisted
tastes
tea
bad.
is in Canada they're made with actual vodka, but in the States they're made with like malt liquor.
Oh, malt liquor. Yeah, I heard you guys do that. Yeah, this is made with vodka. Yeah. First ingredient water, second ingredient sugar, third ingredient vodka.
Hell yeah.
Basically all it is.
So the Canadian twisted
vodka.
teas hit different.
They do hit, especially because I got the 7% ones too. Twisted Tea Extreme Edition. Okay.
Oh hell
I think
yeah.
it says that somewhere. Yeah, look at that. Extreme.
Whoa,
Well, you can't really. Yeah, extreme 7%, man. Ooh.
I've never even seen that.
The kind of drink that'll make you fall asleep on stream, man, and wake up 8 hours
Oh my
later.
god!
I don't.
Whoa,
where'd you get that rich house? That's crazy.
I'm trying to show my luxury liquor, but it's being blocked out by my rich house.
I hate when that happens to me.
Yeah, go over.
That was
Like
the same
Frodo
stuff
when he
drinking
puts on the
before, right?
ring. Yeah. I've had
I think that looks like wine, but it's not.
I've had like 2 of these, and I already.
Oh.
It's 128 proof. It's pretty silly. I got a
128.
I'll turn on the cam some other time.
Yeah, on his third drink, he's gonna go over there and play that piano.
Oh yeah.
He's gonna try.
I'm gonna be Elton John.
One time I got me and my friends got a hold of like grain alcohol that was 95%.
Oh no.
So like I guess like 190 proof or whatever that would be.
Yeah, 190 proof. On an airplane.
It's like it was I remember my friend took 1 shot of it and just vomited, like just from the taste, because it's like 95%. So just the taste alone was like too much.
Good lord.
Test. There we go.
Yeah, 128 proof is 64%. Yeah, that's already. Oh yeah, 64.3. Yeah, that's heavy.
It's hot, but it's good. It's not as like spicy as like a George T. Stag, but this is more available.
Yeah, not in Canada, as we've talked about, unfortunately. Terrible.
You know what you can do is you can get an international flight, and as long as it's not above like I think 70 something, like 140 proof alcohol, you can take an unopened bottle on the plane with you on an international flight.
I could. I mean, I could even. I think I can. I think I could drive to the States.
Oh, you could. Yeah, you
on
could
my scooter. and right, if you're in the States for like 48 hours or whatever, you can bring back like extra stuff without pig duty.
Is this Modfluence?
Yeah, this is Modfluence.
Like scooter mod type, deal.
I don't know what that means. I don't drive my scooter. Okay, I just own one. Everyone thinks I drive a scooter. No, I just happen to own a scooter. Okay.
I used to have like this Razor scooter, and I could bunny hop on it, and people thought it was cool.
No, I got like a motorcycle type scooter. Okay.
A motorcycle.
It's basically a motorcycle if you think about it. It basically is.
Yeah.
We need to find someone who drives motorcycles and ask them.
Hey Ben, how's it going?
Hey, Confluence. Hey guys. Good.
What's up, bud?
Oh, not much.
We're gonna be talking about the new age. Welcome to the new age, Ben. Welcome.
New age women, aka witches.
Yep.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
It's almost like they didn't change.
On this channel, we suffer them to live, okay? That we don't follow the Old Testament. We do allow them to live.
You know,
We'll grant
I've
them that.
encountered recently a bunch of people who are into like magic and stuff like that, and
Those people are crazy, man.
no, actually, there's like a whole strain of it that I think is totally fine, and a lot of them are like they love Jesus and stuff like that. So I didn't kind of realize that existed before, and I think it's probably mostly a waste of time. But I do think there's a difference between like, you know, the dark stuff and this other stuff.
I totally agree.
But there's been a lot made recently about like a lot of people are into you know, the Mason thing being a big deal. And what's the other thing? Oh, Kabbalistic Judaism.
Yeah. That's what I got in my background, if you note. That's a tree of
yeah,
life. It's kind of hard
Oh,
to
you
see,
have
but-
Kabbalah?
Yeah, I'm all about that Hermetic Kabbalah. all about
Hermetic,
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't really understand why anyone would be interested in it, other than like, you know, people could be interested in the Greek mythology for like psychological reasons, because like there's a lot of interesting psychological dynamics, archetypes, and so forth. But is that why you're interested in that?
Yeah,
you think
I
you
think it's
can,
like it's a way, I think, to like compartmentalize kind of the universe. And so I think it's a map, and I don't think you should confuse map with the territory. So I think I'm careful not to do that. But it's the same reason that like I'm into like tarot cards. Okay, when I say this, everyone like balks at me. But I see them as archetypes. I think they're helpful to like focus on certain aspects of myself, certain aspects of God. I don't use them for like fortune telling or like, you know, any
Yeah,
of that
one guy
chicanery.
we were talking with in China, who's like a white guy in China, he uses that way. He's like, I don't do the fortune telling stuff, but like they're beautiful cards, and in a certain sense, there are these archetypal things in them. I don't really think that that's like problematic for Christianity, but I think Protestants maybe get like super crazy about it, like they used to about Dungeons and Dragons and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And anything which seemed paganistic. But do you remember? You're probably too young for this, but there was what was called the Satanic craze of the '80s, and I remember being in school and like the kids would wear, you know, Ozzy Osbourne. What was it? Judas Priest. Okay, a lot of the album covers back when you had like big albums, they were overtly using sort of satanic art, but my thought was like mostly what this is doing is saying, "Hey, mom, fuck you." Right?
Yeah,
it's not really
like
initiating
edginess.
you into. Yeah, just like
I
edginess.
feel like you see the same way that like you'll
Marilyn
see like
Manson. Is he a scary guy?
they'll have like upside down pentagrams on their fucking merch and stuff, and it's just it's a bit, you know.
It's just a way of being
Although Ozzy did
antisocial
bite
from the left.
that head off the bat. So I mean, Ozzy might have been on some crazy shit, man. I don't know.
Yeah, there was something like that. There were weird things that happened in the midst of all that stuff, but I don't think Ozzy Osbourne is particularly like demonic guy. He just seemed like he took way too many drugs.
Yeah,
but he's a nice guy. I don't know.
Oh wow, oops.
But maybe it's like you know how the guys on the right will do the swastika wrong way in the bathroom and go like, "Oh yeah, I got SS tattoos or whatever," just to be antisocial. If you ask them any of the theoretical grounding of the National Socialist Party, they're just like, I have no idea. And I think that's the equivalent on the left of being like anti-religious. Like, I ain't no square. I'm right. It's
I completely agree. Yeah. It's just a sign of rebellion.
Yeah.
Like our very own Testiger Johnson, who has read the Satanic Bible, but doesn't, of course, he's not religious, doesn't actually think Satan exists, but, you know, there's a
I think the
time
Satanic Bible is basically
into that.
secular humanism, isn't it? It's just saying.
It is kind of, basically like, and then it was made by LaVey, an absolute fucking loser who didn't do anything good at all. And then he also like the only part that is like magical about it is the end, which he just stole from John Dee, which was like the first Queen Elizabeth's like personal like astrologer.
Oh, I remember that.
He had a system called like Enochian magic. And so Anton LaVey just stole the Enochian keys, changed a couple of words to make it sound more satanic, and shoved it in. To make up the
so there are
fourth
like
part of the
spells in the
Satanic
back?
Bible. Yeah. But it's like, you're not, if you don't know the Enochian system, they're not going to fucking do anything anyway. Like even in the theory, it depends if you believe that stuff or not, but even in the theory, it's not going to do anything if you don't know the system. So it's just like edginess and cobbled together like nonsense. But
I did hear, it's funny. My, I don't know what to call her now. If you're divorced from someone, but the divorce is not finalized, I call myself happily married. Do you think that's the right first time?
Because you know it's going to be over
20 years.
I mean, it works. I mean, it fits.
Well, the church makes you go through this, like what they call
Grace.
so that they can make sure you understand what marriage was about, which was a joke. But they actually had a house they used that used to be the home of Aleister Crowley, who was really quite a dark dude, and he did the magic stuff, but he did a lot of really he makes Epstein look like.
Aleister Crowley is my favorite author, I will say. Like, I've read almost everything Aleister Crowley's ever written.
Oh, really?
Of course he is.
Yeah.
Is he a good author? I don't know much about him.
He is sublime. I think he's an actual genius. I also think he's a terrible person, as you're saying. Like, I think there's some stuff I've read in his journals that'll make your fucking skin crawl. But it was like
poetry sex stuff, right?
Is amazing. Yeah, he did a lot of like sex magic. But his poetry is amazing, and like his like depth of thought, like when he's like writing commentaries on stuff, it is truly incredible.
But is it like dark and edgy, or is it just actually like just poetry?
Some of it, I mean, it's a mix. Like, that's the thing, you get anything. That was his like belief, which is not a belief I subscribe to, but he thought that like he had to balance everything. So he'd write like the most beautiful poetry that really is elevating and like I think like almost like divine in a way. But then he'd also write the most heinous stuff. And that was like by design. Like, he's like, I have to balance both worlds. Like, he was obsessed with like the idea of like coming together and balancing it. And that there's like a light beyond the light and you have to balance it with the normal light. And so he was really all into that stuff. So he would intentionally, the byproduct is he would intentionally do like depraved things to like, I guess, balance that out. So one day he'd be doing like Christian prayers. The next day he's like, making a woman have sex with a goat, which is something that happened. So there's a lot of there's like some degenerate stuff going on. But his writing is, I think, super good.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. You know, Grace's mother was into a guy named, have you ever heard of Charles Bukowski? I don't know if that's similar. But Charles Bukowski was more like a degenerate who was just openly degenerate. I think he wasn't balancing shit. But
yeah, he was just the normal. At least Crowley was intentional with his degeneracy. Okay, I know that's cope. But at least he was intentional with it.
He had a yin yang.
Yeah, and so he would do bad stuff with the intent of doing bad. Like, he intentionally got addicted to heroin to then try to like get off heroin at one point. And it's funny reading the journals because he did not like super succeed at it. Like, it did not go well. He has like a whole thing called like the Fountain of Hyacinth. And he just like, you see him just failing again and again. So like, I don't think it was a good.
So he stayed hooked.
He was on and off for like his whole life. Like, he eventually quit, but then later on in his life he got back on. Of course, it was a different time. You could just buy heroin at the pharmacy. It's the same with like cocaine and stuff.
Yes.
And he had a legitimate use. He had like bad asthma, and heroin is good for asthma, especially back then. It was, well, it's still just as good, but obviously it's more.
It'll slow you down. Yeah.
Yeah, like it really is. It does clear out. Like, it's like opiates are an antitussant. That's why like codeine is in cough syrup and stuff, right? And so heroin's kind of the extreme version of that. But
it just calms your system down to the point where you can stop breathing. Unfortunately,
yeah.
Maybe
it's like all your problems. You should do heroin about it.
But yeah, Crowley would balance.
It does sound
he
like
was obsessed with balance, so he'd balance out the heroin with some cocaine. Okay, he was doing kind of an old timey speedball, you know. So.
Oh, do you know? I've never understood when people do that. Like, people will do uppers and downers at the same time, and it would seem to me counterintuitive because aren't you just going to even out? Like, if you're doing heroin and cocaine at the same time,
it does even out. I told you before, I'm like obsessed with like learning about drugs. It does even out, but you get the euphoria from both still.
Oh no.
So yeah, you're not like super jacked up, you're not super asleep, but you're getting like the heroin euphoria, which is different from the cocaine euphoria, and then you're like hitting those two. That's why people get. But it's also, of course, dangerous, right? Because people die on that all the time because the cocaine will keep you up. It'll stop the respiratory depression, but cocaine is a way shorter half-life than heroin does when it gets converted to morphine in your body. And so you'll think that you're fine, and then the cocaine wears off, and then you pass out and die. So I think that's very dangerous. Don't do it. Don't do it, kids.
You know, it's interesting with that balancing stuff. That sounds more Eastern, and I know a lot of these type of people saw themselves as occultists, Orientalists, and all that stuff. Do you know that Gandhi famously had beautiful naked women in bed with him in order to like practice celibacy.
Yeah, to not fuck them. Yeah.
Like to me, that's like, okay, isn't that just like blue balling? Like, why? How would anyone think that's a good idea?
Yeah, it
Yeah,
had
remember
to
there
have
was
been for show, like just to show his restraint to other people for that political power.
What's even crazier is I read this book by it was some Raja type thing, like some like Hindu guru guy, and he was saying that like he was recommending a practice of like having sex with like 70 virgins but never completing the act. Like, so you have sex but you're not allowed to come, and you have to go through like 70 women to like demonstrate complete self-mastery.
That's awesome. That's like negging.
Sack, not like explode.
Like, bitch, I don't think so. Next.
His balls must have been huge, man.
Yeah, that seems stupid. Like, it really only works one way, dude. But I guess there are people who are like, well, I can internalize the ejaculation and then I will have an internal 70xxx orgasm or something.
There is a sexual thing like that. Edging. You just keep yourself on the edge of it for hours.
That sounds a whole lot easier,
hours.
But that's just to like stay on the edge of. So, you know,
that's just a cum longer usually. Although the
like
tantric people will do that as some spiritual thing. I always thought that stuff's strange, but
it does.
Like tantric yoga will involve that.
In the 80s, I think it's Richard Gere who claimed he had something like for 13 days he had sex without having an orgasm or something like that. You know what I mean?
Nice.
One of these like California religions where it's like, what is the point of that? But it's like. What it was called tantric Buddhism.
Buddhism.
So that's like one of those Cali things. Kabbalah is one of them. Like Madonna is like a co-practitioner with you, right? And like another one is tantric Kundalini Buddhism or something like that.
Yeah.
Where it's just basically a way, like a really long form way of jerking off. And I would just say, just go old school, man. It's like it's much cheaper. Jar of Vaseline, some, roll of toilet paper. Why make that deluxe?
Well,
or just try like being with a woman.
Spiritual benefits, okay, Ben? You gotta get the spiritual benefits of the tantric sex, okay? That's the whole point.
Yeah,
raise your chakras and all that, you know.
I think the point of the sexual act is, Grace, please cover your ears, is to intimately relate to another human being.
Not sure that works
and
with
create
headphones
children. Well, just so when they clip it, we can say
her ears were trying to be covered.
What are we reacting to tonight? One Christian versus 20 new age women.
Yes, hence the
you
new
really
age
like
cock
the girl on girl violence, huh?
I think it's the same channel. Yeah, I think it keeps. Once I clicked a few videos, now it keeps showing up to me, and I saw this, and I was like, I can't turn this down. One Christian versus two new age, especially because
I thought new age was like done. Like, isn't that? I don't. What even is that?
I mean, it's a broad catch-all term for like people who are into tarot, astrology. Some people are into
witches.
Wicca. It can kind of be like. It's a catch-all for almost anything, like
spiritualism.
Yeah.
I'm spiritual, but I'm not religious.
Oh, okay.
Right. See, I'll say I'm spiritual and religious. That's why I call myself an esoteric Christian. Okay, best of both worlds.
Esoteric. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just use dork. It's easier.
Yeah, it's more readily understandable.
Incel works too.
True. But no, yeah. As I was saying to Ben, I'm obsessed with tarot, obsessed with Kabbalah, but not in a bad way.
We found one of the best interviews on the internet. 47-year-old virgin incel. He's self-identified.
Oh yeah, that guy's so funny.
You'd love him.
He's like the king of he's the prince of the incels.
He literally has the incel Revolutionary Guard. Like he's starting it. He has a uniform. It's great. Great personality. I kind of want to date him, to be honest.
Do you follow incel culture? Like, what's your take on that conflict?
No,
it's not really a millennial thing, right? Even though Elliot was probably your generation, right?
Who's the Elliot? Is the guy in the video or what?
Elliot Rodger.
King
Oh,
Elliot.
Elliot Raw. Oh,
King-
Elliot.
the
Oh,
king.
King Elliot.
What does he call himself?
The supreme gentleman.
The supreme gentleman.
I mean, I think it's sad. I think the incel stuff is sad, you know.
Yeah.
Especially with people like Elliot Rodgers, where I don't think he was like he didn't seem like an unattractive guy. He seemed like I don't know why he
There
has
is
so
a
many
song
problems.
about him by
It's
Big
not about
Gucci
what you look
Bando,
like,
and I got in trouble for singing it one time.
Wouldn't it be fun to go on like a bunch of incel like whatever websites and just try to interact with these guys? Because I really think I think the thing is they're like, I really want a woman, and it's clear they don't.
Yeah.
They don't take even the slightest good advice about like actually connecting with women. So it's not about that. It's not about they can't get laid. Anyone can get laid, right? It's this thing about, I'm not sure what it is. I love it about them, and I love the fact that they're not going to reproduce, and they will be left in the dustbin of history. But I find it generationally, because those are my kids, right? Like those are the kids that would be my, like, you know how generations skip, like the parent. I'm not the parent of millennials. I'm the parent of Zoomers. And so it's a Zoomer thing. And I find Zoomer boys to be just like completely perplexing. And I've learned to really, really hate them. And I think that is the proper approach to have. So like I used to be like, oh guys, I get it. Like, it's kind of our fault. And now I feel like, no, I want to make your life much worse than it is now. I want our government to print way more money because you know what I mean? Fuck you.
Worse than
if you're gonna
millennials,
cry, I'm gonna take all the females your age and happily laugh at you when you're unable to connect with them. I want you to become less connected with God. I want you all to burn in hell. So that's my take. I think it's refreshing.
Calm down, Ben.
Wait, Dad, are they worse than millennials, though? I think they're better than millennials.
I've warmed back up to millennials a little bit.
No!
Compared to Zoomers. I mean, millennials are just like, I'm just saying broadly as a generation, they are horrendous.
Okay, Destiny versus Nick Fuentes.
I would take Destiny. I would take
Motherfucker.
No.
There's more.
What?
There's more to work with there. I mean, Fuentes is funny, but like he's also
Zoomers
just.
are more. I think
Zoomers
are
Fuentes
more,
basically gave his whole platform to Clavicular, and he's obviously in love with Clavicular. Like, bro, find a bridge. Both of you guys find a bridge. It's like
sucked dick though.
Yes, but he openly sucks dick.
Possibly Nick Fuentes is dick.
Yeah, whoa.
Potentially.
No, that's not true.
Allegedly.
But I think Destiny could mature past some of his stuff, and I
Are we
think
all just
Fuentes
ignoring
is lost.
the random guy who had like a siren go off in the background? He's like, uh-oh.
Yeah, I don't know. That's Jordan. I don't have him.
By the way, we were watching you last night at like what a.m. No, it wasn't that late.
No,
but
this
you
morning.
were
I was trying to get you
offline.
guys to join at one point.
Yeah, I saw your DM. No,
You were
and then
offline and
was one
obviously
watching.
asleep.
Yes.
Yeah.
I drank too
It's
many
okay.
twisted
That one was
teas,
the pizza alarm.
and I fell asleep.
Oh.
I fell asleep. Only time it's happened on stream. Got $15 super chats while I was sleeping. So I was
Really?
like, okay.
We used to have this guy named the Prawncess, and I was trying to do like this 24-hour channel. And so I was trying to keep it going, and I would give him the late night shift. And then he would do it for a little while. And then he would put on the most boring video he could find, which was videos of ants just walking around like in leaves for like 4 hours until the morning came. And then I would start it up again. It was interesting.
He's boring.
Yeah, it was kind of like, it was kind of aesthetic in a way, but I was like, why did the ants? And he's like, well, because they're the most boring. I was like, oh, okay, that's an interesting choice. It wasn't like ants attacking, like a spider or something. It was just ants.
Literally just an ant colony.
You've never just like watched ants before?
Yeah, I think I could watch ants for 4
No,
hours.
yeah, it's
easily,
like at a
I think.
museum.
It's kind of like an
yeah.
aquarium video, right? It's like, it's not bad background or whatever. So he wasn't like trashing the channel per se, like
No.
running, gross stuff. But like Faces of Death or something. But
we had a friend.
Yeah, I hope not.
We had a friend who started a channel. He was trying to run 24/7. He gave the StreamYard keys to somebody who, remember King? He'd played a suicide scene from a movie, and the channel instantly got banned.
Oh no!
That's
man.
terrible.
That's why I don't want to give my keys away, Big Soda. Okay, not that I think
I
Emmett
don't
would do
blame you.
anything, but
I don't blame you.
but if he ever did,
I
You
gave my
go.
keys once. I gave my StreamYard keys to lots of people, but I took them off. But I gave it once to Speakeasy because we were trying to run an after debate panel show. And that fucker went into my recordings and found videos of me dancing like an asshole that I had recorded at like 3 a.m. and posted them. What the? You're not supposed to do that.
is that true?
Yeah.
No, it's literally true. And then
and then
lied
he
about
said
it.
that they were,
Then he-
and then he lied and said that they were videos of you dancing for me or something.
Like I made them for him to jerk off to. I was like, dude, I'm just an idiot dancing in my room, but like those are private recordings. Like that's not what I gave you those keys for. Anyways, he's an asshole.
Or he sucks. so
Yeah,
much.
that's
I've
kinda
never had
crazy.
anyone except him do that. It's like, seriously, you're gonna go into the recordings? Anyways.
He's a weasel.
I like Speakeasy. I know that you guys have an issue with him, but
Oh, you like him?
Yeah,
You'll
yeah.
you'll learn to loathe him. He is really the most loathsome person on the internet.
yeah, he's always been nice
That's a
to
bold
me on the
claim.
panel and stuff. And
It is a
but-
bold claim. Yeah, he's not the most boring person on the internet. He's just the most loathsome. Do you know that he like his whole ghetto shtick? I'm sure you understand. It's a lie. He's not black. He's Portuguese. He lies about where he lives.
I never
His
thought he
entire
was black.
his entire personality was stolen from an ex-girlfriend's boyfriend. Like all of his stuff
That's
is someone
weird.
else's stuff. Yeah, and he's like he's a trip.
I don't know.
But-
I always go off of like the way I guess the way my interactions with people. And so like if he does
I liked him at
something-
first. Yeah.
Yeah, like maybe he'll do something, but so far it's all been pleasant. It's all been good. So, you know.
No, yeah, he's not gonna. I mean, he's
like
too
him.
stupid to really like do anything to hurt you. But like, he is. He's just. Well, I look forward to updates on how you feel about Speakeasy because I think there's yet to be anyone who stays like, yeah, that guy's a good guy. He is absolutely.
Rage Page is obsessed. Rage Page says my channel is her second favorite, and it's only usurped by Speakeasy. So
Yo,
Yeah.
verbal combat.
she says this is the most goofy thing I've ever heard.
Oh.
You're gonna become goofy of the day, Ben, if you keep going with your talk.
Yeah. So, are you trying to grift in with his grift? Because he's like a grift. He's like a third level grifter of the Crucible. He's their like DEI hire.
Like,
I mean, I've never
John
been on- I've never been
Proctor
on
did.
the-
No,
Okay.
and he used to have that scummy ass music video, like a home run, where he had like girls twerking on him
Yeah.
and drinks and stuff. Not that I care, but he was trying to be like, you know, gangsta or whatever. And
Yeah.
then once he got in with Andrew Wilson, he was like, okay, I gotta delete that off the internet.
Right.
I'm gonna bring it
Yeah, I
back
don't-
for him though.
Yeah.
I don't know how
You can't run
everything
from your
is.
degeneracy.
I don't know how everything's exactly connected, but yeah, he shows up on my panel sometimes, and you know, we got into it viciously the other day over a bunch of stuff, but because he does his like,
I would
little live
suggest
panel
asking him about
hoppings.
his family life. That's always works well.
I am not going to do that. I think that's untoward. Okay.
Well, the funny thing is, he'll bring it up, and then if you ask a question, he'll like scream at you.
Oh, okay. Well,
Which
then
is,
that's a little different.
I think it's like how it works on the internet. You know, it's like I can understand someone saying like, "Oh, you dug up something private." Okay, but if you talk about it, we've already had this discussion. I think if you talk about it, then it's open to people asking you questions about it.
Yeah.
But maybe
yeah,
I'm
we have
crazy.
talked about that, but I just I kind of agree with the not bring family into stuff. I understand that if people have brought family to stuff before, but I just I
Lord,
think
we've
it's something
already
about
had
it
this
just rubs me the wrong way.
literally looping.
We watched a movie
we
the
were
other day. It
looping.
was an interesting movie about what was the name of that movie? It's a famous movie called Elmer Gantry.
Elmer Gantry.
About a revivalist preaching, which was a big thing in the early part of the 20th century. You know, these tent revivals and stuff. and how a lot of them were kind of scammers, and they'd set up a tent, but they didn't really have any qualifications, but like a lot of people went to go see them, and the message was very, like, it was kind of like prosperity gospel, I think, in the 80s and 90s. So it was very popular, and at one point there was like a scandal of this guy who's very charismatic and all this, but like something from his past comes up, it makes the newspapers, and they try to like destroy their lives. And I guess I get that, because you're constantly preaching. If you're constantly preaching morally, constantly saying like you're going to burn in hell, you're going to burn in hell, you're going to burn in hell, and you've also got stuff in your past, don't you agree that that's like kind of would be interesting if you're just doing all the stuff you're preaching against? Like, that's fair game. But on the other hand,
I don't
on the
know.
other hand, we're all sinners, I would assume.
Well, that's the thing. That's the funny thing with like hypocrisy. It's like there's stances that I have. Do I live up to them all the time? Well, no, right? Obviously not. Obviously. But I don't think it's a problem to have moral stances that you're trying to live up to, but you don't always succeed in doing that.
True.
Like, I don't know if that's like if you're maybe lying and you're like, oh, I've never done any of these things and I would never do all this stuff, then I think it maybe becomes more relevant. But just to say like something this thing is bad, that's
problematic. I don't do this, and then pointing out others who do it when you're doing it, I think that's fair game.
Yeah. Like if you're like going really hard to judge somebody and you're doing the exact same stuff, then I can see it.
Yeah,
but otherwise,
then
I'm not sure.
Like fair game. That's even that would not even be an ad hominem in debate, right? To say like you're not actually qualified. Right. I mean, it's not even a fallacy to point out if someone isn't practicing what they preach.
No, I don't think. I mean, an ad hominem fallacy, right, is you're trying to discredit the argument based on some other thing of the person.
Well, so, what if this person says like I got a PhD, and you go, well, where's it from? And they go, blah, 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 blah. Right? That's not an ad hominem. It's saying like, you're not qualified.
Right. Yeah.
You're attacking the person in a sense.
Yeah. That's true. That's true. I guess I'm more thinking like, well, it depends. Yeah, it depends on because you should always like if they are not qualified, you should be able, in theory, then to attack the argument. I think it's fair to point out you don't even have the qualifications. It came from like a diploma mill. That's fine. But then you should also still be able to do the argument, right? Because if you just like leave the argument alone and just attack their credentials, then it's like, well, why can't you attack the argument?
Right, but if they're in a sense using their credentials to make it look like they have authority, which is an implied argument of authority, which can be okay, then you can undermine their authority, and then you're left with whatever the argument remains, but you can't undermine their authority. I think that's fine.
Yeah, I agree.
But I would say, like, for example, with me, you might say, well, you've had a terrible experience with women, which is definitely true. Therefore, you can't say anything about women. Well, I think people who have terrible experiences can say something. But I would admit that it'd be a different thing than if I'd had a lot of great experiences with women. You might say like, well, I want to take that guy's advice, not yours. Somewhat valid. But
okay, you guys talk to Big Soda and Jordan for a bit. I'm gonna DoorDash some wine. Don't judge me, okay?
Really?
Put the panel up. Let's go. Let's do some reaction tent.
That was true.
To the video?
We can cook in the video while you order your wine.
Okay.
This is the panel, Grace. That's the video.
Yeah, you got me confused. You're saying the wrong thing.
Cook in the panel?
Fucking Zoomer.
Sorry.
Yeah, it didn't make any sense.
Cook in the video. That's what I meant. Sorry.
Nature and all of its elements are not God.
If that light is not God, then what is it?
I would say it's your soul.
Sometimes you might find God in a rainbow.
I hate that I'm going to agree with so many of these new age points. I already can tell.
God's mystery is even greater than whatever we discuss here.
True.
That's your mother if she was in here.
Yeah.
You can't just get baptized in the waters and think that your soul is cleansed.
Ihsan is a straight path, but it's not the only path.
Yeah, it's called syncretism. All of this mixing that's happening. New Age has no scientific legitimacy, meaning crystals
Misspelled.
and frequencies do not have measurable healing.
Legitimacy.
We're trying to kind of
Legitimacy.
separate the spirituality from our
Oh my
practice.
God,
Oh,
that's
it's the pickle jar, girl. Let's
Yeah.
go.
Oh, is it?
Holy
Let's
shit.
fucking go.
I didn't expect her to be here.
My queen.
From Christ.
Spirituality is what connects with your inner world.
Yeah, I don't
I'm on
need
New Age
anything
side, just
outside
go
of
to
the
her.
exterior. You need the Bible to hold you in the light and salvation.
You cannot manifest health and wellness. But I don't necessarily think that just visualizing.
Is this like
or
highlights?
believing
It just seems
something
It's
can
like an
manifest
intro.
itself.
It's a little intro. That's why it says coming up at the bottom.
Yeah.
You believe
It's hard to differentiate between like
you can't, you cannot. You can
when
see
it's
it in
women
the small
talking
and
like
in
just
the big.
random
Well,
blather and like something that's actually edited.
You
To,
cannot find identity in astrology.
Why do they all look
Imagine,
like Steven
imagine this is the
Universe
whole
characters?
video. Then at the end they just say, "Who wants to hear women talk about this?"
I was
Anyways.
just having fun with it as like a personality typing thing.
Every single spirituality has an inner dimension.
And so I would just say, like, be careful with this stuff.
Wow, Kalia. So you just debated 20 different women on these really interesting topics.
Oh my gosh, my wine store is closed. Are you kidding me?
Hi, everyone. Welcome
They-
to Talk That Show.
Oh,
Today
horrible.
we have one Christian woman having a conversation with 20 New Age and spiritualist women.
Oh
Kalia
man.
came up with her own prompt. So this conversation.
that
is
woman
really
looks beat down. The pickle jar bitch.
She does, yeah.
God
The
damn.
overhead lighting is
I'm-
not her
yeah.
friend.
My
Mm.
first
I didn't want to be the first person to
nature
say
and
that.
its elements are not God. And I chose this because I've noticed in New
She looks like she
Ageism
spent the
and
weekend at a
spirituality, there tends
dumpster.
to be a very high practice of pantheism, believing that God is in and throughout everything. I think that because the world is created, it implies that there's a creator. And so that's why I chose this as my first prompt.
Right.
And whoever feels strongly can come down.
Anyone who feels strongly about this prompt, come take a seat.
Oh man.
Hi guys, I'm Kalia. I am a Christian and I believe that God created the earth in the beginning. In Genesis 1, it talks about how the earth was without void, it was formless, and the Lord
Oh,
came
she a
and he brought
Protestant, Big
order to
Soda. You
this
can
world.
tell.
I do believe that
Yeah.
the world is beautiful, it's stunning, you can
t-shirt.
adore the world, but I think when you look at something
A
beautiful,
strong
you should
start.
always draw your eyes upward, not to a fascination of the thing itself. So that's why I chose this prompt.
She got the Christian
I'm
tats.
Hi, Sunita.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Brianna.
Hi, Brianna.
Hi, I'm Denisha.
Hi, Denisha.
Hello, I'm Farron.
Hi,
Denisha.
Karen. Nice to meet
This prompt actually reminds me of a song that I grew up with.
Mm.
Spirit of God and the I will not sing and torture you with that,
Mm.
but I'll just say
Thank
the
you.
words. Spirit of God in the clear running water, blowing to greatness, the trees on the hill. And when I hear that song, I'm really filled with awe and wonder at nature. And do feel that God is there in nature.
Mm.
I'm sorry.
Indeed
Somebody in my chat said, "Nah,
created
she
it.
has to be trolling."
But
It's a strong argument.
magnificence
This
when
is
you
literally,
see
by
a
the way, guys,
sunset or
some lore.
sunrise
This person reminds me of my dad's
just
mom,
fills me with-
if she was Indian.
with
Seriously.
this awe and
Oh,
wonder
man.
for the divine.
It's
So,
I don't
I
know. It's
would
different,
say-
but yeah.
I do believe that God is in nature. And I wonder what my other women friends think about that.
The other members of the
How
coven.
exactly, I guess we can get clear on definitions. How
Just
would you
do a
define
seance,
God?
get it over with.
Yeah, so I would define God as a superior, all-reigning, omnipresent, omnipotent, omniscient creator.
Okay, so omnipresent. So it's present amongst all existing things, all elements, all forces, but it is not found. God is not in nature.
So that was actually the distinction I was getting ready to make. So God is omnipresent, meaning he's aware, he's observing all things, but that does not mean that his nature is the same as nature itself. So God, I believe, is omnipresent even in this space right now. The Holy Spirit was given to believers. So I believe the Holy Spirit is here even now. That doesn't mean that I myself am the Holy Spirit. That doesn't mean that you're the Holy Spirit. Doesn't mean that the lights are the Holy Spirit. It means he's here, he's observing, and he's powerful among the environment.
So do you believe that we are all expressions of God?
No, I do not. I believe we are the creation of
So
God.
God is omnipresent, and
I think we're all expressions of God, okay? And I also think that the stream is God, okay? But panentheism, Ben, do you think I'm a heretic? I think God is everything fully embedded in reality, also outside of our universe. Am I crazy?
Panentheism, yeah. You could say
Well,
that's
not
close to
pantheism, but
I know
yeah.
I got you. Panentheism. It's that seems close to like the Catholic view, but it runs into real problems. I think you would have to say that death is part of life to be a panentheist.
I don't know if death, I would say death is like a privation though. You know what I mean? Like I don't, like you can't point to death. So I don't know if I would say God is death, because like death is not really, doesn't have like ontological existence, I guess.
I think these women are just pantheists, though. I don't think they're panentheists.
Yeah. I think that's
They're
true.
just saying
But I'm just
everything is God.
Well, no one can be a pantheist. Doesn't make any sense.
it doesn't, I feel like it doesn't really do anything, right? Like if you're just like what's the difference between that and just being like yeah, I guess which I think these people are, kind of being an atheist that wants to feel a bit more spiritual? Because if you're just saying that the rocks are God but God's not beyond that, like at least with my heresy, possible heresy, right? I think that God is so omnipresent that he fully indwells his creation, but he's also outside of that. But if you take that part away, you're just left with like a vague notion of like, well, I'm going to just call the trees God and stuff. And this was, we had on the pagan one from the same channel that we went over. The woman was like, well, my spiritual practice is I talk to trees. And it's like, of course you do. It's like, what is that? Like, what is that actually getting you? Like, what is that? How is that different from just like going on a nature walk and appreciating nature? Feels like they just want to add like some like semblance of like spirituality into what is already just a normal human interaction of like, you know, going into nature and stuff.
Hey, Confluence, my chat has a message for you.
Uh-oh.
DoorDashing wine while you debate whether God... Sorry. DoorDashing wine while you debate whether God is a rock or not. Just end it, bro.
Nothing says Confluence more than doing that, okay? So very on brand for me. I actually, my wine place is closed, so I'm DoorDashing beer, okay? It's the second best option.
You going with Twisteds again?
No, I have to, no, because it's some fucking luxury place that's open, so I'm spending way too much money on like a fucking 6-pack. Fucking ludicrous.
I mean, it's
get the super chats in, guys. Get the super, not for the alcohol. I'm not for that, but just
you got reimburse himself.
On an unrelated note, okay. But no, so see, this is the thing, Ben. I want to, I guess, ask you this because you're Catholic and you seem to know a lot about Catholicism.
Yeah.
There's a guy called Richard Barron. I think that's his name. Do you know what I'm talking about? He's like a bishop.
I don't think his name is YouTube. Richard. I think his name is, I forget what his first name is. Bishop Barron is what you're thinking of.
Oh, yeah.
Robert is his name. Richard.
Yes,
Robert.
yeah, I think that's it. Yeah. And when I listen to him, I'm like, this is like so much of what I call like my esoteric beliefs. Like he says the stuff. And I'm like, I didn't think it was okay to like hold these views. Like there's a lot of like mystical stuff that like I have come to independently. And I'm like, oh, I don't think this fits with Christianity, but I'm kind of going to try to like marry it anyway. But then when I listen to him talk, he says a lot of stuff that I'm like, oh shit. So I can kind of believe these things and still be within like Christendom.
Yeah, Catholicism has an entire mystical tradition that you don't find in Protestantism. So, like, there's a whole tradition of, like, say, try to get Grace into this once, of, like, wordless prayer. The most famous thing is called the Cloud of Unknowing. And so, like, the highest form of prayer is...
I love that book. Yeah. I love that book.
So there's a lot of ways in which... Catholicism is, I've been noticing when I've been talking with Protestants that I believe that Protestants largely have made us think of religion as like a series of propositions that we agree to, which I think has very little to do with what religion is. You know what I mean?
Based.
In the sense that it's a relationship and it's like deeper than thinking. Like if religion is thinking, then like that's not much of anything. And what's fun you don't have to be Catholic to do it, but you can, study monasticism. It's a really beautiful tradition. There's lots of places you can visit and stuff. So, yeah, there's all sorts of different spiritualities within Catholicism, and I'm not sure what exactly you would think would be what's something you would hold that you would think Catholicism wouldn't.
Well, I guess like even stuff, I guess like some of the mystical practices, because like in Protestant circles, I can't remember if I said this to you before, Ben, or I know I said it on panel, but like I went to a thing once at a Protestant church, and they were like trying to teach a little class on like Christian meditation, and like half the people there were like instantly like balking at it and being like, no, that's how you get like demons into you, and it was like Christian, it was like an old school thing, and it's like Protestants are just like their brain breaks when anything about like anything mystical is talked about, anything like that's actually experiential, which is like unnerving to me, because I feel like if your religion is not experiential, it's a husk of religion, and Protestantism has really kind of taken away those things. I think that's the biggest thing I think is missing from Protestantism is
but then
there's a lack of a mystical tradition.
What happens? What's interesting with Protestantism, it tends to swing one way, then super hard swing the other way and get it wrong on both sides, then swing the other way. So, for example, I'm sure you're familiar with Pentecostalism, which is almost entirely.
I used to go to a Pentecostal church.
Entirely sort of, I wouldn't say mystical, but like emotional and like Holy Spirit and, snake handling and all that stuff, which is also not real. I mean, I think that the problem there, you can tend to get into like the idea of like going to church as a drug that you should get high from. And, that high gets boring after a while. Although if you first visit a Pentecostal church, it's like, oh, well, this feels like, something's going on here. It's captivating. But I think people tire of that after a while, except some black people love doing it because it's just like it goes back to the slave days when, it was just like it was combination of church and like a big party and blowout. So for some people it works, but I think people want church to feel churchy.
Well, even to briefly go back, I guess, to Aleister Crowley, because this was his thoughts. He was obviously all about the experiential, the mystical stuff, but he hated Pentecostalism because he said it was uncontrolled. There was no like propriety to it. There was no actual like intentionality. It's just people like wilding out and getting like actually kind of like drunk on this experience.
Right.
And I think that's like true. It's an attempt towards something that might be like seen as like mysticism, but it's like most of the times not super good. Now I'm not super against, it depends what it is, right? Like I used to go to a Pentecostal church, but there is just a degree of chaos that can unfold. That's like, this is just a shit show at a certain point.
It's kind of like who's going to scream the loudest wins. Whereas rituals that I think make a religion a religion, rituals are usually highly controlled. And they shouldn't be like a rock and roll concert where the emotions, where you're overwhelmed by what's coming from the stage. You're supposed to participate more. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But
were you familiar with Bethel in Redding, California, that church?
No.
It's where a lot of Christian music comes from in Protestantism, and it's like heavily
what they call praise music.
Yeah, right, yeah. So it's a lot of the classics come from Bethel, and the guy that founded it, who I really enjoy him, like I think he has like some good sermons. He's like low key a little crazy, but he was a part of something called the Toronto Blessing. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that. This is a thing that happened in like Protestantism at the Toronto Airport Church or something, where where the Holy Spirit apparently went on the place, and there's videos, and the people are like crawling on all fours like dogs, and they got like someone's got like a leash on a guy. It's just fucking mental what's happening. It's absolutely mental. And that's how the guy who founded Bethel got started. He was at the Toronto Blessing, had this experience. But just seeing the videos, it's like I don't want to judge other people's spiritual experiences because like, hey, maybe something's going on there, but something about it just feels like, man, if you're like getting literally dog walked in church and stuff. Or that video, Big Soda. Was it you that said that to me? It was like a preacher, and he's like
hopping across the pews.
Yeah, he's hopping across all the pews, and he's like standing on the altar and dancing, and it's just like, what is happening here? Like,
I remember
this really feels like what the Bible talks about like, not to get like too crazy with your shenanigans in church.
It's interesting how with Protestantism, all of the stuff we've gone through, like in the past in the history, comes back up. Like right now, I know there's a movement against the Trinity again, which was like that was like the 3rd and 4th centuries. It was a huge thing. Then it was decided on. Then no one brought it up until the oneness movement, which I think came out of Pentecostalism.
Yeah, oneness Pentecostalism.
And then so you got the whole like anti-Trinity, and now they're going online and arguing. But
those damn Unitarians are up to no good again too.
Hate Unitarian.
I don't really know what the appeal is, but I tried once. There is a version of Catholic Pentecostalism called the Charismatic movement, and I had some friends who were into it. But like Catholics do everything that Protestants do like poorly. So like when we try to sing gospel music, it's usually sucks.
True.
And then we are now taking the Protestant stuff like. When it gets stale, Catholics adopt it somehow. It's supposed to make sense, but they did the whole praying on the hands and stuff, and it was mostly people who are older than me. But I feel like I was like, okay, we'll see if this works, and I just felt nothing at all. They're like, praying over me, and I was like, okay, and they're like, how did that go? And I was like, just nothing.
You didn't start barking like a dog or anything?
No, but the rest of them did it. The GB, you know what I mean? And like, there was a lot of kind of pressure to say you had an experience, but like, I didn't fucking care. A bunch of boomer losers want to tell you that they've got the Holy Spirit. I mean, maybe I wasn't open to it because of that, but I just feel
that's
like
the problem. The pressure is so the church I go to now, which is it's not a Pentecostal, but it's like very much like non-denominational. It's like a mega church style thing.
Oh yeah, I'd love to go to a mega church. Yeah.
There's stuff where it's like there's stuff that I enjoy, and there's stuff that I'm like I don't know. So they'll do like words, I guess, of prophetic utterances and stuff, which don't threaten me with a good time. I'm all about that shit. But sometimes there is like a pressure there. I remember they brought like a kid on stage. And the kid's like, someone in the audience has cancer of the heart. And I'm like, I don't think you can have cancer in your heart. Now, maybe, but then part of me is like, maybe this is like a metaphor. And maybe someone in the crowd is hearing this and they're like, yeah, I feel, and it's like the metaphorical heart, metaphorical cancer. Yeah. Maybe someone was still benefited from it. But it just felt like the kid was just like, doesn't know enough about cancer, just feels pressured to like say something. And so they're just like, well, my prophecy is this. And it's like, okay, settle down, kid.
Well, it's kind of a good out, because if no one got cured of cancer, then you can say, well, maybe someone got cured of spiritual cancer.
Well, right, yeah. I mean, hey, that's the cope that I'm even doing. So
have that.
Yeah, you always got to leave yourself an out.
I remember
it's the same with like the laying on of hands, where it's like there is if you're not speaking in tongues and you're at a church where everyone else is, well, it's like you're very incentivized to start saying something. And sometimes they even will openly say that. They're like, hey, just let your tongue start going, and just like as if it's like a skill you can build up. And it's like, okay, what are we doing? What are we doing here?
I'm sure it's fun to just babble, like, scream and yell and whatever. I mean,
I want to do the pew walking that Big Soda had showed me, man. That looks fun. It takes a lot of skill too.
You gotta practice that.
Grace
that's not the first time that guy's done that.
Grace is cradle Catholic, so she thinks all that stuff is just like, she's kind of like a super skeptic of all the like Protestant shenanigans. But I've been in places where I think like, no, these people, they're not all faking it. Like, Benny Hinn, all that stuff. Like, I don't think they're all faking it. I think people do get some benefit, whether it's like psychosomatic or, the Holy Spirit. I don't think the Holy Spirit is confined to the Catholic Church by any stretch of the imagination. I think God generally tries to like bless people who are, in their own retarded way, trying to like get to know him. And so I'm more open to that stuff being real. But I also think a lot of it is garbage. I was forced to go to this, like, they had a tent revival in Massachusetts, north of where we were, and so the school was sent a contingent of kids, because it was all the gay kids who went, And so I was like their chaperone or whatever. And it was totally gross and totally inappropriate. And I just tried to leave as much as possible and smoke cigarettes and say, like, this sucks, right, guys? And they were like, no, we love it, you know? And I found it just super alienating because they made it, like, you know, in the Catholic Church, you have, like, the Eucharistic adoration, you know, where you have the ciborium, this kind of, like, thing that looks like the sun. And they made it like a rock concert, and all the kids, like, screamed. Like when it was revealed, like it was like rock concert, and then but then like that night, all the kids went into the woods and were fucking each other, like because they didn't separate the boys from the girls, so they're all fucking each other. They're all these ghetto kids from New York, and you know, and then which is fine because they had wound them all up. So like
this sounds like the best meetup ever. What are you complaining about?
So they had to drag them all out of the woods the next day and pretend we're doing this thing. You know, it's stupid. It's inappropriate. I think to unleash like emotionally wild thing in kids on a weekend in the middle of the woods is like, it's really a stupid idea. I think we should beat them. Beat them all ritually if we're going to do something like that.
Yeah,
my dad's starting a Zoomer concentration camp.
yeah. Because kids can't concentrate these days, so we need a concentration camp.
That's true. You know, on the topic of this Pentecostal stuff, I was just thinking about this most cringe, secondhand, embarrassing thing I've read, and I feel just so bad about the whole thing. It was like a well-known Christian guy, I can't remember who. And he wrote this like Substack article or something, and it was about how he like believes what the Bible says about that you'll do greater works than these, right? So he takes that seriously. And he said he was at a funeral of like someone's kid had passed away, and he said he felt like the Holy Spirit was telling him to like go raise the kid from the dead. And so he actually got up and like said, I'm gonna like pray for this, and he's writing about this and writing how it didn't happen and the kid didn't raise and he felt so stupid, but he felt like the Holy Spirit. And I just like reading this, I'm like, oh my god,
cringe.
Cringe.
But like maybe like I do think miracles are possible, but it's just like if it doesn't happen, it's like, oh man, that's awful, man. That's awful.
A lot of times the pastors will say like the Holy Spirit came upon me and told me to pray for this person. So and they go over to this person and they're like, I didn't want to talk to them, and it's like, and then they go like, the Lord just wanted me to give you this message. And I've had people do this to me. I really think that's 99% mental illness, and it also creates an antisocial environment where Christians look cringe. You know, it's like God doesn't want. Remember that one guy, Grace? He's like, I could see this woman had a bandage on her knee, so I like knelt down in front of her. I would have fucking kicked the guy in the face, you know. But like, it's like, oh, okay, the Holy Spirit is prompting you, but also, are you attracted to her? It's just cringe.
But okay, but
leave her alone.
This is the other side of the coin. I like sometimes people have talked to me and said like, oh, God wants me to tell you this thing or something, and sometimes it has been beneficial. There was one time where I was with a girl and I took her to church, and she like wasn't a Christian, and the pastor like kept like looking at her when we were like sitting together, and then he like took her off at the end of the sermon, and and I still to this day don't know what he said to her because she wouldn't tell me, but she was like white as a ghost, and she said like he said something that like no one could know about me. And she was like, and I was like, what did he say? And she wouldn't fucking tell me and still won't. I still talk to her. She won't fucking tell me. But it was just one of those things where it's like, well, what did he say? Was it a lucky guess? Or was that actually a thing that like legitimately this was a message for her? Cause she, like I said, she was like all the color drained out of her fucking face, man. Cause she wasn't a Christian. So it's like, I don't know. I go.
Yeah, I think stuff like that can happen. I don't know. I just think a lot of times when you feel like you've been given the gift of prophecy, it's just narcissism, you know. But I'm not saying in every case.
Yeah.
You know, like the Holy Spirit has. I would love to go to. Like my mother, I think once went to a Quaker meeting, and the Quaker meeting is like, okay, so who feels like the Holy Spirit is moving them to talk, and guess who it's going to be? Whoever fucking talks too much, right?
Yeah.
But I think they have rules. But
you almost have to, because I feel like
that just seems like chaos.
It's going to, I think, inflame the ego of the most like talkative person. I think that's just going to happen.
Yeah, some woman who just wants to complain basically about her husband or something like that. You know, I don't know.
But yeah, I think I really see both sides, because there's times where I think it's like self-serving or self-aggrandizing. But then I would be lying if I said, yeah, there weren't worth events in my life where stuff has happened, where someone has said something to me or come up to me and said this. They're like, oh, God told me to like say this Bible verse. And it really does seem to like match with what I'm going through. And I'm like, oh, thank you. I actually really needed that. Like, and so I don't know. Like I was at like a fundamentalist like Bible school apart from my normal religious training that I did. And yeah, that would like happen all the time where people would go up and say this. And yeah, sometimes it didn't, but a lot of times it like freakishly was like, oh, that is exactly what I needed to hear. Like it just would happen. I don't know. Like, I think it happens in some cases, but yeah, in other cases it's, maybe not as legitimate, which is kind of a non-answer. I guess I'm kind of fence sitting, but I think it's the truth. I think there is cases where it's like the legitimately something that we would call the Holy Spirit is giving some message. And sometimes people are just batshit crazy, or sometimes they're just egotistical. And I think
Grace and I
discernment.
Discernment is the thing. Grace and I went through a phase in which I really did feel like it wasn't people so much, like, but it was like events that seemed to be like God giving us a message through these events. Not like a particular message, but like really, like things that are just really hard to explain in any other way. Like that you could I'm not saying a miracle, but something you could attribute to coincidence. But then if you do the math on how likely that would be to occur, it's like close to zero. And so I do think God will work with you if you're looking for signs, especially if you need signs, because things are changing in your life in a way that like you kind of need the Holy Spirit to guide you. So which was definitely the case in our case. So I do think you have to be discerning, and I think my experience of it is that I hate that when that happens, because I feel like my freedom is not being like God's kind of like taking me by like in a like a wrestling move and saying like this is what you have to do. So I really don't like the experience. I don't see it as like saying I'm a special person, but saying I'm kind of like so stupid that he needs to like kick me in the ass.
Yeah,
and then
like
when it's
Jonah
over,
and stuff.
yeah, exactly. When it's over, I'm like, yeah, give me a break. That sucked, but I appreciate it. But I don't like, you know what I mean?
Somebody in my chat said they want examples.
Yeah.
It's hard to explain, but one time, the one with the priest dad. So we lived in a house that was on a pond, and it was kind of a big pond. And me and my dad went out with our dog on the pond in a little boat.
In late winter when there was still ice.
Yeah. And
it had broken up.
We just went out, paddled around, whatever, came back, tied it up. And I remember I tied it up, and my dad was like, no, that's not how you do it. And he tied it up, like, especially tight. So we go back into the house. The house overlooks the pond. And I look out the window, and I see a red fox run through the yard, which was super weird at that time of the year. And also, like, there's no foxes in that area, really.
Well, there are some, but it's relatively rare.
Relatively rare. Okay, but I'm like, whatever. Then I look out again, and I see police running down through the backyard to the pond. And I'm like, what the hell
uniformed
is going
cops.
on? Yeah, because, like, they don't usually just, like, break into your backyard like that. So we go down the backyard to the pond, and we're like, what's going on? And they're like, somebody fell into the pond. And
right, and there's like
what?
frogmen. There's like frogmen jumping off boats, like divers.
Yeah.
Like from the fire department or somewhere.
Yeah, and they're like, well, there is a boat out there drifting, and people saw people on it earlier. And I look at the dock, and there's no boat there, and I was like, would it happen to be a green rowboat with a skull on the side? They're like, yeah. We're like, oh, that's our rowboat. That was us out there.
Yeah. And then so I had been involved in this controversy at the school I used to teach at that had gone on for years and years and years. And at the core of it was this like possibly gay priest who was also the president of the school, who had whatever, right? There was a big controversy. And so I went to go get the boat in a cop car. And who was there at the boat but that priest who was called there to give us last rites?
To give our dead
To
bodies,
give
which
me
they assumed
last
were at the
rites.
bottom of the pond.
Right, because there's no way you're
Our
going to
dead
live
bodies
if you're at the
got
bottom
last
of an icy
rites.
pond. So I was like, oh, that's an odd, because we had been talking with this other guy who was working there, remember, for months, Grace. And so like it was weird that
No,
he
we were actually in the middle.
he was actually that president. So Grace had been trolling the school because there was this video which seemed to show him on like one of those gay, actually it was called Manhunt, right? Or on one of these gay websites, like predating, right? And so Grace had taken the videos and uploaded them on an Instagram, pretending to be a student at the school. So they had told us the FBI are going to come get us.
They got my VPN.
The whole entire school was oriented towards finding this student and, exposing this student or whatever, disciplining the student, assume throw them out, when it was actually Grace the whole time. And she's not even a student, and nothing she did was illegal. But yeah. So that's why it was interesting. And it was at the behest of this guy, Father Bob, who like the videos were about. So it was interesting. I ended up face to face with him.
Who and he was there to perform last rites. It's
Last
very
rites.
weird. Like that's a crazy story.
And
the chance that he would be there, the chance that you would call a priest to do last rites. You didn't even know if we were Catholic. Didn't even know there were bodies in the first place. Like
no one saw us flip or anything.
Yeah, right.
There was like 50 firefighters there just to waste time, obviously. Because there's no point in saving us. We wouldn't have. But anyways, yeah. And then a whole bunch of other things happened at the exact same time. Remember that same day, a whole bunch of other odd things happened. So
yeah, there was a guy who had prayed for you. I know it can sound schizo, but if you put it all together and you do the math.
No, because I said it was a sign, and then I called up my friend Tyler and I said, by any chance, did you ask for a sign? And he's like, you wouldn't believe this, and then it was like 2:00, and I was like, that's exactly the time. I was on the phone with a woman, and she had said something about show me a sign from Mother Mary. And I was like, oh, that's really weird. And like, what's the chance? Because I didn't even say anything about it.
Yeah,
but anyways,
my DoorDash
it all fell
beer.
apart.
You guys, I can still hear y'all.
The true sacrament.
Talk to Patrick. Patrick, have you had any spiritual experiences like this?
Have I had spiritual experiences like this? Like not? I don't know. I mean, I'm Orthodox now, so I kind of think that stuff is prelest and pride, like you guys are saying, a lot of the time. So,
what does prelest mean?
Spiritual delusion.
Oh.
So that's a lot of the times I think these people are in spiritual delusion when they're like, God gave me a word for you, or like I'm doing prophecy, or I don't know, when they're doing any of the weird Protestant stuff, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, but if someone just quotes you a verse from the Bible, like it's harmless, it probably does apply to you in some way. But I don't know, it's usually something general. Someone's not going to say like bet on like Lucky Star in the 5th race, right?
Yeah, it's normally kind of like the spiritual advisor types, where it's like general enough to like apply to anybody.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. Just given like the information that you've provided to them. It's never like super specific, like at 3:15 tomorrow, you're gonna God is gonna show himself to you in this exact way.
Right.
Like, he's gonna appear in the passenger seat of your car because you will be driving at 3:15 tomorrow. You'll be on Washington Avenue. Like, I don't know. Like,
yeah.
And he makes sure he's in your car at 3:15 a.m. at Washington Avenue.
Yeah,
we have a weird thing that we've developed, and I'm not saying it couldn't be coincidence, but like we're always like, when God shows us like money, like a dollar bill or like a coin you know how you just come across them. So I'm not saying it's a miracle at all. It's kind of his way of saying like you're on the right track. And it has happened a lot of times when we're like, I don't know. And then you're in the middle of the woods, you get up and it's like, oh, there's a $5 bill here in the middle of the woods, you know? So, but it's not a claim to miracles, but it's just like, and we only read it as just like encouragement.
Yeah,
But,
I mean, I can see that.
you know,
I had a religious experience once. I was very drunk and I went down into the kitchen of my house and I was listening. No, I was just singing the song Yellow by Coldplay and I was like, oh my God, this is a song about God and people. And I like just stood there crying for a long time. I don't know like how religious it was, but it's like, look at the stars, look how they shine for you. It's like, I made all this stuff for you. I don't know. I thought it was very cute. I was like, oh, God's our dad. He made everything for us.
yeah, but I don't even think that's like necessarily a mystical experience. That's just like
No, it was just genuinely religious. I don't have a lot of
gratitude.
those feelings. Yeah.
I think the closest these days I get to, I mean, there's times when maybe like personally at home I have a spiritual experience, but it's more so, I think some of that is also just like a rise of emotion and stuff as well.
Yeah.
And so, but I mean, the closest that I get to really spiritual experience now, I guess, is there's a part in the liturgy of St. John Chrysostom where we perform, because it's the same liturgy. I mean, aside from during Lent here, it's the liturgy of St. Basil. But most of the time, it's just liturgy of St. John Chrysostom every Sunday. And during that liturgy, there is a part where you sing the cherubic hymn. It's the part where you go, there's basically two halves of the liturgy of the catechumens and then liturgy of the faithful. Liturgy of the catechumens is like the first half. That's the part that really only has any changes to it. Like it's a lot of singing, litanies, and then there's like the reading of an epistle and the gospel. And then
the Catholics have the same.
When you're going from that half to the second half, the liturgy of the faithful, there we sing the cherubic hymn, and for me, I guess that's a spiritual time because that's when that's when we're like entering the liturgy in heaven, and I feel like I really feel it then. But
what branch of Orthodoxy?
The jurisdiction I'm in, the Russian Orthodox Church abroad, is the parish that I attend. But I mean, I pretty regularly attend Vespers at the Greek parish locally and stuff as well. So,
does that mean that the liturgy is performed in Old Russian?
No. It's actually the whole parish is a convert parish. So the only time we say anything in Russian is it'd be Slavonic. We still do Slavonic style,
right? Yeah,
style singing. But everything is in English aside from part of the Trisagion prayers, which is Holy God, Holy Mighty, Holy Immortal, have mercy on us. The second we say that 3 times. The second time we say it's all in Russian, but that's the only time.
So is the parish like 90% dudes and like 10% females?
Actually, it's a lot of families.
Okay.
It's a lot of families. There are like a lot of single young men, but they come from a college about 45 minutes away.
Are there no women at the college?
I don't know.
It tends to be like that's why I'm just kidding. You know, like the ortho bro thing is like there's not a lot of ortho sis.
I will say. I mean, at the parishes that I've been to, it's a lot of young families, which is pretty crazy. Like 20s and 30s families.
That's like Catholic traditional masses are like that too.
And then at when I go there was one church that's like what you're talking about. When I went to the Serbian church up in the north part of my state. It was like they don't really have many pews. They only have the first 3 rows as pews, and then everything else is standing room. All the families were in the pews, and there's just like an army of young men standing in the standing area, which was kind of crazy.
That's the old school. It's not even to have pews. You know that, Chris? They didn't used to have pews.
Yes, I do.
Yeah,
Catholic
we don't have
churches
pews
too.
We don't have pews at my parish.
Yeah,
that's
more like old school, and like not having an organ too is more old school.
Yeah,
Protestantism heavily adopted the pews.
It was like an innovation to have pews and an organ, even though we think of that as old school.
Guys, not to interrupt, but my DoorDashed beer is here. And it's so good. I'm about to start speaking in fucking tongues, okay?
Yay.
Oh, we're having fun now.
Have you ever been to a service with no pews, Confluence? Because, we were just
That's the one I went to. I told you, the one time I went to Orthodox church, it was one of those. No pews. You have to stand the whole time.
Does that mean there's no like stinky people in there?
No stinky people.
I don't get it.
Dad joke. Pew.
Oh, yeah, that's a dad joke.
Oh, there we go.
I didn't know that. I didn't know. I guess that makes sense. I didn't know the Catholics didn't used to have pews and stuff. But I guess it makes sense because we were the same for like forever.
Yeah, I don't know if it was like. I think it actually came from Protestantism, where we tried to sort of compete with them and say like, okay, we'll give you a place to sit down, I guess. And then the Orthodox were more hesitant, like a lot of Protestant things, to adopt that. But I think it came from Protestantism. And like, it's not really like, I don't think even for the Orthodox, it's a big deal if there are or aren't pews, but
no,
it's just
it's
one of
like,
those old school things.
Typically we don't have pews. And if we do have pews, there's like still standing room. But there are parishes that I've been to that have full sets of pews.
Yeah.
Most of the time it's the Greeks that do that. The Greek jurisdiction definitely will just be like, yep, let's load it up with pews. Let's play an organ. It's like when my mom went to one of those, she grew up Catholic.
Oh, the Greeks are fucking wild.
When look, she grew up Catholic and she was like, this is just like a high mass.
Yeah, because they're competing with Catholics in Greece, right? It's like half and half, isn't it? Greek Catholics, Greek Orthodox.
Yeah, kind of like
so
in
maybe
Ukraine,
they're like,
same
well,
thing.
yeah, you gotta
Greek Orthodox
play the
weddings
same
are
game.
wild.
I mean, not
Jordan,
the ones
where are
I
you?
Back to the hoochie mamas.
I want to know what Jordan is, first of all. I can't remember. What's your religion?
I do not have a religion.
So gay, Jordan. So gay.
He doesn't have a religion. He has a relationship. Okay, calm down.
You have a personal relationship with your Lord and Savior.
Hey.
You're gonna hit me with that. Yeah, back to the hose. Where them hoes at?
Back to the
present
hose.
and moving through all things, but its essence is not flowing through all things. We are not an aspect of that piece, but it's flowing through all of us.
I didn't
Correct?
say that he was flowing through all of us.
Omnipresence.
Did you hear what I just said? So he's omnipresent. He's observing all things. He's the ultimate superior creator. So he sees all things. He's sovereign. Nothing happens that God is not aware of. That does not mean that God's nature is the same as humans' nature. Does not mean that God's nature is the same as creation. He's distinct. He's actually other than, and that's what's able to separate him as creator.
Okay, gotcha. But you do believe that God created all things, right? God is the creator. Okay, so we can make an example here of an artist who is painting on a canvas and they create this beautiful masterpiece.
Right.
When you see that, do you not see an essence of their being emanating, breathing through that force? You see, like when you look at that can't be replicated because it's an essence of their soul emanating through the work.
If you listen
and so,
here,
how can we say that God's creation is separate?
To what this lady is saying, this is why the Orthodox have essence energies distinction, because of exactly what this lady in the white is saying.
I've been getting into that kind of recently.
I still
You mean the lady in
vote
pink?
Exactly, no.
Or pink, whatever color. I'm colorblind, like we talked about
Yeah, I
yesterday.
was gonna say, yeah. Patrick is colorblind. I just learned.
I just wasn't sure what you were saying.
The crazy lady here with the microphone in her face here.
Is there
I
a way
think
to
what she's saying is
describe this?
perfectly orthodox Catholic theology to say, like, yeah, of course, the imprint of the Creator is on His creation.
Yeah, it's like, but see, I would say instead of his essence flowing through everything, it's his energies flowing through everything. Like that's what you see when you're seeing.
She's doing a good
Are you,
job
like,
defining the
arguing
natures.
semantics at that point?
No,
I don't think the Christian really understands God's nature, but
Really? Why not?
because she's saying God observes everything. God is the way that we would say it is God is the ground of all being.
Oh,
So
you're saying
in a
she's-
certain sense, everything that does participate in God's being. It's not like God is a being outside of His own creation.
Yeah.
Now-
Among other beings, it's
Now I'm kind of fine. I guess I'm more dirty Protestant, but I would say to me the reason why that makes logical sense is we would consider God the independent mind. So His mind is what I guess it is what's viewing all things. It's what grounds like logic and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'd agree.
independent mind.
Yeah, so it's like we would have the dependent portion of mind, and so everything we say is subjective. But if there's an independent mind that's viewing all, then that's how we ground objectivity.
But do you see God as just being a mind?
No. It's my poor terminology. So it's kind of like there's not a word I could use that could describe it other than, I guess, the concept independent mind.
I think that pretty much that would be common Christian understanding.
But I also do think the chick in the pink's doing so much better than the Indian woman.
I think we all can agree on that.
Let's get back to her.
In my eyes, creation is not separate from the creator. It is impossible. It is imbued. Creation is imbued with the creator's touch, with the thumbprint of God. You believe that God is omnipresent.
I just got to point this out for my chat, okay? You guys know Joan, of course. This is male Joan, okay? I threw the bitch under the bus because that was what it cost to get every single one of my enemies, and she respects it at the deepest, is loyal as fuck. What if it was the opposite? I'm not Solomon, this isn't Troy. None of these comments make any sense.
Okay. I was going to say
there was neo-modern Christianity.
Was this lady on panel or something?
You're talking about? No,
maybe
this
is one of the women from the panel.
Oh, from this panel, yeah, it could be. I've seen neo-modern Christianity before, but we have someone who's like Filipino named Joan that comes in all the time, and like if you translate her stuff from Tagalog, then she makes sense, but when she types in English, it's like inscrutable, or not inscrutable.
Oh, I've spoken to women like this.
Yeah, it's like there's no. And Keelan got obsessed with her, Jordan, because he realized, and he was the one that broke the code. He realized that she just was not a native English speaker, because then it all makes sense.
That's the thing, is like Keelan seems to like bring a lot of non-native English speakers, and then the people in this panel get too fired up, and then they see a pause as like an instance to just jump down their throats when English isn't even their first fucking language.
Keelan. I've summoned you. That's the Holy Spirit at work, Keelan. Get wrecked, okay?
We haven't seen Keelan in a while.
Work the rest of the week.
Yeah, Keelan, you should join, okay?
We've only seen John Elden Ring.
We're not even talking about. We're talking about Joan. We're talking about Joan, Keelan.
Yeah, we don't have enough profile pictures.
I'm talking about.
We need more.
No.
Keelan cams up at least, okay? Keelan cams up. Unlike Big Soda, who's not cammed up. Terrible times.
Well, I cammed off because I was eating pizza and nobody wanted to see that.
Yeah, well, you're probably done now.
Like a fucking snake, you know.
I can cam up, but I'd be on my phone.
Just say more cams is better, okay? Just say
it's fine.
And the force flows.
People like videos of people.
I can't really see any distinction between that we are not expressions of God.
Mm-hmm. So I think you're conflating again.
I'm gonna make you feel self-conscious, Jordan.
Flowing through all things, and I could turn the.
Like you're saying.
Let me finish. Okay. Thank you. So I can flip the painter analogy right around on you when I look at a painting.
They're getting cunty already. It's been 3 minutes.
Painting. That might be an expression of somebody's mind, will, or
21 women Kamala in the fucking room.
I now want to find the painter. In the same way that if I see a cake that's beautifully designed, I'm going to go, who's the baker?
Oh, I'm sure she sees a cake.
I'm like, oh my gosh, the child is beautiful. That child has all these gifts.
Have said that. That's
I'm going to look at the child and say, who are your parents? So the point of creation is always to lift the person's
I want that dumb Jubilee
upward.
chick to start talking when I debated Andrew.
Okay, but can you open this jar?
If God is all-knowing, then he knows who the creator is. He knows who the parents are. I feel like God is so much all-knowing that he knows that all of us won't receive a message in the same channel. So
those nails, though. Those fucking nails, man.
Sometimes you might find God in the rainforest.
That's Green
Goblin mode.
Our human experiences or perspectives to dictate how God speaks to anybody. This is how I feel. So I feel like
that's her name.
God is connecting with you in any way, and he's actually connecting to you. That's God. Sometimes the human experience kind of blurs definitions of things, but I do feel like
welcome. What's your name? Ben Thorpe's Ethiopian food truck. How's it going, dude?
It's going well, folks.
If God is all knowing, then he knows all of what I need to know too. And I'm gonna get my messages from him.
Are we watching the movie Precious right now?
I can receive them. And if that means just going to the beach and laying down, or
This is a sequel.
going to the forest and letting the rainfall, that's between me and God.
So Farron, I don't necessarily.
Ad hominem
No,
generator.
you're good. I don't
What
necessarily.
happens in the
disagree
rainforest
with
stays in the
that. I
rainforest.
think that because God has created all things, He uses all
Serafina,
things to
true.
point back to Himself. And so, for instance, like when I'm resting and listening to worship music, that's my way of connecting with God. My dad loves nature; he loves hiking. So when he's
Oh, it's
hiking, he feels
Keelan.
like he's experiencing God in a.
Is it going John Elden Ring? The third?
I'm taking back John Elden Ring.
Are you taking it back?
Just taking it back.
Man, this is the guy that said you have. What did you say about his eyes? Just to inspire drama. This is the guy that said that you have soulless eyes. What did you say about him, Keelan? No, pain in his eyes.
Yeah, pain in his eyes.
Pain in his
Me?
eyes. Yeah, Keelan, the guy at the bottom, whose name is John Elden Ring right now, just so we can get a read on this. That guy in the bottom right.
Oh, we
You'll
met.
probably remember
Is
if he
John
counts
Elden
up.
Ring
Elden
some sort
Ring.
of character on a?
Yeah,
video
he's
game?
the main character of Elden Ring.
Oh.
Oh, this is the guy
Sounds
who
like
got
I
super
met John
drunk.
Elden Ring.
This is the guy who got super drunk in the red room and was talking to someone on his
Yes.
phone.
Yes.
Oh, it is the guy.
That's
Half
him.
black.
Yeah.
He's half black.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey Ben, I just came up. I want to know if there's any truth to this. Someone said you wanted to start a charity dropping off Ozempic to the children of Uganda, so that you didn't actually want to feed them, but you didn't want them to be hungry anymore. Is there any truth to that accusation?
I flatly deny.
Convenient.
Is this the Irish guy?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes,
Oh.
yes, I am.
Tell him.
Yeah.
Write that off on your taxes, maybe, if you did that.
I got to introduce you to my
Unless
buddy
you don't
Tyler.
pay
He's
taxes.
just like you.
God, I
He's so
wanna,
similar.
like I'll
to you.
show a picture of him.
Are you talking about the Irish guy or the Keelan guy?
Yeah. His name is Tyler Rowley.
No, I mean, I don't know if you're referring to me or the John Elden Ring fellow. Oh, okay.
He's
So
my dad's
similar.
Irish Catholic friend. This
Yeah.
guy. If you show my screen, if Ben Thorpe's Ethiopian camp food truck.
Oh
comes up-
shit. Ben Thorpe's Ethiopian camp.
He's just like you. He's like works out.
Oh my
funny.
god.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
That
I
guy
don't
looks
know what it
nothing
is.
like me, bro.
No,
Yeah, but it's the same
baldness
spirit.
Looks like
and
that guy looks like Jordan. Am I crazy?
He's like
Yeah, he
he's
does.
like
I thought it
super
was
buff.
him.
That's
I thought it was Jordan.
That's Jordan living his best life. Okay,
Shout out
holy
Jordan.
shit, that's crazy.
Hey, I actually have a lot of suits. I can maybe wear one. Should I like decam and then come back in a suit?
I
Is
also
that
hate
not
that
you?
I'm calling you Jordan instead of Teo. All of you, this is what Indian Jesus told me, is that I should enforce the strict usernames because everyone has different, like John Elden Ring. No one's gonna remember that.
I'm
Big
Jade
Soda is
Beauregard
Confluence HR. It's
Elden
probably
Ring.
so confusing for like people who are just coming in. Probably mental.
And I'm
Patrick is
Ben
born
Thorpe's
sergeant at arms.
Ethiopian.
Yeah, Ben.
But
Thorpe's
Ben doesn't have
Ethiopian
a food truck yet. Ben has a push cart. Like it's kind of like a simulator game. We're gonna get him up to a food truck.
I had like one of the. It wasn't a truck because it didn't have an engine, but it was like one of those things that those
Like a box trailer.
like in New York City where those Indian guys sit all day or those like Arab guys sit all
Food
day.
cart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
But it was enclosed.
I'm not going to pivot, but I read a news story. Have you heard of the Lincoln Tunnel?
Yes.
Guy had like a hot dog pencil stand outside the Lincoln Tunnel, and he claimed like $480,000 on his taxes 1 year.
Really?
Because you have to win the lottery to get like a specific street where you can operate those. So he would just go out there at rush hour, like before and after people coming into the city and out of the. Basically, everyone who comes in and out of New Jersey, you have to either take the GW Bridge or the Lincoln Tunnel. There's no other. This guy, yeah, it was called like How I Became a Millionaire Selling Hot Dogs or something like that.
Really interesting.
And I'm stuck at a fucking desk all day. Oh my god.
I remember every time we went to the
muttering
Lincoln
to
Tunnel.
yourself,
Remember that,
yeah.
Grace? It was like no propane allowed.
I'm so angry.
We had
No
propane on
RVs,
here.
no propane. We were in an
So
RV
angry.
with propane. It was not good.
I was like, fuck it.
I'll say though, Confluence, I do always keep my same avatar, and I have two avatars and two names. It's just Sergeant at Arms and Board Sergeant at Arms, and my avatar variation is this, which is the same guy in a different pose. So
That's true. Yeah, you're at least consistent. And Big Soda is now too. He also is the Confluence HR department, so it makes sense.
So why do I keep running into the Thorpes in like all these random pockets of the internet?
Have you run into them in other places besides
Oh yeah,
the
my
Confluence
buddy,
YouTube channel?
my buddy CT has a channel, Chaotic Truth.
God, it's like that. Oh, word.
Oh, you guys get around.
We're hiding in the cracks and crevices.
What are you playing with, Teo?
Well, it's funny. We go from Chaotic Truth, which is a predominantly black panel, to possibly the whitest channel on YouTube, which is Confluence. So
Teo, that's not a firearm, is it? You're about to pull out?
No,
Okay, good, because that's not allowed on lives. It is in fact a sword.
It's a Coast Guard
That's
honor
a-
saber that I
Why do you have a
inherited
cutlass?
indirectly. Well, it's an honor sword. It's a military honor sword that I inherited indirectly.
Do you see me holding my Caber sword in my profile photo?
Yeah, I was like, I've got a sword.
That's not a sword. That's a sword.
That's a sword.
Ben, when are you going to give a second chance at love, Ben? All these women on the internet need to know.
I got a chick today.
People have been
She showed
asking.
me a chick today. She showed me a panty pic, and then she's asking me to guess who she
I'm
is.
not talking about
Guess who she-
conquest or headboards. I'm talking about the real thing, Ben. Grace is going to leave the nest soon. Grace is going to meet a really nice immigrant. That there's going to be a prenup. There's going to be a document. We all know how that's good. But for you, coming into the third quarter of life, that early autumn season.
Yeah.
Like what's next for Ben Thorpe?
Well, like I said, I got the panty pic. We'll see where it goes. It's a good start. I feel like
One step at a time.
I don't have time for all the wine and dining and 69ing.
Why don't you take your little podcast on the road over to like the Philippines or Thailand? Do like a little mail order bride experience.
Yes.
That'll just further the stereotype of Western sex pests.
Ben's like 6'6" over there. He could probably just convince them that he's Harvey Weinstein and they would just believe it. They think he's rich.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Aren't there places in America you could go just to get easy women? Like Vegas or something?
Ohio.
The local tavern at 3 a.m.
I think anybody under the age of 40, Ben, will not know the nightlife lore, pre 4G, 5G internet, when that was social media.
True.
I long for a time that no longer exists, Ben.
I think it's fun. It's just different. You got to get used to it.
I mean,
can you imagine?
I cut you off.
I like with these panty pics and stuff. It's like at first I was like, okay, so when are we meeting? And then I realized it's not really that. It's just some sort of validation thing, and it's kind of fun. I sent some dick pics out. Some of them unfortunately became public. Others were dudes, but it's kind of I kind of like with the
This is worth at least 2 in the bush.
There was an Instagram hottie who hit my dad up, and we had a Discord VC, and he shared the picture in the side chat, and
she was beautiful.
She was beautiful
until we found out she was a dude. Yeah.
one of the people in the VC goes, "Ben, do you see the bulge in the underwear?"
She was a tucker. I didn't realize you could tuck.
Yeah. Well, there's
triple zoom.
I refer to those people as Decepticons, by the way. I'm trying to make that word catch on.
You know what I learned, though? But you remember the old, the video, the hot, crazy? Okay, so I was like, okay, well, you're obviously, hot and not crazy. And then, so the guy goes, yeah, that's a tranny. So, it was true. That's a dude.
Do you remember a fellow by the
she was
name of-
very, she talked like I wanted to hear, let's just do this and this and this. I was like, that sounds great. I've never heard a woman talk like that. And turns out it was a dude.
It turns out you still have never heard a woman. Grace, do you remember a gentleman by the name of Red Hood?
No.
You don't remember Red Hood from the pred catching community?
Yes. We remember him. Remember?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
He's a friend of mine. He's a pretty talented little screenwriter, too.
Yeah, he was a nice kid. I think he initially was trying to predate on us or catch us as predators.
He wanted to catch my dad.
And then he was like, yeah, I don't think
you're the fucking golden goose, Ben.
No, he wasn't.
Even the court tried to catch him. He was investigated by the court, and they recommended a pedophile risk assessment.
Pedophilia assessment.
Well, Red,
oh no!
Show me the pics. Yep, that's hot.
Red was born with a congenital issue. He can't really walk. So, but he's
Oh, really?
Yeah, super. I mean, really, really smart. Too smart for YouTube, And if you want to see
like an interesting guy, yeah.
if you want to see how ugly YouTube can be, it's you watch 45, 50-year-olds torment a 20-year-old who can't walk taking public transport to college, and you lose.
Can I trigger you, the dude, with a question? It's a sincere question, but it's going to trigger you. Okay, this is a real question, though. Do you think there is an overlap, not obviously 100%, but some overlap with people who try to catch predators and they themselves being predators and like projecting outward and like fight, instead of fighting the demon within, they're externalizing it in like a Jungian sense?
I don't think there's any more. I don't think there's any more overlap as opposed to there's cops that are predators. There are priests. There's little league coaches. There's probably biotech engineers. It's every cross section of life, brother. There is, if there is overlap, it's just happenstances, the same as would be overlap with any other, metric by which you could, quarantine off people.
It could be
Republican, Democrat.
Just seen, there's like true crime channels like EWU or like I can't remember the other guy's name, where it's like police investigations, interrogations, and there was a guy that he had like a hat that was like make pedophilia. I don't even know. It was like play on Make America Great Again, but it's like and it's like if you're wearing a hat that's talking about being like a pedo hunter, and that's a little sus. And he ended up being a pedophile himself, and then he was right. And it's like. No, I wasn't surprised. It's like he's wearing a hat that's talking about how much he hates pedophiles, and it's just like, okay, well, so this is like your identity right now, and it's like, why?
So let me ask you this question: the arsonist that loves to go to watch the fire burn down the building. Of course, anytime somebody can use a Trojan horse to get into a community, it's the same guy who pretends to be a feminist to get laid. Like, of course, there's going to be a couple that sneak in, but to say correlate like causation and no, that's not a thing.
I guess I just wonder if it becomes externalized in a way, right? Because let's say you have that predilection toward like younger people. So there's like two paths to go down. One path is like to try to deal with it or accept it.
I like the way you soft
and then
pedal it,
second
that
path is
predilection towards younger people.
Well, and actually,
thank you.
Confluence, real quick, just to,
the suspected pedophile community.
What I would say to you, Confluence, is I think they would be much more likely to the lap over would be people in that community because they're not very confrontational. In my experience, people that like children are not confrontational by nature.
Do you think there's a pedophile community?
We'll go down this road.
The map people. The map people. That's a real thing, right?
But before we even go there, do you remember Terry Gross, Fresh Air on NPR?
Yes.
She did it was called the ethical PDF file. This is probably about 10 years ago, and the kid talked about running like an organization for people that don't act on their desires. Do these people deserve to have a peer support group? I'm not going to share my opinion on it because we don't need to go down that road. But there are pockets, and especially with do you know what CP means? If I use that term,
yeah.
Oh yeah.
There's
don't say it like that. Don't say it like that, Ben.
My hard drive especially knows what it
is.
Someone once put that in my backstage. They were in my backstage, and I put them down, and they didn't like it, so they just blasted CP in the backstage.
I was wondering with this panty pick, what if this was a 13-year-old? How would I know, right?
Well, the only, just let me get this point out. The only thing I was going to say is the community there that buys and trades,
or were you ideating?
the people that buy. The people that buy, trade, and facilitate like the transfer of that type of stuff, that is an underbelly. That is a community.
But what is
dark web forums that have been like caught and stuff? And
do you think there's a weird way though in which like making so much of a deal out of it? Because this is my thinking. If you go like all these rich and famous people, they want like 9-year-olds. It kind of makes it seem like. Are they onto something I don't know about? Because you know what I mean, they're like they're billionaires willing to risk their lives for like 9-year-old pussy, and it's like, am I missing? Is that like the best? Because you don't have the. That's not how it's supposed to work.
I've answered that question on like actual radio and TV before, and I'll share my opinion quick. Is that when you never hear the word no from the age of 20 to 50, take a Leo DiCaprio, and I'm not saying him, just him or a Tom Hanks. When the word no does not apply to you, you always have to push the envelope. They call it spicing things up. And I think so it goes from your loved one to cheating to a prostitute to a MILF to a barely legal girl to a Ukrainian. And by the time you get that far down the road,
but it doesn't go to like horses and donkeys necessarily, right?
I there's if you ever want to watch a fun documentary, there was a guy named Dr. Richard Kinsey, and he explored just about all the sexual immorality that.
Yeah, Kinsey. Oh, that's Alfred Kinsey. Alfred Kinsey is the guy.
Was it Alfred? I thought it was Rich. I could be wrong.
Is that Sally Megan's Law? Is that related to Megan is Missing, the movie? And I think it was based on like a true story. Is that related or not related?
I just think you could have a funny sitcom about like pedophiles, and then like like Three's Company, kind of like kids come over, and then they're like, yeah, what I mean? Like,
is Jamon Montero Express
situational comedy?
I don't think I'm not sure if he's been here. I mean, I've seen Jamon in the
What's
chat.
up,
before.
buddy?
How's it going, Jamon?
What's going on, babe?
Montero.
Hey, Dad. How you doing, buddy?
What up?
I heard crannies and incest, so I had to come up.
We're talking about our community.
Carry on. I just wanted to come up.
No, but I think there's something called the taboo effect, which means you want to do something that society tells you not to do just to do it. And like, I don't know how much of an effect that is, because most things, but it can be this weird way in which it becomes alluring to, you know what I mean? Like the way like that it's now cool for white kids to draw swastikas and stuff in the bathroom because it's like trolling, I guess.
Well, when something's a taboo, when it becomes less of a taboo, eventually the floodgates open up. Like you used to not be able to call anybody a Nazi. Now everybody's a Nazi. You used to not be able to call anybody a PDF file. Now everybody's a PDF file.
Yeah.
Like the sensationalism, especially with like the anonymity that people, I've met a lot of the people I know from YouTube in real life, and very few people carry the same energy IRL as they do at the keyboard. Like it gives everybody the opportunity to kind of, to LARP, for lack of a better term.
Yeah. I actually think it's somewhat dangerous, because now that everyone's a pedophile, no one's really a pedophile.
That's actually what I said.
Pedophiles.
In a world where everybody's when I talk to liberals, in a world where everyone's a Nazi, nobody is.
Yeah.
And in a world where everybody's a pedophile, like nobody is. And do you remember the Me Too movement? In a world where everything's sexual assault.
Do I ever?
In a world where everything is sexual assault, nothing is.
Yeah, right.
That's and you and I think we were talking. Some of the people I'd say 30 and under, they've never had that in real life experience. When I'd have a feeling if Ben and I were chatting at a bar, we'd probably take place very similar.
I'd fucking call the cops on you, absolutely.
If you never had your butthole fingered by a 6-foot jack dude, then fucking sign up for a good time. No, that's but people have like these. I think Confluence is pretty sincere. Minnesota, like this channel in particular, some people I'd say they're fairly authentic
100%.
versions.
I'm the same way offline as I am online. Okay,
That's literally what I just said. You Canadian cuck.
I know that's what you said. I know that's what you said. I'm affirming what you said. I'm yes-anding you. Okay.
But Grace, you're too young. Confluence, were you old enough to remember AOL chat rooms?
I was never in one, but like that was when I was like growing up. I knew they like were a thing. I was like too young for that gay shit though at the time.
Hey, I've been in some chat rooms. I reverse pedo-baited. Yeah, I was like 13. I pretended to be 18.
Yeah, Grace acted as a decoy, but she actually was. Wait, what did you do? You pretended to be older.
That's a decoy then.
She acted as
she
a
did like the
decoy for
opposite
Ben.
thing.
I was
13
like
and she pretended to be an adult.
Yeah, I found like adult women nudes and sent them. I had to like match the pussy to the breasts.
Wait, why? Wait, why? What's the
why?
I just wanted sexual validation. Yeah.
So look, those guys were all committing crimes technically, right? By sending you stuff back.
He didn't send anything back though, so I
if
left.
they did, yeah, probably, yeah, I guess.
So it was just one guy.
But no one would arrest
What do they
someone
call
when a
that?
girl
It's like
is
a-
pretending to be an adult, right?
Well,
No,
they
I
don't
don't
usually,
think
but
they
it's what's it called? It's like a no. Fuck, I always forget the name of this fucking shit. Where you don't have to have like the mens rea, right? There's certain crimes where you don't need that. Like statutory grape, right? You don't need. It's called like a no fault or no. I can't remember what the word is. There's like a. No, it's not that. There's something else.
Labius
It
corpus.
doesn't matter if you
Labius
check
corpus.
your ID, that kind of thing, right?
Yeah, you get fucked. If you do the thing, you get in trouble. It doesn't matter what your intent was. Even if she had an ID, I remember at 18 plus. And I think that'd be the same with probably the chat room. So Grace might have gotten a number of guys arrested. That's possible. That's totally possible.
Have you seen
How would they know I was 13?
Have you seen the epidemic of minors that are on the registry for like sending the depictions of themselves to their boyfriends and girlfriends?
Oh, really? They get on the registry?
It's transmission of CSAM.
Oh, that happened in Canada, in Nova Scotia, in the East Coast.
That's ridiculous.
You don't have to be an adult to be on that?
No, you don't. There was a revenge porn case, at least in my country.
Offenses.
Strict liability. Thank you, Alex. Yes, that's the word I was looking for. But yeah,
Look
this
at
happened
Alex being
in
a grown-up.
Canada where there was like it was a boyfriend girlfriend. They were like 16, 17, and yeah, one had sent an image. The guy had like then shared it in I guess a revenge porn kind of way. And yeah, he got hit with like 8 counts of like distributing CSAM material. He was underage himself, but it doesn't fucking matter. At least they made a fucking example out of that guy. Yeah.
Wait, so if you're like 14 and you take a nude picture and you send it to someone,
Yep,
you can
that's-
get accused
yep.
of spreading
Not accused,
CP?
distribution of child sex abusive material.
I don't know if that ever happens. What
That
I'm
is
saying is like
crazy.
it's tied to like a revenge porn situation. That's the cases I've seen it in, where it's like, yeah, the boyfriend is now sending
Clean your
the whole
files,
school
Grace.
a
Are you
message.
talking between two minors?
Hold on a second.
Yes.
Delete
Yeah.
my message.
It doesn't matter if it's between two.
It doesn't matter who you are, even if
because
you're
you're sending the material.
your own stuff.
Been
it's still
prosecuted.
CSAM.
Like the other, if it's non-consensual and you're sending
can
you're
prosecute
underage, you're
you,
sending
they just
someone
don't.
else underage, they will prosecute you for that. But yeah, I don't know, like just sending
No,
nudes if you're
you can be
underage. I
prosecuted
don't
for
think you're.
sending your own. Yes.
I'm sure you can.
be.
I don't know if
They often
anyone
don't.
has been. No, I don't. Yeah, I don't know if there's. I don't know if we can find a single example where that's happened. But yeah, they probably could. But
If I could try to play the piano.
Oh, by the way, if anyone
Why
gets
do
to
you
go
look so
see,
sad, Keelan?
if anyone gets to go see, they will kill you. It was amazing.
You look like the saddest I've ever seen you. What's going on, Keelan?
I've been told I'm nonchalant.
Where's the red light?
I'm not. I
Yeah,
don't
you're
drink.
missing your aura with the red light.
You don't have to turn on the red light.
That's Roxanne.
I think
There we go. Yes.
I guess you do.
I started
There you go.
reading Capital today. It's so
Oh,
boring.
Das
that
Kapital?
gay shit. Yeah, it's terrible, Keelan.
Oh yeah, it's a
Just burned
super
it.
boring book, bro. I've tried to start it like
Extremely
5
boring.
times. Super boring.
I'm motion for Keelan's new name to be Rambunctious Apathy.
Apparently, Yale's been doing a YouTube series where they talk about the chapters, so I've been watching that.
Fascinating. Thank you.
Little
for
bro
sharing.
didn't fucking Angles even write the book, right?
Back to the video. I mean, we've
Or
gotten
book.
into Keelan's latest
Keelan, do you see the guy
reads.
next to you flexing his McDonald's orders?
Does he have McDonald's orders?
He's flashing his burger, his box, his fries.
It's not just.
I haven't had McDonald's in
I'm
years.
far sexier than you, buddy.
Should have done a combo DoorDash.
You can't get in
I'm
a
retarded.
can't get in a looks off with the dude. It's over, man. It's so over.
It is Jover, yeah.
I'm objectively far more attractive than you, sir.
Is that
Then
Al Him?
Keelan has
Yes, that's
hunter
Al Him.
eyes.
Oh God.
No, Grace, this guy down here, Montero Cod Express. Grace single-handedly destroyed his relationship with his girlfriend.
It's crazy. No. So this guy Terry, he lives
He was
like
living with a
20
woman.
minutes away from
He's
us.
on the streets after meeting up with Grace one time.
He was dating this girl, right? I had no idea. I met up
It
with
was
him.
already going downhill.
I met up with him and Lalo. You know Lalo. Do you know Lalo? Conflicts? Yeah, you know Lalo.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Unfortunately. Okay, so
Unfortunately.
I met up with him and Lalo and my dad, and me and him and Lalo were at a park. We just went to a liquor store, and to troll Lalo, who was sulking, I told Terry, let's walk and like hold hands and like kind of hug each other in front of him to fuck with him because he was sitting far away sulking. So he did that, and apparently his girlfriend saw the clip.
I showed it to her.
No.
Well, okay,
We're
he
doing it
showed
too.
the clip to her, and they had a very nasty breakup.
Yeah. Then shout out Grace.
Which I don't understand. I mean, literally, it's on the tape, like me saying, like, "Let's go fuck fuck with him, but you know.
Yeah, but not every girl understands jokes like you. So
if Grace had an ounce,
find it. That's kind of crazy.
If Grace had an ounce of moral fabric, she would tell everyone on the internet that you were a phenomenal lay, just to make sure that she's a good wingman and fucking good shit. I support you, Terry.
He has very few teeth, so you can imagine.
Yeah, you can't see him right now. So.
Kids don't do drugs.
You couldn't see him in the daytime either, brother.
Hey, I happen to know a dentist. She sometimes joins panel.
Is she?
Oh yeah, she's like 14, if I recall.
Whoa!
Even better.
No.
Now that's a confluence. A dentist who's 14 and hot. Okay.
Okay, calm down.
The Doogie
Terry,
Howser of
I'm sorry that
dentistry.
I'm sorry that YouTube ruined your relationship, Terry. That actually sucked.
I appreciate that.
Grace's
He
own
said
record.
it was already on the outs anyway. You know, Grace probably did him a favor.
But still, like, you know,
I mean, I showed her the clip. I didn't know that part of the story.
I told you that.
Did you? Oh.
Yeah.
You didn't remember.
That's the thing.
That
If the girl found the clip, I would get it. But if you showed her the clip, then yeah,
It was funny. Terry, I have a lot of influence.
That's what I mean. So girl's kind of a little crazy, I think.
Terry, I've got a lot of influence with the regular here. Her name is Mel Cosmic Fox, and if you're single, I could probably.
Yes.
I think I could help.
She
Melania.
just sent my dad a panty pic. She's
Could that have been? I did think of Melania.
Share it with me.
She's my El Capitan of Riz.
That's a real woman.
That's
Not
something.
the person
pleasure
you're
a man.
talking about, but
But before we go back to the video of Confluence, Grace, Ben, and Ted, what would you want to see on Jubilee next that we haven't seen on Jubilee?
Jews versus anti-Semites.
Yes.
Oh yeah, like the violent, like the who's that actual loser? The guy who's like not friends with Hassan. Oh, Keelan, you'd probably know.
Ethan Hawke, not Ethan Hawke. Ethan Hunt? No,
not Ethan Klein. Bad Empanada. You guys know that guy? That guy's an actual psycho, and he's like an anti-Semite in like a violent way.
Yeah, like the Stormfront
you get
guys.
you get like a Ben
No, he is
Shapiro.
not. No, he is not.
Bad Empanada.
I followed the
Dad,
rabbit hole.
you know Bad Empanada. He's that kind of
Oh, yeah.
Middle Eastern looking
Bad
guy who
Empanada
he does
does-
videos about loner box.
He doxed Ethan Klein's home.
Psycho is an actual psycho.
Literal psycho,
I don't
Grace.
know.
Yeah, your Confluence is right here.
When Destiny went to Israel, Bad Empanada was tweeting at terror group Twitters to try to get Destiny killed. Which, like, no matter what you think,
I do have to say, I do endorse that. I do
Crazy.
endorse that.
He was like saying Destiny's location to like these tear cells, which is just, that's fucking.
They're like, why should we kill this incel?
Yeah. Thank you, Clayton Bigsby. Yeah, this guy is a bad guy. Bad Empanada is a bad dude. I mean, it's in his name. He tells you who he is.
He got famous for what he did to he got famous for what he did to Ethan Klein. Confluence.
Yeah, all the CPS shit, all that. That guy.
He was leading like the Reddit revolt again. I'm not an Ethan Klein. What's his podcast called? 3H. H3. Yeah, I'm not an Ethan Klein fan, but Bad Empanadas doesn't have the best reputation.
No, even Hassan will say that he is insane. Like, Hassan will still react to some of his videos, but he will openly say Hassan's like, this guy's mental. So if Hassan is saying this guy goes too far, he probably goes too far. Okay.
Who's the most famous
I thought he was
person?
just a random guy who did video essays.
He does high quality with a lot of sourcing video essays, but no, like in his personal life, he is fucking unhinged. He is absolutely unhinged. But yeah, he does well put together video essays if you're on like the pro pally side.
Did you ever get on whatever, Grace, or did that never pan out?
No, I never did.
Oh, I would make a fucking whole video about that. Holy shit.
I could have sworn like a couple of months ago you were like getting ready to. Weren't you supposed to be on?
I was invited by Kel actually, but I couldn't make it, and whatever.
You should.
Whatever.
You should. Whatever. You should. You should message Brian. That'd be so good.
I got invited. I got invited on by them. They DM'd me.
Go on.
And then I filled out their questionnaire.
Is to go on the whatever podcast.
I'll bring
unironically.
Well.
Yes. Oh, us to get. Oh my God, that'd be crazy. Yes.
If you think about it.
If you do think about it.
No, they reached out to me and they DM'd me and they sent me the questionnaire or whatever, and I was like, oh shit. And then they never responded, and then I messaged and they totally ghosted me. So
That's crazy because I feel like Brian would be all over that shit. That'd be so fire.
It was the
well,
Wilsons.
I answered the questionnaire. They were like,
what's your weirdest,
what's your weirdest sexual experience? I probably should have sanitized it more. I thought it was pretty funny. I was like, okay, well, one time I had a Jewish guy on the internet make me lick my panties on stream.
Are you talking about fucking Ormaxer?
Yeah.
Ormaxer.
I fucking hate that guy. I hate him so much.
You're dead wrong.
I thought.
And then I think I said also my mother accused me of stealing her husband away from her and whatever, doing stuff.
Ormaxer is like one of 4 people that has been banned from this channel in its whole history of yeah.
Wow. He came on?
Yeah. He came on, and actually I'd seen the clip, the Grace clip, and so I was like confronting him on that because I'd seen that clip a long time ago, and I was like, I think you're a disgusting person, but I was still like, hey, this I know who this guy is. But then he started insulting the other panelists in like very bad. Big Soda remembers this. Big Soda remembers this. Yeah, and he was just saying bad
Great
stuff,
content,
and it was
though.
just. It was just bad. I think he's a bad guy. I think he's actually.
Can you swap me? Can you swap me with this cat person next to me, and put him next to Ben Thorpe's Ethiopian food truck?
This cat who's the cat person? What are you talking
Montero?
about?
Yeah.
Why is he cat? Why is he a cat person?
He's a fish person.
I'm a cat person.
Switch me, please. Switch.
I
me.
do love pussy. That is true.
The dude is mogging.
Oh, the dude's doing the bicep thing again. This is what the dude does when Grace is on screen. He'll, like, intentionally have his bicep.
Grace is far too young.
Jeffrey Epstein gloving video. You ever seen that shit?
I have no idea what's going on.
Oh no! Why did you leave?
You just got brain mogged.
True.
Back to the witches. Let's go.
Yeah, resume video, please, says Sally. We will resume the video. Oh no, he's back. He's back. The dude's back.
Leave him over there.
Completely different way. There's a verse in James 1:16. It says, every good and perfect gift comes down from the Father. So meaning experiencing the beach, that's a good.
Also, I just have to say, unrelated, but everyone watching, consider supporting Confluence's car fund. Okay, consider doing that. Think about the super chats. Okay,
Why are you always
just
watching
think about
this? Why are you always watching this like all black women's panel?
I don't know. I've just been on like a intersectional feminist kind of bend right now. I don't know, man. Just the people of color, the women, just the confluence, if you will, of the two of them. I don't know.
Good and perfect gift from the Father. Experiencing a hike, that's a good and perfect gift from the Father. Experiencing music, that's a good and perfect gift from the Father. But where I think the separation in our worldviews is that you guys stop at the creation and you don't look up to the Father. So when you're laying on the beach, it should be, wow, God, this is beautiful. Let me give you honor and respect because this beach is beautiful and you made it.
Personally, that's what it is.
That's what it is?
For me personally, yeah.
So I agree with some of the things they're saying, and I feel like you can't have a creation without the creator being in the creation. It can't be separate. Like a mom having a baby, the baby is going to have that DNA. Not saying the baby is going to come out exactly like the mom. Not saying if you look at the baby and say, oh, you're cute, who's your parents? You can still appreciate the creation. Appreciating the creation is appreciating the creator. It's not separate. I can look at the beach and say, wow, God, and God's not going to be like, I made that. Why you glossing over the beach? He's not going to think that. Appreciating that is appreciating him. And I feel like when we appreciate nature,
so she believes in God outside of
when
nature.
we see the
That's
God
good.
in nature, we respect it. Humans kind of have this superiority complex, like, oh, we're better than any other animal. Oh, that dog, who cares about that stray dog? Like stuff like that. Oh, who cares if I litter? Because we don't see the God in everything. We don't really see the reverence in everything. Even little things like that, throwing trash on the ground. You can also, if you're saying what you're saying, you can say that I don't respect God because I did it. He made this and he just threw it on it. So I don't think they're separate. I think two things can be true at once. God can.
I don't
be
know
in
what the fuck
everything,
she's
and you
saying,
can
but I
still
think I agree.
appreciate the creation.
Black people are complaining about throwing trash on the ground.
Are you guys familiar with the concept of Imago Dei? Okay, so Imago Dei means image bearer, and all human beings are endowed with the image of God, We are not God, but we're made in his image. So that's kind of what you're talking about. When people look at us,
Absolutely not,
they
Brandon.
can
Absolutely
see
not.
the creator, but we ourselves are not the creator. We're meant to be mirrors to the creator. The same way that a child, yes, mirrors their parents, but a child still has very distinct DNA. A child has distinct fingerprints. A child is still other than its parents, though it shares some of the attributes with God. So for instance, you guys all look like creative people. Creativity, I would say, is God's thumbprint on you, that you were
Is
made
that a subtle
in his
dig?
image. And so again, my whole thing is like, can we give the one who is worthy of glory and honor and respect due? If you guys are familiar with the Christian worldview, God touts over and over again that he is a jealous God. Idolatry, right? This is one of the main 10 commandments. You shall have no other gods before me. And so that's why we make this very distinct line between worshiping a tree or worshiping the beach and worshiping God.
I can't speak for all of us, but I think that to make it clear, we're not saying we are God. We are expressions of God. We are
Is that a white woman?
fractals. We are peace. You even say we are
Red-pilled.
mirrors. When you look at an individual, you see the universe.
See, this
And
girl knows
sometimes
what's
it can be
up.
jarring. It can be hard to look to someone in the eyes because you see a reflection of yourself. You even said it. You see a mirror because we're all fractals of the one, of the all,
Yes,
of the
absolutely.
whole. And I just can't understand how a creator could be separate from creation because it requires to be non-dependent. And so, for there to be separation, there must be non-dependence. And creation requires its creator. It's dependent.
Big Soda, I'm going to call you out. So, faithful, dirty Protestant. Do you agree? We are all fractals of the divine, if you think about it. Do you agree with that? Because that's fucking true. That's fucking true. You know it's true. Yeah.
I mean, I disagree in the aspect that I agree with the one chick because she's clarifying the nature argument. So
I'll be right back.
To say that we have the image of God wouldn't inherently make us or mean that God is a part of us. Like we don't share in God's nature. But I mean, I can understand the reasoning behind this woman's argument. But I would say I would generally disagree with that.
But think of I'm trying Loki. A little bit, but not really. Think of a Mandelbrot set, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if we were zooming in, right? Are we not fractals of God himself, right?
Well, what do you mean by that?
It's not just a fingerprint. It is. We are even from a Christian point of view, right? We're gods. We're the essence of God or the energy of God. I don't know the fucking difference. On earth, right? That's what we are, right? So it's so that there is a fractalization, is that a word? It could be of God, right? I think that's the whole point of us being the church, right?
Yeah. Well, I think this is why, Patrick brought it up earlier, that the distinction between energies of God and essence of God. And so just because we have energies of God inside of us and God acts through his energies, that doesn't necessarily make the energies themselves the essence of God. And so just because there could be that image, that reflection of God, or that fractal of God wouldn't make us God. There would still be that separation.
I know, but even think of the divine comedy that happens, not the book, but the comedy that is divine, of how the word Christian, as I think we've talked about, right, was originally a pejorative, right? That's what they in Acts, right? It talks about how they started calling Christians because it means little Christ.
Yeah.
But the occult truth of that is that they were right by saying that, right? We are little Christ. That's what we are. We're a fractalization of Christ. I don't even think that's a heresy. I think that's actually based.
I think Little Christ is going to be my new rap name.
Ben and Patrick, am I saying a heresy or am I based?
Kind of. Do you want to go first? Do you want me to go first, Ben? Okay. I was gonna say. I mean, I wouldn't say we are icon. We're made in the image, which actually in Greek is
Imago Dei,
which is icon. Right? So we're icons, but in the same way that Christ is an icon of the Father, we are icons of Christ. That's why the things are weird and they changed, but obviously God was okay with genocide in the Old Testament. There's a lot that goes into that, but part of that is that Christ became man, and so now we don't do that. God doesn't allow genocide stuff to happen anymore because now human nature is sitting at the right hand of God. So I think there's truth in what Big Soda was saying. I don't think that we don't have God's energies in us or his essence or anything. We can't directly participate with his essence, but we do in a synergistic way participate in his energies. And that's the whole purpose. I will say, I'm not agreeing with you here, Confluence, but Christ
sounds like you low-key are, though.
Himself does
a little bit.
Psalms and say, is it not said that ye are gods with a lowercase g? I'm not agreeing.
The lowercase g in the Hebrew. It's Elohim. It's Elohim.
I'm not agreeing with it.
Just saying, it's Elohim in the Hebrew.
But what the purpose here is that we are supposed to be acting in a synergistic way to be glorified in the same way that Christ is glorified and to be joined with Christ. That is what we're supposed to be doing. So I don't know. I explained it the best I could. We're icons of Christ, which is an icon of the Father.
Yeah,
we don't have the energies inherently. We participate in the energies in a synergistic way so that we can become glorified. And that is how we're saved. There you go.
Based. Okay. Ben?
What is a fractal?
Fractal is like a repeating... Oh, I don't know. Keelan is the math guy on the panel, but it's like...
Yeah, fuck you, Confluence. You can explain this since you know so much math.
Fuck off, Keelan. So it's like, you know the Triforce in Legend of Zelda?
I don't know what any of those
I don't think anybody knows what that is.
Jesus fucking Christ, you guys. Just trying to rage bait me or what?
I'll pull it up.
I was too busy exploring what the inside of a woman felt like.
Okay,
Yes.
so this is like
Not
a
pointy.
very simple example.
Tell your mom I said hi.
Ben, it's
Well,
essentially an infinitely repeating pattern.
Yeah.
As you
So,
zoom
like, if
in,
you-
it's just the same pattern over and over again.
Yes. So if you see this triangle, right, and it's made up of other triangles, yeah, you could zoom in forever. It'll always be the same shape. You could zoom out forever. It's always going to be the same thing. And so when I say that we are fractalizations of God, or the woman in the video said that, I think, yeah, we're God on like a different level, right? If you like, yeah, I don't know really how to explain it, but yeah, if you like zoom in on God, if you
does that mean we're all Maryland?
In a way, in a sense, yes, in a sense.
We are the world.
I don't think it maps cleanly.
We are the children.
I
don't
do
know
think you run into some
I don't know
problems,
how that
though,
makes any sense.
especially on the theological side of like, can God separate himself from himself? So like, can there be that separation of God? And then so if we're fractals of God, is that God separating parts of himself?
No, it's a fractal. Like no one of these fucking triangles, right, is separate from another triangle, right? So we might be a super zoomed in triangle, and if you zoom out, you get to like an ever expansive, ever spiraling view of God, right? And so we are not the sum total of the fractal. We're a fractalization of the divine.
But we can separate ourselves from God, correct?
We can what?
I said we can separate ourselves from God, correct? Like, is that action true?
I would say this is heresy talking, but I don't actually think we can.
I
I'm
think
gonna
we're
pull Maryland.
licensed.
There's nowhere else to go back to but God. There's
We're
nowhere else
licensed
to go.
franchisees.
Where else would we fucking go but back to God, right? So the separation, I think, is an illusion. I think, and people can live in that illusion.
What
but it
about
is an
hell?
illusion. I don't think hell is like a permanent place.
Well, what is hell?
I will quote C.S. Lewis that I think hell, if there's a lock on hell, it is on the inside, and so if you take that to its ultimate conclusion, you'd have to imagine that people are in. If we accept that premise, which I understand that people don't, but I don't think hell is like you get condemned there and God's like fuck you. But yeah, if you don't, God is a gentleman, to quote C.S. Lewis again, big C.S. Lewis fan, right? So yeah, if you want to be separate from God and you want to live in that illusion, God will allow you to do that. But in the big span of eternity, why would any soul want to do that? Eventually, souls will come around. Eventually, it could be eons, it could be a long amount of time, but eventually everyone will want to return to God. And I don't think God's like, hey, it's too late. you fucked up in your temporal time on Earth, this fucking blinking of an eye, you're fucked forever. You're separate from me. No, I think everyone's going to return to God. There's nowhere else to go, to quote Marilyn.
So you think the
Nowhere else to
afterlife
go.
is
And to quote
temporal?
Peter.
You think the afterlife is temporal?
I think hell is temporal. Yes.
Not temporary. Do you know what temporal means?
Yeah.
So you think the afterlife is temporal? It's just like more time?
Hell, yes. Not. I think there is maybe something beyond that, a fractalization, maybe of what we're thinking about. I'm sorry, but like
hell was temporal.
So I do agree with you in this is slightly okay, Confluence,
Okay.
in the
Based.
sense that we do believe, like we pray for the dead, like souls that have passed, because there is your individual judgment and then the final judgment of Christ, and so we believe that like that's why we pray for you. It's I said this the other day, is we pray for you because maybe you received a poor judgment initially upon your individual judgment, but perhaps our intercessions will give you a better judgment at the second coming of our Lord. And that is the hope, right? And so
You
I don't
get
believe in
judged
universalism. I don't believe in universalism like you're talking about, that everybody will come to Christ necessarily. But I do. Yeah, there's your individual judgment.
If everyone will eventually come around to God, why would anyone have left God? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Because we can choose right now to live an illusion. We see people do this all the time, right? But I think eventually people will get bored of living an illusory life,
I
whether
think
in
the
this life
prodigal
or the life to
son.
come.
The prodigal son's actually like an allegory for this conversation that we're having right
Yes, yeah, low key, yeah.
Are you familiar with that
People
one,
want
Ben?
to fuck around for a while, but eventually people get tired and they want to come home. And
No,
home is
event-
God.
Actually, usually when people, it's interesting. I think this is C.S. Lewis. No, it's John Henry Newman. His thing is like, you have the initial bloom of youth, and if you don't transform that into a spiritual kind of second youth, and I think this is true generally of old people, they become more bitter. And
When curiosity dies, the soul begins to perish.
yeah, like, you know, the Bob Dylan thing is like, he who is not busy being born is busy dying. I think most people get worse with time.
Ben, why do you pretend to be amoral and retarded on YouTube?
What?
I've been saying this to everybody for like, I think you're playing 4D chess. Like, what the caricature that Ben plays is a lot of people try to speak beyond their domain of competence. I think Ben purposefully tries to come across as dumber.
I think what Ben said
idea
didn't make sense, though. I don't see that as.
I'm wondering why. Like, that's like this person I'm talking to now is incredibly interesting. How does the other guy get more clicks and views? I don't get it.
Oh, I see. I thought you were saying Ben is being retarded now.
No. Like that's
It's a tragedy. Like all black men, it's the tragedy of low expectations.
Duly noted. Because there's been a couple of times where like you let the mask down, and because nobody can keep it on 24/7. And I was saying to someone today, I'm like, Ben's a pretty well-read guy, and they're like, no, he's not. He's fucking retarded. I'm like, no, you to be that consistently retarded, you have to be really smart.
Thank you. I'll write that on that'll be my epitaph.
You get what I'm saying, though, to beat the continuity and the
This guy was so
consistency.
retarded, he must have been a genius. No, I don't know.
Or what does it say
the
about
internet's
humanity?
a different place.
What does it say about humanity to Confluence and anyone who wants to answer this? That version of Ben, who rage baits and is a provocateur and loosely references, the Greek like that gets more clicks and views than someone who could talk about a temporal existence of an afterlife. Where are we as a species that Ben gets more clicks and views than this Ben?
I mean, it is what it is. Like, it's like I like
pedophilia
talking.
Quote.
I like talking philosophy and religion, but again, I will also
kind of
tune in
educated.
to the whatever podcast, right? Like, it's sometimes you want the drama, you want the tea. I don't know. I don't know if that's maybe the lesser angels of our nature, but is what it is.
Yeah, they call Jesus the greatest salesman of all time. I think that's not really true, but
he had that 3-day right of rescission. Ha! Sorry.
But Confluence, what do you think about that? I think people generally get worse with time. If you talk to priests and they're being honest with you, they'll say like, yeah, most old people suck.
Yeah, but I guess I would. Okay, well, I guess my.
Have you been around old people?
Yeah,
They
no,
suck.
unfortunately, yeah, old people do low-key kind of suck. But
It's very
I
rare
think-
that they ever turn around in their later days.
But it's
either.
right, but that's hard. It's hard for me in my mind to separate like the biological component from like the spiritual or like soulical component, I guess. So it's like I don't know, like because your
Soulical?
brain, yeah, like yeah, soulical,
Not
like
a word.
that is a fucking word.
Look it
Read
up.
a
Pull up the
fucking
dictionary.
book, man.
Close to a word.
I'm gonna take that off your epitaph now. The whole thing about I'm so retarded that I'm smart. No, that's gone. That's
Soulical.
gone. Not on my watch. Yeah, soulical is a fucking word.
SOUL.
Yeah, like it's an adjective form. Like soul. This is crazy. This is a word. Okay, it's a fucking word.
Right, is it a
Soulical,
word?
Okay. This is a word. Okay, don't gaslight me.
SOULICAL.
Fine, I'll freaking pull it up. Okay?
Soulical.
Apparently it is.
Yeah, it fucking is a word. Yes.
Fewer than 0.01 occurrences per million words. in
No,
the
that's not what he
language.
means.
That's not a word.
Soulical. No, soulical etymology. Soulical. There is.
I'm sorry, it's
one
literally in the
meaning.
OED. If it's in the OED, I'm allowed to fucking use it. Okay, get fucked.
Yeah, but the main thing that shows up is
It's a mathematical term.
Yeah,
It's not a
Wiktionary.
mathematical term. What are you talking about? No. Look,
Can you use a
I'll
synonym?
share it. I'll share it. Soulical. This is on Oxford. This is like the most. The OED is like the biggest repository of the English language. Soulical is formed within English by derivation. Soul, ickle, right? The suffix and the soul. It's not a math term, right? Soul. Okay. Any more gaslighting that I have to extinguish? Okay. Anyway, I don't even know what I was fucking saying now. Oh yeah, no, I remember. Okay.
Oh,
so,
I see. Okay.
I was saying you have to differentiate, or I'm trying to differentiate when we're talking about old people between like the biological state and their soulical state of, right, their brain is obviously like becoming, more like fucking hardened and shit, and they're like kind of they're not, so like people get stuck. It's like the best analogy I've thought of is like if you have, and this came to me one time when I was like smoking weed, which I don't smoke weed often, but when I do, I get like, brain blasts. Okay. Low key. And so I was thinking about how our thoughts are like, they're like rivulets of like water that will like form trenches. So like when you think of like a circle, or you think of the concept of love or anything, your brain is like at the beginning when you're bored, you have like no set trenches to go down. But as you start going down them, your thoughts, if you imagine them as water, will start to run down these same paths. And the more they run down the paths, the more they will like just know where to go. So when I say love,
Right,
you
it's
hear the
like
word love and you
synapses.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. And so
Neural
it'll
pathways.
run down that pathway, right? And so
Yeah.
so that happens.
Along
and
the
that's-
myelinated sheath confluence, we get it. You're educated.
So that's
Across the
that's-
synaptic cleft, we get it. You went to community college. We get it. We get it.
I didn't. First of all, I never went to community
Let's
college.
talk
went
about
to real college.
acetylcholine esterase and its ability to
What
break
I-
down acetylcholine. Okay, come on.
I'm not talking about. I'm not even using biological. I'm using metaphors here, right? Because I think that's more important in some ways. But I'm
You
saying
use
that
the word
we have
rivulet. No one knows what a rivulet is.
rivulet. Like
Am I the only one that doesn't know what that word is?
That's even worse.
stream of water that's
A
going?
little
It's
tiny
just
wave.
a little
Rivulet.
tiny thing of water that's
ripple?
going down. Imagine
ripple.
again. Imagine you have like
Keep
a
it
bunch of
simple.
sand, and you have
Oh, like
water
a little
going down,
tiny
and
stream.
the water will form little pathways, right? And it's
Oh, you mean
eroding
like
the
when I
sand
pee and
beneath
it finds the sewer? Like when I pee and like it goes in one little.
Yes, sure. Whatever helps you get to the point. Yes. Okay. So yeah. So that's what happens, and so that becomes concretized the older you
Oh
get,
my God.
right? And there's certain things that can break that down.
But, I mean, everybody
like-
already knows this.
Concretized.
No, I don't know. I'm just saying, but I'm not saying this is like super unique or anything.
What I'm
but
saying is, you're like in the long run, people come around to the good. That's not true. If you work
No.
with, I used to work with little
let me
kids. and you can say
finish.
whatever
Let me
you want
finish.
about that.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
They
Let me
were
finish what I'm saying, Ben.
so great, and then their parents come and pick them up, and you're like, "What the fuck happened?"
I know.
And then
Let
the
me-
grandparents
this is-
come, and you're like,
This is
"Please kill
what
yourself."
Ben, let me finish. This is literally what I'm saying. So these things become concretized with age, right? The neural pathways, whatever the fuck you want to say, the rivulets, as I would
Yeah.
like to say. So
Right.
yeah, but that's a biological
So what's
thing. That's
hopeful?
well, that's the brain thing, but that's why I'm separating the biological from the soulical, because your soul after death do you have the same rivulets? Is your brain the same? No, right? So something else is probably happening. So yes, with old people, we're confined to physical shells that we're in.
The problem there is
that's what I'm saying.
The Christian understanding of when you die is you're no longer in time. So
but even as Patrick, as Patrick is saying, like there's a reason why we have intercession for the dead, right? Like, why would we do that if we thought that it was just like sealed when someone died? There'd be no need to pray for.
I don't know what tradition he's from, but like we can pray for
Catholic.
those in
You
purgatory,
right? Exactly.
But they're not like gonna go one way or the other. Purgatory is just cleansing before going to heaven.
Well, we have a similar thing, but it's I don't think we're in time still, O Confluence. The spirit is separated from the body. So
you're not in time, but there is a procession of events, obviously, in purgatory. Otherwise, you would never pray for someone in purgatory. There's some procession of moments, right?
We have a purgatorial thing in the toll houses. But
right, the toll houses.
But,
exactly.
But Confluence, the problem with the flip side of your theory that the afterlife is temporal is you run into. I remember there's a famous REM song about how heaven is boring, and heaven would get boring if it was just thousands and thousands and thousands of years of like being in church, wouldn't it?
Wasn't that Billy Joel who said, "I'd rather laugh with the sinners than cry with the saints"? Was that Billy Joel?
I want to be clear.
That
I'm not
scumbag
saying,
when he was trying to get into the Catholic girl's pants.
The ultimate state, I don't think is temporal. I'm not saying that. I'm saying I think hell, I think, is temporal. I don't think like the ultimate state, heaven, call it whatever you want.
I'm just saying
I don't think that is temporal.
So, but what I'm saying, the reason that Catholics would reject that is not because God slams the door on someone. It's just that like this life is your testing ground. You don't get a million extra chances.
Unless you're Indian Jesus.
But you can disagree with that, but you run into
I see no reason to think that death is the final end, I guess. And I don't even think the Catholic Church, why would there be a purgatory? Like, what would be the point of that? Like,
purgatory is to cleanse you.
Right. So
prior
you agree.
To heaven.
So you're fine with saying purgatory is temporal, which is technically an afterlife, right?
That's complicated how it is.
It has a procession of events, I guess. Let's put it that way. You'd agree with that because otherwise you couldn't be cleansed.
It's painful.
Implies temporality, definitionally, right? Like just literally, just
you are changing from one state to another.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And so in the final state,
but you don't have freedom in purgatory. That's time based in that sense.
It's not.
I'm just saying you can believe whatever you want. You can believe that like time never ends and it's just time for all eternity. It's just not. I'm just saying that we don't see it that way. So the idea of if God was a nice guy, he'd give. Your idea is like if God was a nice guy, he'd give people in hell a second chance and a third chance and a fourth chance, right? And I'm just saying, it's not so much that God's not a nice guy, is that like that state where you can make decisions is not part of like the afterlife in our understanding. Which means you should get your fucking act together, Confluence.
Isn't that called
before you die?
My act is already together, or as together as it is going to be possibly. But
Ben, would you let Confluence date Grace?
No,
I have no say.
Would you advocate for it?
There you go. Yeah, Ben, I would
neither advocate nor non-advocate.
Would you be excited that he'd be coming over?
If I asked for your daughter's hand in marriage, Ben, what would you say?
If you gave me $100, I would.
Hey,
so
with enough,
he already gave you 50. He's got to.
Believe it or not, I want nothing to do with my daughter's sexual life.
If you think about it,
she said she finds fuckboys attractive, and so that's where I just split ways with her. She's a whore.
I'm in.
Ben, I have a question, just because I'm curious. Like, so how do you reconcile? Like, obviously, there's the judgment when Christ comes, when he returns. Everybody is resurrected and is judged, but there's obviously a judgment that happens upon death, because we see the rich man and Lazarus in Luke, right? So there's obviously like some judgment that happens where like
your personal judgment.
Yeah, your personal individual judgment. But then there's also you're resurrected, and then Christ judges you at the final judgment.
I don't think that we would say that. I think that final judgment is reserved for those who are alive at that time.
But everybody gets resurrected at that time.
Yeah. So then your personal judgment, I mean,
continues.
I've never heard of a second judgment. It would be consistent. I don't know. I mean, like we're talking about a spiritual reality, not like you're going to be put in front of a judge, literally. So I think your personal judgment is your eternal judgment.
Oh, okay. I was just curious, just because I didn't know the Catholic perspective on it. The Orthodox
I never heard what
perspective
you're
is
talking about.
The Orthodox perspective is that there is a private individual judgment, and then that there is a final judgment later on. And I've
found like a lot of these distinctions between Catholics and Orthodox really aren't that like big of a difference usually, but
yeah, they're not. Yeah,
like something like purgatory, you guys don't use the term purgatory, but
we
there
have
is a
toll
similar
houses,
state.
which is kind of similar. Yeah, we have a similar place. Like,
yeah,
Let's not bring up the filioque, guys.
But like it's also this distinction between original sin and ancestral sin. Like I personally don't.
Yeah, I believe in
think
original
there's a
sin, but I don't
huge
believe in
difference.
original guilt. Like, yeah,
It's pretty close, but maybe there's something to it. Also, like the energies, essence distinction. I don't really know how it's different.
There is something interesting, though. Remember, Dad, when you were talking to that guy who said the King James version of the Bible was inspired by Augustinian?
Yep.
Like the translation was inspired by Augustinian thinking. I
Uh-huh.
was looking up the differences. They're very subtle, but there's.
Do you know the Pope is Augustinian? The current Pope is an Augustinian. Augustine
was kind of morally severe, right?
In some ways, yes. In some ways, no.
Because there was a difference between the translations. It was, I was born in transgression. My mother conceived me in sin. There's some kind of line like that.
Well, that's
And
in Psalms. That's
there's a
Psalms
slight-
50.
Oh, okay. There's a slight difference between them where one is like emphasizing that humans are sort of born in sin through their mothers, the kind of bloodline of guilt.
Mm.
And the Eastern, that's the Augustinian, and the Eastern version is more just like we are born with a tendency to sin, but it just really doesn't have the guilt part.
Yeah.
It doesn't imply the guilt,
That's true.
which is just interesting to me.
Well, why would you? But I don't understand. How would you have guilt if it's not personal sin?
There's just a heavier implication of guilt and sort of like you're cursed because of what Adam and Eve did.
That's the Augustinian view.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what she's saying.
Sort of like.
But you personally feel guilty about something you didn't do? I don't really think that's.
I don't. I'm just saying
what
that there's a sort of like it's
It's a subtle
slight
difference,
It's
I think,
subtle, yeah, but there is a different emphasis.
I love the doctrine of original sin because it
But original guilt,
excuses
too?
our bad behavior.
Original guilt as well, like with original sin, because like I agree with original sin, but I don't agree with original guilt. And that's the
I
reason.
don't know what that means.
Well, so this is the reason that Augustine, just to like not to divert here, but Augustine was a little bit. He said some wrong things, let's say, because he did, and some of the things he said were interpreted wrongly, and that's why, from the Orthodox point of view, we get Aquinas, and then stuff like that happens, and that's all bad. But Augustine but basically, like he told the church, hey, like I'm sorry, I said those wrong things. He actually wrote writings later in his life, refuting himself and his previous writings, because he wrote some wrong things. Or things that could be wrongly interpreted, and so he wrote more concise versions of it later on.
He did a lot. He was a big intellectual, so he did a lot of speculation, and I'm sure some of it has been seen as off.
But to get back to your original question, original sin versus original guilt, I believe in original sin, which is like the damaging of the human nature or the obtaining of illness that the human nature has, which is what Grace was talking about, like a proclivity towards sin. However, we are not all guilty, which is original guilt, of Adam's sin. We are not born guilty. When a child is born, they are not born with guilt that they are sinful because they have human nature.
Well, Catholics don't believe that either.
Right. Well, I was just
Personal
answering his
guilt.
question.
Yeah.
Oh,
the
No, I don't know.
implication-
I've never heard really what is meant by original guilt.
That's what I was just telling you. Like babies are born guilty because they have human nature. That's original guilt.
guilt in the sense that they need salvation. I think that's true. But
Well, we all need
guilty,
salvation.
like the emotion of.
But they're
I would
personally-
take guilt to be an emotion.
No. What I mean is they are like what I'm saying it is like guilty of a crime. They are guilty of sin when they're born because they have human nature.
Yeah.
They're guilty of Adam's sin. That's what original guilt is. I don't agree with original guilt.
Like in a sense that you're saying it's like in a sense that my ancestors had slaves. Sorry, John. And I should feel guilty because
Not
my
feel.
ancestors.
You should be held
in a
accountable.
sense. In a sense, I owe John Elden Ring like a few bucks because my great grandparents.
What's your
might
cash
have-
app, Keelan?
Yeah,
So Ben can
basically,
do reparations.
that's original guilt. Original
I think
guilt
we've
is
already
Adam-
overpaid, so I think
Hold on,
now the
hold on. We have
reparations
to,
got to come the
we
other
have to
way.
figure this out. So, like, how much would you pay a normal black person?
Because Keelan gets half that.
For what?
I think my ancestors owned a lot of slaves because my direct lineal ancestor was the governor of Virginia, and I think that was like the center of the slave trade, slave economy.
So, how much money are we talking?
But he had a lot of
That's going to be
descendants.
expensive.
Yeah, I don't know.
You get a second Audi.
That's why I
Keelan.
identify as
Think
a black
about it.
man now, so I don't got to pay.
Is it
Sorry,
gonna
a
be-
seventh Audi.
And I am going to pay if you make me.
Is it going to be based on a percentage or just straight half?
I don't know. You know, in South Africa, when they tried, you want to say something interesting about reparations? In South Africa, they tried reparations, and what happened is they gave all the black people stuff, and then the black people ended up selling it back to the white people for like a few bucks for, just to get through the, whatever. So then they had to make a law that you can't, when you get stuff from the government as a black person, you're only leasing it for 99 years. So you can't sell it back to the white man.
Sorry.
The next week for a few bucks.
Beauregard Elden Ring is messing me up. Like, I don't know what the fuck he's doing, but it's pissing me off. Stop it.
No matter how much money we give black people, they're just going to give it back to us in the form of like buying Versace and Nikes and Adidas, and so why bother?
Have you heard that Kanye West
You
song?
guys going to start? Are you guys going to start investing at this point? Okay.
Have you heard that Kanye West song, New Slaves?
No.
Oh, NHH? Oh, wait. Different song.
No. Different song.
No, New Slaves. He's like, he says a bunch of the N word. So I don't know if I can say it here. I don't want to get in
I
trouble.
love when Kanye does that.
I'm intrigued.
You can say half the N word, but not the first half because that's not
He's
going
like,
to sound good.
if you buy a
Sure.
Mercedes, you're just another in a coupe.
Yeah. What's his
Not
point?
gonna say-
We got to start making our own cars in Africa.
No. It's like you're just another. Can I say it? Like, am I gonna get in trouble?
Yeah, say it.
Go
Say it.
ahead. No,
We're gonna
go
lynch
ahead,
you.
Keelan.
We're gonna lynch
Say
you
it.
for saying
You're
the
black.
Say it with your
You said
chest.
you're
Go
red.
ahead.
I've never
I've
said a
been
slur
waiting
on
for
stream.
this.
Hot
waiting
yeah.
for
Is
this
it
moment.
hard R?
Yes.
No.
Well, it's
Go
good
ahead.
that it's good that your frame is red because we're popping your cherry, boy.
I'm not
With an A.
gonna say a slur on stream.
Oh man.
Can I say
Keelan,
it
you
for
get
him?
the pass. No. Only Keelan can say it. Only Keelan can say it.
I'm not.
I'm
gonna
black,
say a
you've
slur
seen
on
me.
stream.
Man, I was
How
excited.
about
Keelan.
wait? How about you just full screen him? He can just mouth the word and someone else can say it.
Yeah.
No.
I have the pass. I've been paid by black men to call them that. I think that's a pretty.
Oh, that's like
pretty
some
clear pass.
Okay.
So.
That's
like
some
Interesting.
that's some antebellum shit. I don't know
I
if that
think
kind of
that's
kink
all
that.
great.
That's
I
that
didn't
good
know that was a
kush.
thing. That's interesting. I just learned something today. Thank you.
Yeah.
You know about that thing. Are you guys familiar with Jesse Lee Peterson?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Sorted
Hey,
Peterson.
He's
Okay.
the goat.
Like he's very much correct about that. A certain type of evil, at least these days, comes almost exclusively through mothers, and I don't know if that's related to original sin, but if you look at the story of original sin, of the fall, it is the woman who falls first. I mean, after the devil. So I think that's like really a very big clue as to how we can get our world back, because I do think that the essential problem in modern society is that we've allowed women's evil to destroy us all. And we really can't get it. We can't seem to get it back. Figure it out.
We had a new Eve before we had a new Adam, to kind of point to your same thing. Like we had the Theotokos, we had Mary, right?
Right.
Who bore Christ. So I kind of actually kind of agree with you here.
New Year's Adam.
Yeah, and I don't know. I think maybe maybe turning to Our Lady, who crushes the serpent's head, would be the way out of this problem that we've had, because I do think it is, most things in our world are the fault of Protestants and those subsequent like intellectual movements which come from Protestantism. So maybe a return to reverence and respect for Our Lady would undo the evils that have occurred. But it's pretty bad, and it usually is through the mother that evil comes into the world. Grace has spent 7.5 years like in a kind of living hell caused by her mother's like terrible behavior. Which,
what would it take to get Courtney on the Confluence panel? And I'm like acting as like a therapist, and I'm trying to like sort out the like family trauma. Like,
yeah,
what would I have to do to make that happen?
She said the reason she stopped being on the internet was because of legal reasons, but she was lying, of course.
Yeah,
because now the legal issues have been cleared up. She got her $111.67 in change, mostly pennies. So that's no longer an issue.
Oh yeah, the penny thing. I forgot about the penny thing.
She got me.
She watches all of my stuff, so she's probably watching now. Hi, Mom.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I don't think.
Hi, Courtney. Join the panel. Courtney.
Yeah,
join
she
the
is very
panel.
likely watching. She watches.
You're welcome here. This is a safe
everything we
space.
do.
Hi, Mom.
And then goes on Discord and talks about it constantly. But she's
Keelan, are you
welcome
gonna have, like
to.
an eyes wide shut fucking party. What's going on? What's going on? Something untoward is happening with the red stuff. Oh, something bad's happening there.
You look like you're like gay bait. You know what I mean? Like you look like I want to be molested.
Oh,
Is
so
it
you're
because I
noticing
look
the
young to
under
you?
eyes too.
Is it because I look young to you?
Perfect.
I'm not gay, so I don't know how it works, but I have the feeling that's a scene from like a gay thing. Like that's a
How's that a
prelude.
boomer reference? Get fucked, Testy. Also join the panel, but also get fucked. A boomer reference. Okay.
I'm pretty sure there's a genre that scene
That this appeals
right there
to?
would be like on Grindr. If you put that, I'm sure you get some hits.
Oh yeah, Keelan. If you put that as Loki. Yeah. Well, you shouldn't, but if you did.
Do you think it'd be fun someday just to get like everyone, like a bunch of guys, like regular guys, like this him? We go on Grindr and we just like see how it goes. You know how girls do that on Tinder, and just
to see like who can
just
pull
like
the most,
fuck
like,
around
gay
and then
people.
like have people tell you what to say back to them. And
So
all that shit.
do we follow through though?
I caught one of the
absolutely.
pedophiles.
First
You've got to
super
show.
chat from Alex. Alex, he's giving the Biden speech.
Grace did that
So-
to me once accidentally because I was on Tinder as a challenge. And she's like, Dad, you get way more women if you put I'm open to women and men. So she reset my settings. And I got a fuck ton of gay dudes. And I felt like, well, that's kind of like, all right, they're out there, saying like, hey, what's up? They were all nice guys. So I had to like go through and apologize to him. And I did get into some conversations.
Nice.
I did get into conversations with some of the guys, and I was like, I'm sorry, my daughter put this fucking thing on here. I'm not gay, but if I was, I would definitely suck your dick. Sincerely, Ben Thorpe.
So
I had a
Confluence.
friend tell me that this was like a strategy to do. I've never done it, but that to boost your elo in dating apps, that you like set it to gay, then all the gay people like swipe on you, and they have like an eternal thing of like how they'll show like the most attractive people. So you boost it by saying you're gay because gay people swipe on all other guys, and then you switch it back
How do you know?
to being straight,
Yeah.
and now you're like maxed in the algorithm. And you're showing up. on all
Yeah,
the
that's what
people's
she was
feeds.
saying.
Yeah,
That
I don't
was-
know.
Well,
how
but
that
you have to
works,
get
but,
through
yeah.
like 1,000 dudes to get to one chick. So I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's the.
But
That's
it would be funny to do
downside of it.
it would be funny to do as like a stream thing though, you know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
and there are like different types. Like I got a lot of guys who are much younger than me, because I think I'm a daddy bear type.
Bear.
You know what I mean? They call them bears.
Yeah, bear.
Yeah. So
perfect. Bear.
It's fun. It is kind of funny, and it is validating because like a lot of them were good-looking guys, I have to say. So it's kind of like being a bitch for
one of the pedophiles I caught ran away from us, and he didn't see us, so we were using the decoy photo. So then we're like, fuck, and he deleted us on the app. So my buddy and I were like, let's get him, and they're like, well, you're fucking better looking. And I'm like, well, that's true. So I created a Grindr app, met that guy, went up to his hotel, and it took him like 3 minutes of dialogue for him to grasp what was happening. He's like, no. So like, but who am I having sex with? We're like, bro, nobody. So yes, I did. I made a real.
You couldn't even give him a courtesy hand job.
Yeah, come on, dude.
No, there's a couple of guys that I met that didn't really grasp what was going on. I don't think many pedophiles are in any danger of being recruited by Mensa.
Yeah, that's true. They are very low IQ. And short. I'm like the opposite of a typical pedophile. I'm tall and high IQ.
No, I caught a senior VP from Citibank. He was an Indian guy down in Orlando. He was, I think it was like public record. He had like a $1.4 million house down in Tampa. The guy was pretty smart, super successful. I caught a D1 college baseball player.
Dude, how far away are you talking from your mic? Holy shit!
Yeah, did you just
you're always
enter
the
a tin
loudest
can?
guy in
Walk
the
away.
room, and now you're not.
Oh, is that better right now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now you're the lightest guy in the room. Go ahead.
I don't like what's happening here at all. I don't like any of what I'm seeing. I don't like any of that.
Oh wow.
No, so that's when you were asking earlier, is there any crossover between like predator hunters and predators? It's everybody and anybody, man. I've seen guys that are like good looking dudes. I'm like, bro, you could get laid. Like, why and I've rich guys, like you could have a prostitute. Like, why? And
no, but this is my theory. Okay, this is and tell me if I'm wrong, because you guys are saying they're low IQ. I think the low IQ people are just the ones getting caught. The high IQ pedos are just not getting caught because they're not dumb enough to get fallen some fucking.
How do you know that?
On like TCAP, they're not like that retarded, right?
Exactly.
Money hides it all.
You have to be pretty stupid if somebody messages you and says, "By the way, I'm 14," to be like, "Yeah, definitely."
I wanted to raise money.
It's like right there. They make it
all the better, young lady.
That's the thing you see on TCAP. They'll show like the fucking logs, and it's like, why would anyone do this? Like it's retardation.
I would think the biggest upside to being a pedophile, like in the sense of like 14, 15-year-olds, because you don't have to take them to a fancy restaurant. Like McDonald's is like, ooh.
Well,
you take that bitch to Chuck E. Cheese.
If Ben and Grace ever get famous, maybe they can finance this. I wanted to do a documentary on sex tourism overseas because there's certain countries that rich America, you can just go there and you get a concierge who will set you up with like the most evil Thailand, the Philippines, parts of Africa.
Yeah, it's like
no, not ladyboys. We're talking about children.
Yeah, no, it is really a thing. And like my was it my ex brother-in-law? I guess he is now. Super rich guy, super rich Jewish family. And his uncle like openly did that and would brag about it. It like he was just doing
right. Even if you couldn't get him arrested, if I had a hidden camera,
perfectly legal.
If I had a hidden camera, somebody financed me to go over there, and I caught like 15 Americans, and we just went live with it on fucking YouTube and National Inquiry.
Because it's legal, but you could film it.
Oh, you could end somebody's life. That's so. Even if when anyone on YouTube says, "Oh, if the predator doesn't get arrested, nothing," I'm like, bro, you cannot escape the scarlet letter of being a child molest. Like that will follow you to anyone that was on To Catch a Predator. There's still channels to this day, 20 years later, dedicated to where are they now?
Yeah,
they follow these guys. Yeah,
there was a great guy me and my dad once saw. He was doing a police interrogation. He was being interrogated, and every time the police like trapped him by pretending to be a 14-year-old or whatever, and he just keeps going, "No, that was role play," and he goes. And the police officer's like, "Well, but you said you liked that she was 14." He's like, "Yeah, role playing."
Role playing chat. The guy kept saying role playing chat room.
Yeah,
he was a ghetto Florida guy. I remember that dude. He's
No. He was a big fat white guy with a
Did it work?
hoodie.
Did it work for him? Was that a successful strategy?
those videos I always close with.
So the first season of To Catch a Predator, nobody got arrested. The whole first season, it was just a journalism. It was just for an expose on dangers of the internet. Then season 2, they brought in police. One of the seasons, all the cases got thrown. There's still like this.
Yeah,
39 parallel.
Like this stuff.
Yeah, almost all of them never get actual.
That's completely inaccurate. You are wildly wrong.
Me?
Yeah, Chris Hansen now, where he works in Connecticut and works in Michigan with Ghost.
I don't think that's true.
Okay, because you know better than me. This is I defer to you in all the places you like. I'm telling you right now, most of those people from the first 6 seasons of To Catch a Predator, probably 35 to 40% of them are on the sex offender registry.
Okay, so not most. Holy shit! Do you know what most means, dude? Most means like.
But don't you feel like?
fucking
if
agree
they're
with
on
me?
Catch a
Holy
Predator,
shit.
that's a lot of punishment. Shouldn't they get like? If you're on Catch a Predator, like that's 3/4 of your punishment. So they should only get 1/4 of what they would otherwise
Get some leeway.
Yeah, because it's like public
Brutal,
humiliation.
yeah.
I'd rather get arrested than be on Catch a Predator.
Oh, I'm surprised these guys will sit and talk with Chris Hansen. Like, they're like, I'm getting arrested either way. Why are you going to sit there and have a 20-minute dialogue?
Yeah, the psychological thing of like take a seat over there is crazy. That everyone takes a seat. Everyone does.
I've had a couple.
Most everyone.
I've had a couple of people run away from me, but anyone that I've met, they sit and talk, and they eventually start spilling their guts. It's like I think some of them want to get caught. Like there's almost like a relief.
I think my vibe, just watching the show, just completely just a vibe. I don't think most of those people have probably done something untoward to a minor before. That's a vibe I get.
Oh,
They
you
all
believe
seem
this is the first time line?
Yeah, no, not the
Never
first
done
time.
this
Like,
before.
not the first time
No
trying.
way.
Don't do it.
The first time
never.
succeeding. That's what I would say. Well, it's still not succeeding, but that's the thing. I don't. They've tried before, but they all just seem like down bad people that are just like the dude said. They almost like want to be caught. Like they just seem like depressed fucking losers. I don't know. That's
We
just
had
the
one
vibe.
at my surprise. We had one at the Catholic school I worked at. He was the vice principal. But the interesting thing about it was, it wasn't within the school. He was like caught by like these people who were doing this thing, but he sent a picture of himself, not in any way like he was wearing clothes, and he said, "I'm the administrator of a school in Warwick, Rhode Island." It's like, what? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? It's like it was like a weird. There's a weird psychology to it. It's like, why would you? You know what I mean? Like, why would you say who you are? Make yourself super vulnerable. Send an actual picture of yourself.
And I think that
when
there's
you
a
have
certain,
a position that is like obviously you got fired.
So there's two
maybe
types
it's
of.
part of the Riz.
There's two people that you catch. There's like desperate guys who will just, if she's 14 or 15, in his mind he can compartmentalize and somehow justify it. That's what I call like an opportunistic one. And then you get the guys that get excited at their kink is the fact that it's a child.
Is it what's the percent of gay straight? Because there's a lot of gay, right?
It's easier to catch the gay ones because Grindr doesn't really police the app the same way that the heteronormative dating apps police themselves. Yeah, Grindr you kind of get away with a little bit more.
But wouldn't you have to be a gay kid to get buggered by a gay dude?
I feel like I don't think anybody really cares about like 14-year-old gay guys.
Like, why would a gay kid be like, if he's saying like, I'd love to suck a dick, like, should we really stop him?
I don't know. I've never seen a predator thing about a boy.
Like, you don't think there are gay 15-year-olds who are like, I'm gay and I want to suck a dick? Like,
yeah, but
Probably doing it with like adult, I guess. Yeah.
Well, wouldn't it be illegal, just as illegal for a 15-year-old to suck another 15-year-old's dick?
No, that's not illegal. No, it's not illegal at all.
Yes, there's certain states have sodomy laws, and the age of consent actually applies differently to sodomy in the lower 48 confluence. It's a weird. You got to go state by state.
No, yes, no, but not no. That pause. That's true what you're saying, but not with minors. There's no
the age
Well,
of consent.
but you just said it's CP if a 13-year-old takes a picture of herself and sends it, right? She's committing a crime, right?
CP is a different. That's a different ball.
What I was saying, compliments, is that the sodomy moves the goalpost for the age of consent, even if the age of consent is okay. Well, I don't know if everyone else on the panel does. That's I wasn't questioning your knowledge. I was more just.
You said
I'm sure you have full and complete knowledge of buggery.
No, when you said the thing about I would like someone to Google what percentage of Chris Hansen's arrests got
prosecuted.
I wouldn't even just say prosecuted. Like, which ones actually caught charges?
Right, I would say less than 50%, and it sounds like you agreed with me, dude.
I think it's probably more.
No,
I'm going to get 60.
Prosecuted just means that charges are brought, right? But you might not have been, unless I'm crazy. Am I
A lot of them took plea deals.
85 to 90% were charged with a crime.
Charged.
Charged.
No, that's charged.
Yeah, were they? Yeah, well,
high
I don't know what
percentage
the word
of
is,
those,
but yeah,
a high
convicted,
percentage of
convicted,
those
yeah.
charged were convicted or pled guilty. A high percentage.
What's a high
Some
percentage?
received jail
what's the actual?
But you know
percent?
why that is? Because when they're held, like they realize I don't want to go to jail on a charge like this, so they'll plea out.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. A lot of those are plea deals. Most of those never even see court.
Right.
They'll take like 2 years in prison, 5 years probation, and then like 10 years on the registry.
But that's another thing about catching those type of charges. You're going to get like double punished in prison because like the prisoners are also gonna. You're at the bottom of that hierarchy.
This is
like
AI, but we're looking at I don't know. This is AI again, great assault, but 15%
conviction rate
of actually getting convicted. So I don't know if that counts plea deals. I'm not sure.
Even most,
and again, it's
47%.
AI, so I mean, grain of sand. But it's not the majority. I feel confident saying
right there. It says more realistic overall range, about half.
Right. Yeah. It's not. There's no way it's more. Yeah. There's no way it's the majority of people.
Right, but that's also not taking into account his last 4 seasons of True Blue and Hansen versus Predator. That's what I was trying to say. Now that he works with Ghost, like he works,
yeah,
and he worked with Sheriff Grady Judd down in Florida. So his last 4 or 5,
the whole thing. Yeah,
I'm talking
when you more successful over time. Yeah,
that's yes. And I know some of the Predator catchers, like the guy Alex. I did one with the kid, the young man from Predator Poachers, and he's got a couple of 100 arrests around the country.
You know Golden Flowers?
I do. We did a catch together down in Florida about 4 years ago.
Did you ever catch a woman? Did you ever catch a woman?
No, I did not.
They're the real predators.
My buddy Josh and Jay from Dads Against Predators did, though. They caught a woman at Confluence. If you can Google this woman, just go Google Dads Against Predator. And this is like this woman. If you look at, you have to look at her.
You're Mike Booth. Dads Against Predator. What?
Dads Against Predators. BETH. Beth.
Okay.
Have
Someone
you
in
met
chat
that?
says apparently the ones that go for the super young kids aren't often touched by prisoners. Nobody wants anything to do with them.
I don't know if that's true. I feel like they would get the most. I feel like they'd get the worst time.
Oh, they're called diaper snipers. That's actually what prisoners call them. Those guys. It's not uncommon for them to get murdered in prison.
Yeah,
when I was briefly in jail, I remember I sat down with these, you sit down with 3 other guys, and this guy was just out of nowhere. He's like, "How come they don't let us kill the pedophiles anymore? Those were the good old days." I was like, "Okay."
Well,
hi, I'm Ben.
In Russian news the other day, a pedophile actually he stabbed himself in the back 73 times. And he killed himself in a grave that he dug for himself. And the Russian cop was like, "This is normal way for a pedophile to die. This is very normal." Yes, and it's just like,
oh yeah, now, Russia is known for that. They'll let you like do self justice on if you like have caught them like hurting your child or something, or a relative of yourself. They're like, "Oh yeah, that guy shot himself in the face for sure."
We had a kid in the news this week in the lower 40 in the U.S. who was randomly executing people on the registry list.
I think Cain Velasquez didn't get that bad of charges, even though he was defending like his nephew or something from a similar thing. If you know who Cain Velasquez is.
Yeah, he was the heavyweight champ of the UFC, and his daughter was molested by a family friend, and then he chased him, shot him, and hit somebody else with a gun.
But he didn't get like that bad of charges for it. He got pretty light charges.
What's that case in America? It's a famous video. I think it was like a karate instructor had molested like someone's kid, and then the guy, this is like it happened in I don't know, 80s or 90s, and the guy's like pretending to be on a payphone.
Oh my god! And he shoots him. That's amazing. I know. Oh, bro, that's amazing.
And he shoots him, and that guy got like nothing. I think he got like some community service, and it was like first degree murder. But everyone was kind of like, you know what?
I think he got a gift card to Subway.
Show the video.
Yeah. I don't think I can show the video.
How did you guys find that corner of the internet, Ben and Grace? Because I know we crossed paths. I never talked to y'all, but I know you guys were kind of adjacent over there.
I think it was like randomly recommended. Like,
where?
that guy, the Red Hood guy, you mean?
The prey catching community. Like, you guys were.
Yeah, I don't know how.
We were in like Krama briefly, and I think that's kind of.
I don't even know what Krama is.
Crime drama.
People who send CPS to your house and all that stuff, because people did send CPS to our house.
Yes.
They sent child videos to your home.
Roll.
No, not CPS.
Like Child Protective Services.
The first time the police ever came, they came to ask me if I was a sex slave of my dad. That's legit true. And they told, like, this is Rhode Island police.
You should have said no. I'm very well compensated.
They're so out of it. I go, what are you talking about? And they're like, I'm sorry to ask you this, ma'am, but are you free to leave this house? And I was like, yes. What? And they're like, well, we've had some very disturbing reports from Discord. We got some screenshots here, and I look at it, and the username is Big Penis. And it says, my sister is the sex slave of my father. And I was like,
yes,
that's my brother's Discord handle. I mean, you're seriously gonna.
Your brother called CPS?
No, he didn't call them. Someone screenshotted his chat on Discord.
Might have not been him.
And forwarded it. I don't know if it was him or not, but it's like, guys,
and they
you're
fucking
really
came
do a
at like
call?
2:30 in the morning.
Yeah, at 2:30 in the morning, you're gonna knock on someone's door because someone called Big Penis on Discord said something. I mean, really?
Wasn't it King Penis?
King Penis. Sorry, King Penis.
No, he clearly meant Kingpin is. Kingpin is what?
King Penis.
Who's the Kingpin? You know,
Yeah, that's a problem with
Kingpin
these,
is.
like, because they have these anonymous tip lines, so they don't vet them very well. So they're like, well, we have to act on it. And it's like, do you really?
The cops in this town know me by name now. They go, hey, Grace.
True.
What is going on in the chat with this neo-modern Christianity dude? Like, who is that? Is that Anson?
This is a male version of Joan. I pointed this out before. But that's why they're so fucked up right now. But they plot this whole coup for generations, and now they're hiding in bunkers trying to entrap me again.
Bro,
this is male Joan. This is male Joan. I already said this, okay? He's living his best life. He's having fun. And we like that. We like when people have fun.
Well, you should invite him on because I gotta get going.
Are you sure that's not Anson?
That's definitely not Anson.
That's definitely not Anson, no.
Bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Oh, Sevens.
Yeah, that's definitely not him. I'm reading the chats here. That's definitely not.
That's definitely Anson cannot be that schizo posting if he tried.
He's capable of anything.
Yeah,
no.
Anson's capable of a lot of things. That is true. I actually haven't seen Anson in a little bit.
I saw him debating someone yesterday, like some random shit. Do you know about that?
Anson?
Oh, really? Where?
Yeah.
Where? What channel?
I don't know. I was drunk.
We were doing his trivia. He made trivia for my channel, and Anson's not even watching or seeing any of it. It was good trivia, though.
It's kind of
a fun time.
Oh my god. Revelations in the chat. Sorry, long story. Everything for an entire decade has been a lie. I created Mega. Trump is Manchurian, and it's complicated.
That does sound complicated. Yes. Low-key, it does sound complicated. Yeah, was it on grid 1? And that's where Anson usually hangs out.
Yeah,
is
he,
grid 1.
he does.
Oh, wait, he's a car guy.
I don't think so. Somewhat bigger than that. It wasn't going well. I'll put it that way.
He was getting beaten.
Are we talking about the same Anson? I feel we're talking about the same.
Yeah, the
Anson?
guy who looks like the fucking Facebook creating dude, right?
You're talking about Steve Jobs.
No. The Facebook Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah,
Anson's- no,
That's
you're
it.
talking.
He looks
you're-
like Anson.
No, he doesn't.
No, you're talking about a different guy, I think.
Oh.
Anson
looks like
bearded, bald man who usually hides in like an Osama-coded cave.
Anson looks like Steve Jobs the way that he like works his camera.
Oh, there's Hostile. There we go.
You see how
Hostile is a ceremonial magician, okay, that used to practice in the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn.
Glancing at the screen, I thought that his profile picture was something else.
It
Out of
does
the
look
corner
a
of
little
your eye,
untoward, yeah.
you could
Yeah. If
see
you
that.
squint, it seems TOS, but it's not. How's it going, Hostile?
It's going great. How are you?
Are you the weird cult guy from the other night?
Sure. Yeah.
He's the based guy from the other night. The most based panelist I think we've had in a hot minute, okay?
That's a highly accurate assessment. Thank you.
Shit,
Concord.
I forgot. Hostile and the dude have beef over who's manlier.
No, we really don't. It's
Wait,
just,
do
I was
they?
trying to let
Wait,
him
did
know.
that- Oh, there was something. Oh God! All my
Keelan's
pals got
laughing, but
blended
Keelan would get
together.
mollywopped in a bar fight. That's why he lives online at 22.
Keelan, is this true?
I
Would
wouldn't
you get
in a bar
pollywagged or
fight.
whatever
You don't
Pokemon he said?
go
I
out and
can't
get into
remember.
physical fights. It's just an idiotic way to live life.
No, that's just
true.
something feminine men say.
No, that's like low-key actually true though. If you think about
No, that's just no. Like if somebody wants to take your wallet, you're gonna cry the fact that like you were like feminine sperm coated that you can't defend yourself.
I can defend myself. I don't need to fight to be able to defend myself.
What's if you have to fight though?
Keelan owns multiple lightsabers. Okay, he can defend himself just fine. Okay.
There you go.
But like I said, it's the carte blanche to talk to men in a way online that you would never do in real life. There's a hierarchy.
Dude, I would talk to you
Told
the
my
same
friend
in
to
real
punch
life,
in real life
dude. I would
either.
tell you I'm gonna rip your balls off in real life in the same way I tell you on panel. Okay.
Yeah, but it would be hyperbolic and incendiary in nature. It wouldn't be a sincere like threat where you're like "fuck you."
Well, that's true. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Because first of all, you're not a dick like that. But if you did, like I would literally I'd sit down on a
me and then you go to jail. That would be hilarious to me. I would love it.
Oh, why are you this way?
I'm just saying, like, if you're gonna get in a physical altercation with me, we're gonna get the cops involved, and you're gonna go to jail. Like, that's just what's gonna happen.
Connie, it is almost midnight. We gotta be getting to bed.
Connie.
Connie.
What do you think about that nickname?
Give me a cute pet name, man. I am gonna pay $50 more for the dowry now. Okay, okay.
So Keelan, if somebody did something to you in the street, you wouldn't fight them back. If somebody just did something really untoward,
Thanks for having us.
Take care. Thank
Have
you
a good night,
for
guys.
stopping
Bye,
by. On
That was
the
my
bottom of
nickname first
YouTube.
No,
Would
the
you
number
not-
one
would you not
strategy.
would you not
the
defend
number one
yourself?
strategy in a street fight is to try to get out of the situation.
I would agree. You're not going to get you disagree with. I'm just saying if it happens and you can't escape, or if somebody tries to do something to the girl that you're dating, or someone acts in a way unkind towards your, something happens to you where you have no option to flee.
Keelan
call
loves
it
violence, famously.
Yeah,
I've talked
I'm
to
against-
Keelan a lot about this. He famously loves violence.
I'm against violence.
Yeah, no, no, he's lying to you. This is Keelan's deadpan thing that he does, but no, Keelan is incredibly violent in nature. Just look at his hunter eyes. Yeah, do you see the violence? Oh yeah, see, he's shifting away. He's shifting his eyes away. Yeah, terrible times, Keelan. He knows who he is.
80% of the time, I agree. Violence solves nothing, but on occasion, it kind of puts people in their right place. It has a purpose.
How's your arm feeling?
I'm just gonna post this rage page comment. I don't know why she said this, but then Keelan will get naked, so the aggressor funds away. I don't know what that means.
The
I'm not really
funds
sure.
away.
Keelan's gonna show up to a fight in a pair of breakaway pants and just fucking snap them off.
There's only been one time where someone has like come up and hit me in real life.
Why did they do that?
What did you do?
Don't say what it is. Just why did they do that?
They were being a bitch. So
was it a female?
No, it was a
punch you
dude.
or slap you or what?
And then he came back and he tried to do it again. So I kicked him in the chest, and he didn't come back after that.
Like you team kicked him in the chest?
Is it a real story?
karate?
Is it a real story?
Is that? Are you talking like you front push kick? You teep kicked him in the chest.
I don't know what that is, but you just kick him.
Okay, so violence solved the problem.
It didn't hurt him though. He just didn't come back.
Well, exactly. You asserted dominance. That's what I'm saying. He realized that he didn't want that smoke.
I mean, he was way smaller, so.
Oh.
Did you kick a child in the chest?
That's a W.
That's not. That's
It was a
I was fucking playing soccer. I was playing soccer. This little kid comes up and he hits me. What are you gonna do if he comes up again to try to get the ball? You kick him.
I'd kick him in the chest. Yeah, no, I understand where you're coming from now. Yeah, absolutely.
Context matters.
Yeah, given that context, yeah, fuck that guy.
He was 5, whatever.
So it was more of a low kick, I guess.
Yeah.
Because I was trying to imagine
the child, not so much.
So you don't believe in mutual combat if men are being bitchy, Keelan?
If they both agree to fight, I don't care what they do.
Well, I'm saying but
if it's you
can agree to fight without agreeing to fight. Like when you talk to someone in a certain way, specifically in real life, you're inviting yourself to get punched in the face really fucking hard.
I'm not
talking to you. I'm talking in the ether. I'm not talking about you or me. I'm talking in the ether, like just in general, men.
I've never been near a situation like that.
So I bounced in nightclubs for most of my youth, and I see like drunk guys bring out the worst in people. It's posturing. There's like hormones and all that shit. Guys do some stuff. They do stupid shit. Whenever you get like women and alcohol around, and sometimes guys will do things. They'll posture up in a way, and like you kind of leave a guy like no out. Like either put up or shut up. Like do you not have like an active social life out in the real world? Like nightlife, is that not something you're into?
No, I do. It's just if someone's like disrespectful to me or someone I'm with, usually it just ends at words, like just telling them to go away.
Sometimes it ends with a kick in the chest to a 5-year-old.
To a 5-year-old at the food court.
Depends.
Hey, question for the dude. Serious question.
What do you want, weird guy?
If I meet you outside the nightclub and I trained for a year, would I be able to beat you in a fight?
No.
So maybe I should find another way of dealing with it other than fighting.
Yes.
Because there's no way.
There are other options. If you're worried about your survival, there are other options you can take if someone
like
is
firearms,
weapons.
You think I should bring a gun?
Challenge them to a game of drunk chest.
Because ultimately, if you're worried about your survival, you're not getting into street fights. Even if the person looks like they couldn't beat you in a fight, they could still injure you pretty badly.
First of all, in a street fight, the worst thing that ever happens is like there's no mat, there's no canvas, and guys would get drunk and fall down if you hit your head on the asphalt outside. People have hemorrhaged.
In Australia, they just
the worst thing that happens in a street fight is someone fucking dies.
They walked away from the fight and someone just hit him in the back of the head and killed him.
That's what I'm talking. Confluence is like the guy literally tripped. He didn't get punched. He tripped in the fight, hit his head on the curb, and bled out and died in front of a bar. And like that bar got sued for, I don't know, millions.
I think on the
that happened like a few blocks away from where I live. They got punched in the back of the head and they fell and they hit they fucking died. It's just a single punch, just hit the pavement the wrong way and gone.
It doesn't hurt to be able to defend yourself to some level, but learning de-escalation skills seems like it's going to get you out of trouble more often than fighting.
Or how about just don't escalate?
Yeah, de-escalation skills.
No, I said how about just don't escalate in the first place? That's
well, obviously Keenan and I aren't going to escalate. We're just saying if somebody else tries to escalate, we're going to learn de-escalation skills.
I would escalate against both you, Podesta, and Keelan. Absolutely. If I see you guys in real life,
there's a lot of like
I try to bait you guys into trying to kick me in the chest. Absolutely.
There's a lot of like hipster left-leaning men. Like they're very passive aggressive. That's why I said like they're basically inviting mutual combat without inviting mutual combat. Like when you approach a man in that way, like you are more or less inviting whatever consequences happen. Granted, the law doesn't.
We're not saying that's a good idea either. We wouldn't do that.
I don't think that's the point. I don't think we're in disagreement.
Yeah, we're just like I don't mind it. I think it's good to have some strength and stuff, but I think it's more important to learn to de-escalate. And
I think that
I'm 53 now. I've never been in a fight, and I've been out to clubs all my life.
He's saying that the de-escalation can sometimes lead to an invitation for that ass whooping, and that's very true.
If you're bad at it,
very true.
Only if you're bad at it. Yeah, that you don't want to fight.
It's $5. Combat almost always solves stubborn problems. It almost always does.
Confluence is a funny guy. He's sincere. I don't think Keelan's a bad kid by any stretch. A little bit different opinions, and he's a dick, but that's fine. But there are people out there who get off on pushing people up.
Keelan's a bad dude. Keelan's actually a bad dude. He will.
If I'm out
your
in public,
children in the chest.
If I'm out in public and someone like calls my friend a name or calls me a name, I'm gonna confront them. But it has never ended in a fight. I think it's because I have this voice that's just like it doesn't display emotion, so they don't know that I'm angry.
I think the worst case is when you're out with your friends and your friends.
This guy like autistic. I don't know if I want to like do a hate crime right now, and they kind of like walk away confused. I can see that.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest worry. Is you go out with a friend and your friend is the type that keeps getting into fights, and you're like, oh shit, do I join them or do I try and break the fight up? Or do I
People now are drinking alcohol.
I've been with people like that. Oh god, I hate that so much. There was a time in my life where I'd go to the club like 4 days a week. And I would go with this guy who would like, when he was like the most peaceful guy ever when he was sober. But when he would get drunk, he would like just try to start shit all the time. And I end up in those situations where it's like, he's trying to fight somebody, but it's like, I don't want to get involved in this. But it's like my friend, but it's like, he's starting shit. And like, I don't want to. And so I had to learn the art of de-escalation from that. Okay. Which is so W Podesta in that way. Cause it's like, I don't want to get dragged into some shit. I don't want to fucking die over this bullshit. I don't get stabbed. I don't want any of this nonsense. But yeah, sometimes you're around people that are just like trying to like, try to start shit. And if you're their friend,
let's go talk this.
Help them, but
let's go talk through our problems at Waffle House.
Yeah.
There's something else here at play too, though, that I think Ben was touching on. I come from a fighting family. My uncle was actually a boxer, and he killed somebody as well as a bouncer for a nightclub.
I was going to say, is your uncle Ray Boom Boom Mancini?
No, he's not. He has a boxer.
He killed the Korean. Do you remember the Korean guy who got killed in the ring? That's either way, just a different. Ray Boom Boom Mancini is like, I think he's the one like real professional boxer to ever kill a man in the ring.
Oh,
him and a gay dude named Emil Griffith. Yeah, go ahead. I apologize.
Yeah, there's something subtle about the that posturing you were mentioning. So there's like a difference between men who want to fight to exert dominance or display like dominance for a female, and then there's like actual intent to harm somebody. Like there's actual warfare. I think it's important in the instance of the posturing that Ben was mentioning to fight for honor, not because you're going to win or lose, right? This is the difference between pussies and men, is that you fight because you can fight and you will fight, right? Like we're not trying to de-escalate every situation.
Do you know what the only thing that's a bigger pussy than a guy won't fight is a guy who wins a fight and starts jumping on a guy's face when the guy's knocked out.
Yeah,
like that's why I don't think Podesta and I are actually in disagreement. Like I think there's like a Bushido, like an honor code that comes along with it. Where if me and Compliments were having words at a bar and I'm like, all right, bro, let's go outside now. And he says, no, I don't want to, but he continued to like insult or say like, at that point, he's basically inviting that smoke as the kids. I don't know. Maybe we're just getting older. Maybe the world's different. Kids don't drink alcohol as much. People don't. All the young rappers now, everybody just shoots each other. It seems nobody actually fights anymore.
Yeah, no, it's true. But the instance of the posturing, that's why you see when guys finish that fight, most of the time, like 80% of those fights, those guys will like shake hands, hug afterwards or something.
That's what pedestrian killing. That's where we're in a disagreement. Is like that's what I was kind of saying. Like there's an honor to that. Like once it's over, it's over. Like regardless of who wins, like you don't jump on somebody's face. And like now when I watch World Star and they're jumping on a kid's skull, I'm like, what the? You knocked him out, bro. Like why do you? Why?
What are you talking about?
Do you know that you're fighting someone honorable when you start that fight?
World Star.
I mean,
you know they're going to be one of these psychos that just want to keep kicking you and their friends join
You don't, right? And that's the gamble. I mean, you got to have some sort of discernment or optics. Like Ben was saying, in the bar, it's mostly posturing. There's no like real intent, but there are dumbasses out there who, like he said, get off on actually just hurting people. That is true. That is true.
Oh, I see these guys that come in. These guys would come in steroided up, wearing like ultras medium t-shirts, and like they just want to like instill fear in guys in the club and like harass women. And like me and the other, like we'd spot them out the second they walk in. They'd be like, hey, guy in the affliction t-shirt's gonna be and then sure enough, 40 minutes later, he's having words, but he's searching for a problem that doesn't exist.
Exactly. Yeah, there are
those guys are scummy.
I wouldn't get in a fist fight because I think those are stupid. But like with my friends, obviously, those types of sparring where you're not punching each other, but you're just kind of wrestling or
I
grappling.
think you're placing more value on survival than something higher, something spiritual like honor, right? Like fist fighting isn't stupid. I wouldn't rule it out like that. Just like sword fighting isn't stupid, or going to war isn't stupid in certain situations.
Now, what
I don't want a broken nose with a bump on it for the rest of my life.
I think also like
Let's just tap each other
have
out
a different lift
and be done
experience
with
because
it.
you've been a bouncer, so you've seen a lot worse of it than we've seen. Like I've gone out to nightclubs in my life.
Well, it's
I
the
haven't
funny
been
thing.
in a situation where I've even need to de-escalate. Really, like
I've
in England, I had to de-escalate, and that was it in my whole
Oh
life.
shit! It's avarice.
Oh shit! I've been back here.
All right, Heaven Maxing, here we go.
I've been laughing at Mr. I only want to spars a lot. So
But you don't want to be in a real fight. Why would you want to
cute.
be in a real
No, listen,
fight?
you don't want to be in a real fight. Sometimes you gotta be in a real fight. There's a big difference. Like you sit there going, all right, boys, we're gonna listen, me and my best bud, just so we're clear, me and my best bud, we fight all the time. We go blow for blow. I mean, like blow for blow. And at the end, it's all good. But we just needed to go blow for blow because he said shit. Well, no,
Probably
we
not in
don't
the
go
face,
face.
though.
So
I don't have such
Yeah, but it
toxic
hurts.
friendship.
It hurts. So I mean, that's not. Is it toxic? Is it toxic? Is it toxic? Is it toxic just to make points with each other with your
If it's
fists?
turning into fist fights, yeah, it's toxic.
Well, that's just your opinion, fucking fairy.
Well, toxic depends on the outcome.
You gonna take that,
You guys are
Keelan?
just doing
You
it and
gonna
you're not
fucking
getting-
tap
Well, I
him
mean,
out?
there's
listen,
like fist
I'm not- listen,
fist
I'm
fights
not
like
sit-
at the end of Rocky 2. Like,
Listen, I'm not saying that I win every one. I've even talked about losing a bunch of them. It's not about winning. I got a big mouth. I know this shit, but I'm not going to back down, right?
Yes.
Like if here's the thing: if somebody comes at me, right, and they're going to start a fist fight, well, I guess I'm getting in a fist fight. I mean, I don't see any way around. I mean, I even talked about this at the F1 event at the Red Bull event in San Francisco. A guy got right here in my face. I guess we're gonna fight. And this other guy's girlfriend had to calm him down. And my girl, she's sitting there going, I'm not saying shit. I already know he's getting in a fight. So I'm not gonna play around. I'm just gonna go for the throat.
It might also
I mean,
be the places you go, because if I went to places where people are getting in my faces a lot, I just wouldn't go to those places anymore.
I've seen fist fights at the Philadelphia Eagles games. I've seen.
Here's the thing: if you don't want to get in a fist fight, then don't get in other people's faces when they're doing something, or don't try to correct someone's actions. Right now, if you want to correct somebody, all right, then get ready for a fight. All right. Now, if I'm in a crowd, All right, and it's at a dead stop, and I'm pushing through because I'm not just going to stand still and wait 3 hours for a crowd to decide if they want to go left or right. No. I just push through. I don't do anything rude. I just make a hole, and I'm verbal, and I go make a hole, and because I'm verbal, because I'm verbal, these people want to go, hey, somebody could get hurt like that. It could cause a riot. I'm like, hey, shut the fuck up and mind your business. You got a problem? You got a problem with me defending myself?
It's the good de-escalation skills you've got.
I don't try to de-escalate. I don't de-escalate. It's not my job to de-escalate. I'm not a police officer.
Are you autistic, Podesta? I'm not being. I'm genuinely.
I've never been.
Wait, hold on. I got a question. Am I a police officer? Yes or no?
That I am.
Am I a police officer? Yes or no?
You have the right to be a police officer.
You have to identify yourself.
Am I a police officer? Yes or no? No, I'm not. I'm not. So am I obligated to de-escalate anything?
Obligated.
You ought to.
It's a moral thing.
No. What do you mean? No, I'm not. No. What do you mean? Okay. So somebody is raping your daughter. Are you going to de-escalate? Hey, can you please get off my daughter?
Okay. Well,
de-escalate. De-escalate that.
Terrible. You should definitely de-escalate that.
De-escalate it.
Probably de-escalation.
I have no obligation. I have no obligation to de-escalate. There's no. Okay. Name the law. Name the law. Tell me where's the law that says I am obligated to de-escalate.
I don't give a fuck about almost any law, Avarice. I don't give a fuck about.
So then I don't. What? Then I have no. What do you mean? Okay, in the law of morality of avarice, where do I have to de-escalate? I literally come on these panels and never de-escalate. Tell me where I'm supposed to de-escalate.
He's the one I saw debating yesterday.
Tell me in any way, shape, or form I ever de-escalate.
Avarice, can I borrow the mic for 1 second, please? It's the dude. Can I say one thing to Keelan?
Dude, it's a dude that's married the dude that's with the dude. Go ahead.
Thank you. What I was going to Keelan, and I think I'll be able to bridge the gap here. A couple months ago, I was at a grocery store, and somebody was screaming at the girl behind the counter, telling everybody like "fuck you, fuck you, fuck." He's flipping stuff. Hold on.
Sorry. Neon Modern is not. That's the truth. The DMV literally called the police on me for acting out, and the police then got them in trouble, and I was yelling at them. I don't have to chill. All right.
Yelling at them.
Though I was literally calling them slaves and servants.
A lot of people in your daily life.
Listen, don't say technically have to chill. No, you don't by law, right?
I think he means like disturbing the peace or something.
Again, what is what peace? They're disturbing my peace in my building.
Avarice, all I was going to get to that point when I'm at the grocery store, and this is for Keelan and Podesta. People were scared, like the woman who's behind the counter, the other person who's working there. They are literally feared. And right now, I just looked at this gentleman. I said, "Hey, you are not going to continue to behave like that." He's like, "What you going to do about it?" And I'm a pretty big guy, and I was like, "Sir, well, you're about to find out." And I like, don't wave your fucking finger at me, bro. I mog the shit out of you. Fucking toothless in Timbuktu.
You never see my teeth, boy.
Someone who looks like you.
So what I was saying is there's a deterrent there. Like it's the whole speak softly, carry big stick. I was ready to fucking knock that dude into the fourth dimension, into the shadow realm. I didn't want to. No part of me.
Listen,
I got one look at you and go, I don't want to fight that.
Listen, I got
other people. They're gonna go, oh, yeah, I could take him.
I got 3 maneuvers against big guys. All right, 1, assess the situation. Number 2, am I gonna lose or am I gonna win? All right. If the answer is I'm gonna lose, then step 2, play the league in my head. All right. If it doesn't work, I'm fucked. All right. If you don't know
Wait, let me step. What's step 3? What's step 3?
What? Well, I won in step 3, so I was just gonna fight in 3. So I skipped to 4.
So that's all I'm good. Like one day, Keelan, I don't know if you're married or not. It's not my business, but if some guy acts untoward towards your wife or gets out of hand, and some people just refuse to be civil, like Mike Tyson had a great line. Like everybody has something to say till they get punched in the face. And Hickson Gracie, the greatest jiu-jitsu practitioner of all time, said someday some motherfucker's going to try to take something from you, and you will have no other option but to choke that motherfucker out. I don't want to be violent. I hope no one on this panel has to be violent ever. I'm just at times it comes to you.
I don't want to be violent either. I just don't want people to tell me how I should act. All right, it's not their business. All right.
I mean, right now I'm nonchalant on a panel. If I was in real life and someone's like seriously offending my friend who might not be able to defend themselves, and you don't know what's
define defend, right? Like if they're being like physically offensive, sure, but I mean using words like
if they're calling my friend certain names, I will have words with them, and
so
if they escalate,
is there certain names? So is there certain names that hurt your fifis?
It's more like the tone words are set in towards certain people.
Like what
really gets you?
Do you have a specific example?
Like, do you got a problem with? Do you got a problem with me calling women bitches and slaves?
I do. Yeah, I do. If you call my friend a bitch in public, then I would tell you to fuck off.
I would literally call her a bitch in public. That's what all women are.
I would keep telling you to fuck off.
Really?
Like, it might escalate.
What?
See, that's
how would it escalate? How would it escalate?
I don't know how this would escalate. Please tell me how this would escalate. Yeah,
Well, if I tell you to fuck off and you keep harassing my friend, I'm gonna keep pressing.
Well, no, if your friend is talking to me in a tone which requires me to continue talking to this person, I'm going to continue to refer to women as bitches.
I think what he's trying to draw out of you and what you should have done, right, is not just have words with somebody. If somebody calls my wife a bitch randomly at like a town fair or something like that, they're getting smoked. Like,
I do that all the time. I don't do that.
Yeah,
I do that all the time. I go this bitch.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Wait, okay. I'm
it'd
gonna ask you guys something. This is something that's bugged me for a long time. So I was with a close friend of mine back in the day.
Someone said they were close to you?
He was with his wife.
Oh, it makes sense. It's a man, right?
This fucking guy that was like clearly like on drugs, probably maybe homeless. He's like he saw my friend's wife and he's like, I'm gonna jerk off to you later, which is like a super insane thing to say. And my friend was just like ignored it and walked away. And then this became like a thing in the friend group of like, should there have been something done? But this guy had nothing to lose, right? Like the guy who said this is like some like homeless guy.
Exactly. I'm with you. I'm with the guy that doesn't fight. It's not worth it. I'm with you. I'm with you. Like words are words. What do you? If somebody is on the other side of the street, right? If somebody's on the other side of the street, I'm walking with my hot bitch ass wife, all right, and we're walking down the left side, and the other guy's on the right side. He goes, "Yo, I'm masturbating to that bitch tonight." I'm going, "Yeah, me too." Except I get to keep her. You know what I'm saying? Like, thanks for the compliment, dipshit. Like, what's your problem,
sir? That's what I'm saying. Like, so when someone says, I guess to what Hostile was saying, like there is a degree where you have to evaluate the other person because some people have fucking nothing to lose, and it's like even if they say something untoward, is this worth?
It's an individual
meth head.
It's an individual.
It's not worth it.
It's an individual question as to what your honor states you should do. Every man has to answer that for himself.
It is a subjective thing. My honor, right, which is the highest virtue in my paradigm, would tell me to end it right there and then. It doesn't matter about status. It's not about status.
So here, hold on. No.
This fucking meth head pulls out a fucking gun and now you're dead, or now your spouse is dead.
That's why I have a gun at all times.
Let's take
every situation. Rambo, what the fuck?
Let's take it to another situation. Let's say it's that same person yelling on the left side of the road. You just knocked him out not knowing, and now you found out that this was a retarded kid. What now?
I think I can attest. There is I did mention earlier.
No, not all retarded people are like visually accessible.
Listen. You yell a lot. So earlier I mentioned discernment.
You tone police a lot.
You tone police a lot. Your mic works, right? We all hear you. So the optics.
Are you trying to tone police the way I speak? Is that what you're doing? Are you literally?
Okay, back away from the mic, then, right? Like you're kind of.
Is my mic not like far enough away? Does it need to be? I mean, how much further do you? How much further do you want? How much further do you want it away? Again, it's not my problem.
Wait, let's go 45 more degrees to your left.
Again, why don't we stick to the subject instead of worrying about my tone?
Oh yeah, no, I was speaking about the
Good
subject.
to see you, Montesino Prod Express 07, sir. Everyone say goodnight to the
07.
Toothless in Boston.
Hey, take care, guys. I appreciate it. Thank
you have
you,
a
man.
wicked good night, you skeezer.
Hey, take
Go,
care,
go
guys.
take a dive in the chows, you fucking Sayoza.
Hey, guy.
Yeah, discernment and optics is crucial, right? Every man should have that as well. Retards, probably not the best choice. Is it off limits? No, it's not off limits. But it depends on how retarded that person is. It is.
I got one more rule, brother. Just you tell me if you agree with this. I would never fight somebody that doesn't want to fight.
Yeah, there we go. That's
Well,
exactly
yeah.
right.
Yeah, if somebody
so
says
if
something,
they're just name calling, they don't want to fight. You're not
well,
getting
no,
it,
they would have
right.
to.
They're just
They would have to clearly state that, Avarice. They would have to
what?
say.
Oh,
like,
they have to
let's
clear.
say we're
They're not
walking-
squaring up. Sometimes they're just fucking drunk retards.
Yeah, no, they got to be put in their place. That's the
Yeah,
equalizer.
they got
That's what
drunk
stabilizes
retards that need to be put in their
society.
place. Yeah,
That's-
drunk
Don't even remember the
retards.
fight.
Drunk
Also,
retards need to be put in their place.
I wake up in the morning and think,
not-
what the fuck did I do last
What
night?
you're
Shit,
saying,
someone beat the shit
I-
out of
like,
me.
it's so unrealistic.
So
It's
I
not
think I
unrealistic.
explained it
Let me
wrong. Like
give you an
in my
analogy.
mind,
Let me-
I'm picturing someone like literally following you and continuously verbally assaulting you while you're trying to walk away.
Again, that's harassment. I agree that there's a difference between
Let's back
harassment
it up,
and a
though.
drive-by,
Stop
right?
let's back
We're
it
not
up.
talking about harassment. That is when we get into physically assaulting, right? Because now you're harassing, right?
Let's back
But
it up.
we're talking about like just going like, look at that bitch, right? That's
Okay,
one
let
hot
me-
bitch on the corner, right? And your friend's like, I don't like the way he's calling me bitch, and they're like, they're
And you
on the
say,
other
"Dude,
side of the
try
road,
to
and you're like, hey, don't call me bitch, don't call her a bitch,
Yeah.
and he's like, what are you gonna do, bitch? Right? Like
Yeah, we
on the
get
other
it.
side, there's no
we get
intent
it.
of real, like they're just being comedical little
Right,
fucking
and so what are you
fucktard
gonna, you have
trolls.
like two options.
get it.
You
get
want to
into
fight
the-
trolls? Are you gonna fight trolls?
Yeah, you're gonna like this is like a pearls before swine thing. Like you're gonna lose. Like if you beat the guy, right? You could end up in a legal thing, and if he somehow beats
It's
you,
not
now
about
someone is
legal,
like hurt or
lawful.
dead.
It's not about status. You're not understanding where I'm coming from. Let me give you an analogy, right? Societies. You don't punish certain crimes, those crimes get more prominent in your society. If you give somebody for bank robbery a week in jail and then you let them out, there's going to be more bank robberies. If somebody murders somebody and you let them out in a week, and that's how it is consistently, these people are going to murder more people. What I'm saying is that this is how you stabilize your society. You have people running around talking shit, saying whatever they want, and not expecting to get punched in the mouth for saying what they want. Then you're going to have this problem more and more.
Again, listen, this isn't talking about punching everybody in the mouth. Listen,
I didn't say
this has
everybody
nothing
in the
to
mouth.
do. Listen, this has nothing to. You're literally saying we should just go around and start punching people that just start
I
talking
didn't say that.
shit.
I didn't say
If you
that.
go to
I said
Midlands in England,
optics
there's
and
a fight outside
discernment.
every pub. It doesn't
Okay.
stabilize society. It just
Optics
becomes
and
cultural.
discernment play a crucial role in this, right? But what I'm saying is if you have Joe Schmo drunk at the bar who wants to get willy-nilly, get a little hot-blooded, and say that your wife's a bitch, if you don't punch him, there's no limits to this guy. He's going to do it again and again and
What are
again,
you
and that's
look
cool,
at
right?
It's a
That's
drunk,
fun.
belligerent idiot. Just let him make.
Also, this
just
is
let
this
him
is
make
like
a
a
fool of
punch him in
himself.
the mouth.
Why are you gonna punch?
You have
Why are you gonna punch a fucking idiot? Just let him continue to talk shit and
Hostile.
fucking make a fool of himself.
This is you're
Well,
acting
maybe
hostile.
that's what
You're
you would
acting
do.
hostile.
That's
You're acting like
maybe
in
that's
every
what I would do.
situation that if you punch someone in the face, that you just like this is something you can do and you won't face any repercussions and there's no chance that
not-
he will get the leg up on you. That's not realistic. You have an onus to protect your loved ones. And I think that in an Avarice's situation, someone is saying something across the street.
Yeah.
By you going over there, you're putting your loved ones at more risk by doing that.
for sure. You're the one
I don't
putting
think-
yourself in the situation.
So your fucking ego could lead to the person you're trying to
not about
protect
ego,
and your
guys.
society.
Yeah.
Your society. Oh, I want
It's
to teach
not
the guy
about
a
ego.
lesson.
It's
Like,
about
you're
teaching
gonna-
a
you're
drunk
gonna-
man a
you're gonna-
lesson.
Yeah, you're gonna teach it.
The
teach a
drunk guy that's
a
not gonna
lesson, and you
remember
could
it
end
in
up
the
getting
morning.
stabbed or your loved one getting fucking stabbed. Like that's terrible.
You think if you don't
moral
do it, you beat him.
calculus.
It's absolutely about ego.
No, it's not about ego. So first of all, you guys don't probably walk around armed all the time. You guys,
I walk
aren't
around
ready for
armed everywhere I go.
You guys
I walk
aren't-
around armed everywhere I
you'd be
go.
surprised,
I walk
Hostile.
around armed
You don't
everywhere I
know
go.
what you're on, brother.
This isn't about putting, my loved ones in danger. That's not necessarily what it's about. the ground of all of this is discernment and optics. Obviously, you need to understand what you can bite off and what you can chew. You don't want to have more than that, right? My point is
again. Wait, hold on. Now I'm thinking about it. If you walk around armed, you ought not be. You ought not be in a. Hold on. No, listen. No, hold on. Let's be real here. If you walk around armed, that's even better option to not get in a fight. That's an even better reason to not get in a fight. You fucking retard.
Let's just agree to disagree. I think we're coming from two different paradigms. You guys are really democratic, and like you think that this can be. That needs to be necessarily fair or whatever. I don't understand.
I don't know who you think you're talking to. You are like grossly misreading the people on the panel right now. Like low key, you are grossly misreading the situation.
I don't know. It's a little bit. It's a gay position. It's a gay position in my opinion.
No, you're doing the gay position. Saying I need to hit everybody that talks shit to me.
So Avarice, if I was out with my wife,
hold on. He keeps saying everybody, right? Podesta, hold on. He keeps saying everybody. I need to make it clear as I can. This is about optics and discernment. You know when somebody needs to be punched in the mouth. You know that. No, that's what I'm talking about.
Listen,
we're not talking about punching anybody and everybody.
Drunk people are just drunk. You just, if you're in a right state of mind, why the fuck are you
gonna
shoot
win this exchange? You have no way to know that. You don't know what's gonna happen. You don't know if they have friends.
It's not about winning or losing, guy. It's not about that. You don't understand the position.
You just said it was about not biting off more than you could chew. Like you're basically saying, I'm gonna fight people I can beat, is what I just heard.
No, I was talking about the safety of the loved ones. In reference to that comment, I was talking about safety of your loved ones.
You going out of your way to get in a fight is putting your loved ones at risk.
Yes, Hostile, you're acting like in any situation that you're like, this guy deserves to be punched in the mouth, that it's a magical situation, that you will always end up on the upper hand of this. You will always punch him in the mouth, and he will never, he doesn't have friends, he doesn't have anyone else. So then you're putting your loved ones at risk then, right? That would be the other side of it. If you're wrong, if you miscalculated, if he has friends, if he has more weapons, if you trip, if whatever the fuck happens, you're putting your loved ones at danger for the sake of what? Your societal correction, your fucking ego?
Do you understand what discernment and optics means?
Yeah, we're questioning your ability.
I know. Yeah, I know what that means. Yes.
Confluence. I haven't spoken in like 6 minutes. I want to say one thing before I go to bed, since I brought up the topic. Avarice, like if someone screamed at my wife and said, "Hey, you dumb bitch" or something like that, I would literally just walk up to the guy and be like, "Excuse me, would you like to engage in physical combat right now?" Very quiet, very subtly. I would just say there's no reason.
That would work for you.
Again, yes, and that's
just let me put the only reason I'd say that.
I know. I agree with what you're saying. You're
because I don't want to escalate. That's
right. You're not.
I'm actually in agreement with Teal in there. Like I don't want to escalate. I'm just saying, hey. Either we're doing this or we're not.
I'm agreeing with you. You're intimidation, right? That's intimidation. You're not escalating. You're saying, are we doing this or are we not, right? But here's the thing. If that guy was wasted, right, on the other side.
Oh, if he's wasted, you can't. So I was, before you got here, I was a bouncer for years. You're right. You're right.
You smell 8 shots coming off that guy.
I can't in good conscience.
You can't.
Maybe I choke him out and put him to bed. Maybe I just gently lay him down.
Sometimes you wouldn't even do that. You would go up there, smell the whiskey, and you'd go, "This isn't even worth it."
No, I mean, if he's a danger to his friends and his other buddies, I would help him get to his car. At that point, I would feel obliged.
Exactly. Or you'd say, "Bros, you guys need to take care of this guy. He's called my wife a bitch. He's obviously out of his mind because I'm 10 times his size. This guy's out of line, right? But you're not going over there with, yeah, this guy just called my wife a bitch. Knock him out, motherfucker. Time to go. It's go time. It's go time. Want a Tilly? You want a Tilly?
That's the route I take.
Yes, that's the route he takes. We're going to Tilly. Yeah. We're going Tilly. We're going Tilly.
Because even if you did teach that guy a lesson, he was so drunk he wouldn't remember what. And that guy might be drinking at the.
No, he would. When he's sober, he wakes up.
This is how you can tell. This is how you can tell Ben Thorpe's Ethiopian food tray here is a bigger guy.
When he has to go
because
to the
he can tell you, he goes, I use intimidation because I know I can, And then once I'm done, if they choose not to, which I mean, my intimidation works because I'm top heavy. You can tell he's never been in a fight usually because he's that top heavy. He can intimidate. So he's proving that he de-escalates through intimidation, not needing
when
to
the
fight.
drunk guy wakes up and he's sober and he's missing teeth and he has to go to the dentist or the orthodontist to fix his grill,
Dude,
I swear
and
he remembers
who does
that.
he sue? He
Yeah.
sues you.
Is this
He
happening or is
sues
this
you.
theoretical? Is this just theoretical punching people's teeth out?
No, it's not theoretical. I've punched many people in the mouth. Yeah. It's
And then that's called a lawsuit.
I've never been sued for punching somebody in the mouth. So if it does, like I said, it doesn't matter. It's not about being sued. You're worried about your pocket. You're worried about your money.
That my money is my safety.
This is a spiritual thing. This has nothing
You
to
go
do
to
with
jail.
matter.
You won't go to. You won't get fined.
Finance.
They could.
Most people don't go to jail for a fist. Podesta. Most people don't go to jail for a fist fight because most of the time, if two guys get in a fight, nobody's calling the police.
Nobody is. It's never happened. Not once. It's never happened.
What's that? Keelan said something.
Hold on. If you knock, hold on. If you're knocking someone's teeth out, that's a different situation now, isn't it? Man, through Ethiopian food.
I've had my teeth knocked out too,
all the time.
and I've not.
If you knock teeth out, that's a lawsuit. That's a lawsuit.
Yeah, I'm not. That's okay. That's your stance, man. We have to agree to disagree.
Okay, well,
there's no disagreement. You understand, Hostile. That could all these things. You're gambling. Every time you knock someone's teeth out, you're taking a gamble, right? Either you could have.
No, it's not a lawsuit. It's not a gamble. It's not a lawsuit.
No, it's not a gamble.
Sure thing. It's a sure
you
thing.
said you understood what discernment and optics mean, right? So first of all, let me disclose. I don't go to the bar. I'm a family man. I go to work and I come home every day. What I'm saying is if you're in an instance that allows you punching a guy in the teeth for acting like a fucking dumbass or an asshole or a douchebag, you do it. It's that simple. It's not.
You're taking a
my money
every time you do this. You don't understand because you haven't fucking lost yet. But you're taking a gamble every single time.
I have lost.
Yeah, so you're a family man. Hold on. I want to be very clear. Hold on. I want to be very clear. So you said you're a family man. You don't go to the bar. So you don't go to the zoo.
Yeah, I go to the zoo. Yeah.
Zoo has a bar in it, does it?
Not my zoo. Nope.
Zoo, what? Your zoo doesn't have a place where you can buy alcohol?
Man, I live in Wisconsin and none of our zoos have bars.
Wait, so none of your zoos have bars. Hold on, let me rephrase that. Your zoos don't have alcohol?
No, mine doesn't. But let's just say, scratch the bar. Let's say there's an altercation at the zoo, right? This is where you use optics and discernment. This obviously is a different situation, right? But if it is intense enough,
what if he's drunk
somebody
at the
will get
zoo?
punched in the teeth at the zoo. It's not going to stop me because I'm at
what
the
if
zoo or
a
the
gorilla
bar
calls
or
your
at
girl a
Walmart.
bitch?
It's not going to stop me.
What if what if it's the gorilla calling your girl a bitch?
So, Keelan, I have one more question for Keelan. Just he seems like a fairly moral young fellow. If somebody was if somebody's harassing a woman behind the counter at your local grocery store, guy's obviously a little bit emotionally disturbed, and he's harassing somebody, touching her hair, being all sorts of inappropriate. Would you interject?
I would probably touch teeth.
That would be a very tense situation. Like I think.
And if he pushed you, called you the F word, and said back the fuck up unless you're trying to get cracked in the face. And yet, I would hope you call the police at that point. But like after you call the police, would you continue to interject, or would you wait for?
I would at least try to get the other person out of that situation, and hopefully there are other people around who can.
Then, for not that it means a fucking thing to you, but you have my respect for whatever it's worth. I don't think you're a coward. No, I mean, so most people would do nothing. Most people would do nothing.
Crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, wait until it happens and see what he actually does.
Usually the people who are yelling at people behind counters, I feel like they're usually not.
So that's why before what I said, the whole thing, the reason why I would very quietly go up to that person and said, I would like to fight you right now, is because the guy who's screaming out loud probably doesn't want to fight. He doesn't know that I wrestled in college. He doesn't know that I'm a purple belt in jiu-jitsu. He doesn't know, he has no, and I'm going to be very calm.
You wrestled in college?
That's bad.
Yeah, I wrestled post-college too. I was a competitive grappler.
I was 56 kilograms at Purdue. Where'd you go?
Oh no! I was at Rutgers. I was at Rutgers, and then I was at a SUNY school.
No shot. So most of my buddies, they were Arizona State.
ASU was like that's where Cain Velasquez. That's where Cain Velasquez and Ryan Bader
absolutely. So I wrestled. So my instructor was actually Burt Barnes, which was Dan Gable's protege.
And Keelan, just so you're talking, like I'm a grappler, I could literally put a guy in a cradle and just gently lower him to the ground and be like, "Hey, my man, like you don't need to treat people this way." I've done that as a bouncer. I've counseled people through the 5 stages of grief, because usually whenever they want to get whenever somebody's acting that way, it's an unresolved fear or an unresolved something going on in their life where they just have to. It comes out sideways. Confluence, would you agree? Avarice, would you? Usually when those. True. Just sometimes the pressure valve gets so high that a guy can't handle it and he just snaps.
Well, and I would say that sometimes it with like, especially with soldiers, that's the way that they respond, right? Like I respond with aggression in my words. It's not even that I'm like trying to pick a fight. It's just like, listen here, especially if I'm at a place where it's a government facility where I was of service. So I had to respond with yes, sir, no matter what. And now I'm going to the post office and they're going, I can't help you. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? The envelope's back there. Just fucking grab it. Like, yeah, of course I'm going to get a little bit elevated, kind of perspective. Right. So I don't know. I'm kind of.
And this is what Avarice will probably agree. And Confluence was even the same way. He says, "I'm with my friend. I don't want to fight, but he gets me in fights." There's a calming feature of being physically competent that, like, when shit does go sideways, like you don't panic. I'm like, hey, I don't want to be in this situation, but I spent 1,500 hours wrestling on the mats, 1,500 hours sparring. Like worst case scenario is like I'm gonna be okay no matter. I do think that part of Confluence did jiu-jitsu for a little bit. I think every man should have a modicum of competence when it comes to self-defense. Would you disagree?
Not at all. That's a fact.
Well, I know I was asking more Keelan just because him and Podesta and me seem to be on opposing sides of this argument.
Oh no, I unironically enjoy fighting. Just not street fights or stuff like that, because that's where
he enjoys sparring with a hat on.
Yeah,
well, I was going to say you look like a little fit motherfucker. I wouldn't be surprised if you were a jiu-jitsu kid.
What he's trying to do is he's trying to look like Lando Norris, right?
No,
he's like a little Lando Norris.
No,
like take a picture of John Edelring and then take Lando Norris, put them right next to each other.
Everyone who's saying I'm a pussy is right, because like I'm a distance runner. I have very little muscle.
Yeah, okay, Confluence, go ahead, take a picture of Lando Norris.
You know who else? You know who else is a distance runner, Keelan?
John.
Nick Diaz and Nate Diaz, 2 of the toughest guys on the planet. Yeah. Any good fighter is a long distance runner.
You just beat them by attrition at that point. You can just beat them by attrition.
There we go. That's John.
Those guys are going to burn themselves out. In the
go ahead, bring that up. Let's just see what John's doppelganger over here.
No, Keelan's right there.
That's not anything like him.
If Keelan.
That looks like him to me. Look at there.
No
there
hunter eyes. No what?
Look at there's John.
Not
Look at
even.
Lando Norris.
Hey, send me a McLaren. I'm totally
see it.
It's got curly hair, so.
Keelan, one of my good friends was really drunk and got mad at me for some. It wasn't even my fault. He was just drunk. He was being stupid. I let him take swings at me for about 70 seconds in the parking lot at a bar. And eventually his arms got so heavy that I kept parrying punches, if you know what that means. And I'm like, bro, I'm not going to hit you, Jeff. I'm not going to hit you. I'm not going to hit you. And then finally his arms got so heavy and he started breathing. He's like, bro, what? And so if you could, I would dare you to take a jiu-jitsu class or a Muay Thai class and tell me if you hate it.
Yeah, distance runner would definitely help. Rolling, I've seen guys who come into roll and
you're an anxious person?
Very anxious.
I think that if you have anxiety, I think one of those, either jiu-jitsu or Muay Thai, would probably do a world of good. Confluence, what did jiu-jitsu do? You seem to be a little bit neurotic or anxiety-ridden. Would you say jiu-jitsu helped that?
True.
Confluence
I don't
seems to be a bit neurotic.
Confluence is low-key a little bit neurotic. That's a fair statement. But no, I mean, I don't know. Like, yeah, I think, jiu-jitsu is good. Everyone should do it. Everyone should do it.
Confluence is a little neurotic over here.
Yeah, a little bit.
Did you take that as? Did that seem like an insult that I assessed you as slightly neurotic?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. It wasn't. Yeah.
No,
I know.
no, it's pointing out the obvious.
Yeah. No
He-
shame in that.
he's basically a young Larry David, if you think about it.
You know what I don't
most of the stuff
understand?
you
I
can't
don't
take back,
understand why
dude.
Confluence is trying to grow this beard. I don't know what's going on with this beard. I think he's being lazy.
I shave what try you don't even know the beard I can grow, average. You don't even fucking know.
Listen, you need to be
I
nice,
shave it.
clean shaven. You know,
I shave it so it doesn't I've had beards like down to here, okay?
Yeah, you
like,
we don't want that. We want
exactly
clean
that's why I
shaven.
shave it. So don't say
shave,
trying
why
to grow.
get rid of the
I mean,
beard? Just get back to your
no,
fucking
I have a
smooth
weak
face.
jaw. I have a weak jaw, Avarice.
Yeah,
Okay,
I have a weak jaw.
it's caused knowing your weaknesses.
Listen,
okay,
you remove like one tooth over here and one tooth down here and take two up here, and you're a hillbilly the way you look right now.
Looks max by covering up.
yeah, I'm looks vaxing. Do you want me to get the
Yeah.
hammer at Avarice just for you, baby? I'll do
I
it.
would say in the world of panelists, Confluence is like a solid 7.4.
Yeah, there we go. Holy shit! Yeah, that's higher than you gave Marilyn. If you think about it.
Well, she's a part-time player. Like the actual people who host panels, you're not picking from the, Keelan's got like a little biracial Taylor Lautner thing going on. Like I guess it works for the little hipster chicks at the vegan cafes. I'm sure Keelan probably does pretty well.
Keelan's never had sex. He's never had sex.
Keelan got 4 hand jobs at the last No Kings protest. I heard about this.
Well, that is actually true.
I don't go to this protest.
You don't go to those protests?
No.
Because he
I
gets in the head.
I didn't actually think you did. I was just joking. That wasn't a.
I have to stand. I have to say I do not stand at protests. I think they're stupid.
Wait, are you a lefty?
Yeah.
Oh, that's bad.
He said, "Yeah."
That's why you're too polite. That makes a lot of sense.
Keelan is like 2 steps away from joining ISIL. Okay, don't push him over the edge. Like,
Yeah,
well,
you all are trying to convince me of
Average,
engaging in
Kanan,
violence.
average.
What form of leftist do you subscribe to?
Wait, are you pro-choice?
Am I pro-choice?
Yeah.
I am not about to have this argument.
Yeah, don't do
What
it.
no, let's not go there. What political ideology
I was
do
just
you
wondering.
ascribe
I'm
to?
just
We've already
wondering.
been there. We've been there a lot lately.
I'm just
He
wondering.
wasn't,
if
but then you heard
pro-choice.
your heaven maxing argument, and now he is.
What I don't. I've never had this argument with John.
I am against abortion.
You're
but
against abortion.
I recognize.
Oh, let's
that it
not be
has a
boomers
place
right now.
in
Come
our
on.
current society.
You're against
Gay.
abortion. Why are
So
you against
gay.
abortion?
This is
I
gay.
think it's the wrong thing to do. Oftentimes,
Like, is it because of some morality there, or some kind of structuring, or like?
You're trying to draw him into a dialectic. I got one question, and then y'all can have this, and I'll leave. What political ideology do you most resonate with, John?
I think
Or
I'm
Kieran, whatever your
closest
name
to evolutionary socialism.
What's evolutionary
Okay.
socialism?
It's fair.
It's like
Okay,
it's
you
like
guys
trying to
have
get
fun
to
with
communism
the
without
abortion
violence.
debate.
Well, no, I mean he doesn't believe in heaven.
Heaven? Is that what you said?
Well, John doesn't believe in heaven, is what it sounds like.
I have
He
no
didn't say he's religious. He said
inclination.
he's
Yeah, you see, he doesn't believe in heaven. So why would I have this? Why would I have a discussion about heaven maxing with someone that doesn't believe in heaven?
true.
Yeah, you see, where am I supposed to put the babies if he doesn't believe in heaven?
He has no.
You can believe in heaven for the sake of the argument, but it would be just a fun conversation.
Is it? Do you think it's a fun conversation?
I thought it's hilarious. I thought it was the funniest thing I ever heard. The first day I heard it, after about 8 or 6 days of it, 8 or 9 days of it, it's getting a little bit long now. But I was
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to. That's why I'm trying. I
I
have new rhetoric, but it seems like everybody wants to take to abortion. You know, I had some good ones. I had a doozy, but you know, I didn't want to go.
No,
with
we've
those
just
ones.
talked about it a lot lately over the last few days.
I haven't been here the last few days, so I don't know why you're talking. Blame me here.
When he first came out with it, it was absolutely.
Abortion's a perennial topic
on
this.
This has gone a long time now.
I personally think a panel of men should be talking about circumcisions.
We did a whole day on
you're gonna trigger me, Avarice. You're gonna fucking trigger me, man. You trigger me.
Do we mutilate or not mutilate the foreskin? This
No,
is the things
took
we
my
need to know.
foreskin.
Oh man.
They took my foreskin. I had no say in it. People like
Yeah,
me
there's
want
no
them to
consent.
take more of it.
People like
Yes.
me.
Running out of foreskin.
And I want it
Running
back.
out of foreskin.
People like me want that. People like me want that. Yes, absolutely.
John,
No, you don't.
I have a
You
question.
told me that the other day.
If I could mandate Avarice's kid to be circumcised, I would. Like if I was supreme leader, I would
This is where we're gonna send
absolutely
you
make
I don't
that
believe
a
that.
law. I would
I
send
got a
Jewish
question,
rabbis
John.
to his fucking house.
And that's
I
how
got
you
a
can
I got
vote.
a question for
And
you,
make sure he
John.
doesn't get power.
Do you think that I should be allowed to do nothing and just get paid for it? Because I wasn't consented to give it by anybody to be birthed.
Who's this to?
That's to
John.
John.
Do I think you should be allowed to do nothing and get paid for it because you didn't consent to be born?
Yes. Like my parents didn't do a seance and get the Ouija board out and go up into the spiritual realm to tell my spirit that and get permission for my spirit to enter my body. Right?
I think this
due to
depends on who
this-
you talk to, right? Like if you talk to like a Rosicrucian or something.
due to
No, he doesn't
this-
believe in. Does he believe in spirit?
So due to this, and my parents not getting my consent, I think that in America, albeit not getting my consent to be born, America should be paying me reparations for a no consent birth.
I think everyone who is capable of working should be working.
But I don't want to. I didn't consent to any of that.
Okay.
So should you just under your purview? I should just get paid for doing nothing, right? Under your socialist, communist, evolutionary guideline.
No, I don't think you understand what evolutionary socialism is or what communism
Sure.
is.
Okay, so let's just hear what you and talk to me like I'm a retard. Tell me what it's about then, John.
I'm not gonna talk to you like you're a retard, but you create a society where people have a stake, where they feel like they have more of a stake in the society's output than they currently have. People should feel like they want to work, and I think most people do want to work.
Okay, but what if I don't?
What if you don't?
What if I feel like I don't want to work in your society because I was born into a society I don't want to be born into?
Well, you are. So you don't even say if.
Well, it depends on if I'm feeling violent tonight. I think we force you to work.
So you're gonna force me to work against my will.
If I'm feeling violent, yeah.
If you're feeling violent, so you're the arbiter of who works and who doesn't work.
Well, usually I try to take the position where I don't think violence should be used to compel people to work, and I think most people in a socialist or communist society will want to work more than they want to work.
What if I don't want to work?
What if you don't want to work?
I don't want to work in your society.
And he just said he compels you. That's what he said.
And how are you going to compel me?
I mean, if you don't want to work,
you said the opposite before. You said the
yeah,
opposite.
yeah. I said if I'm feeling violent, like I'm just trolling.
What do you mean if you're feeling? You're gonna make a rule. You can't change it as your mood changes.
Yeah, I'm trying. So how are you going to force me to work? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
It's gonna be day by day. He's just gonna say, "How are you feeling today?"
Well,
I feel like you need to work.
We're like on two different sides here. You're like, what if I don't want to work? And I'm saying, well, I don't think that an able-bodied person in this society would not want to work.
I don't want to work in your society.
Okay,
Just say
you're not
you'd
gonna
cast them
settle.
out into the woods. Just say it. Just say you'd ban them from society. Just say it.
Just exile them.
Just exile them, man. It's not.
Where are you going
to? No, I think it's a
Punch
a
him in the
false
teeth,
premise.
Keelan. Punch him in the fucking teeth.
I think it's a bad question.
What do you mean? I'm trying to ask. You're trying to say, listen, you're doing this whole like in this perfect world where there is no perfect world where everybody's going to want to work. So I don't want to work. So even
what
with
do you
all the
think-
propaganda, what are you going to do with the people that don't want to work?
I think they're going to be a very small percentage of the population.
Oh my god!
What do you
Okay,
do with
even
that?
Are you going to pay? Are these
What do you
people?
do
Are they
with the
going to?
small
Are they going to be
percentage?
paid for? What are you going to do with the small percentage that doesn't want to work?
I
camps.
You provide
Camps.
for everyone.
You provide, so they just get to live for free, provided for, doing nothing.
Oof.
Yeah, everyone deserves to live.
Then everybody's going to not want to work, right? Because these guys aren't.
Wait, bro, this is over. That was the KO. That's a KO.
Wait,
TKO.
so you think Joe somebody's gonna go to work while he gets to watch fucking Jeff Smith sit at home and play video games all day? Joe Smith's gonna go to work.
Joe Smith is
I
going
think
to the
people work for
program.
more reasons than just money.
Would you not get more money working under this
This
system?
is bad. This is bad.
Well,
And even in
currently,
communist systems,
if
they're
you
not-
were
they're not
if you were to
really
go to
equal.
if you were to go to socialism, then you would get more bang for your buck if you did work.
Every system still gives you more money to work. There's still incentive to work. You don't. You,
Wait.
you can still
Let's get
paid
more
to-
nuanced in
the
this,
system's
right? Okay,
that
so
lie.
say Jeff Smith doesn't want to work, right? And he gets paid less, right? What if he protests to that less payment? Then what do you do with them? Like where's the line drawn in the sand? What I mean is like, okay, he gets $5 an hour, right? And then there's the guy who works and he makes $15 an hour. Let's say Jeff Smith is pissed, right? He's playing games all day. He's only getting $5 an hour, and that's not enough, right? Just like he was compensated for bitching and not wanting to work. Well, what if he continues that bitching and says, "You're not paying me enough"? Then what do you do with him?
No, hostile. We're gonna do extreme. Hostile. I'm with you. We're gonna do extreme protest, right? I'm even gonna block the freeway. All right, I'm blocking the freeway. We're not working. Hey, $5, and this isn't enough. How dare you for me not working? Pay me only $5.
You
Right?
you already get unlimited unemployment in Australia if you don't work. It's not this is a workable system.
No.
You don't
In
need to go to communism for it.
in John's scenario, they still get paid.
Yeah, people who are unemployed get paid in Australia.
Yeah, I mean, this is a problem.
America too. America has
To get unemployment,
than it is
Podesta, to get unemployment, you just can't be a lazy dipshit. You actually have to have had a job and lose. There are stipulations to unemployment to
You're not
qualify.
in Australia.
No, I'm telling you that's what it is. Okay, tell me how unemployment works in Australia.
And unemployment, once you're an independent citizen, you can apply for work.
So right when I'm 18,
work
so let's
and
say I've
you
never
get
worked.
paid.
Hold
You
on,
do
I
have
got
to
a
show that
question.
you're applying
Podesta,
for
I
work.
got
You
a
answer
question.
that?
Wait, hold on, I got a question.
Yeah,
Because I don't want to get. I don't want to get you because he said something. I just want to make sure. I want to make sure that we're under the same framework before you answer this question. We're talking about someone fresh out of high school, never worked in their life, and they're going to go claim unemployment. All right,
Yeah.
fresh out of high school. How do they do that?
No,
Once
more
they're not
specifically,
dependent-
the person
once
is
they're
saying,
declared
wait.
not dependent on their parents.
More specifically, the person is claiming, quote, "I don't want to work."
Yes.
Now
do that in
continue.
Australia.
You can't do that. Yeah, you can't do that in Australia. You can't claim you don't. You can't claim you don't want to work, Podesta. You're being fallacious.
You're not working and you're getting
Again,
paid.
again,
Doesn't matter
but
what
you
claim.
can't
When you that's just working around the
because
system.
again
I'm sure a lot of
because
the
these are
unemployed
people
people in
that
Australia don't want to
again
work
because
and just say
sorry,
that they're
I'm
gonna
sorry,
work.
I'm sorry that there's dishonest people, but we have honest people that don't want to work. They're honestly not wanting to work.
Okay. It doesn't matter if they're honest or not. As long as they're not wanting to work, they'll work.
The original claim was at birth.
So
The
if an
original claim.
18-year-old goes up and says, "I want to get unemployment," and they go, "Well, what? Why?" And I go, "Because I don't want to work." Are they going to give it money?
No, they'd have to say that they want
There
to work.
we go. There we
That's
go.
it. You got to
John
remember that
Elden Ring is
wherever
like, I've heard all these
They
arguments before.
wouldn't have to
I'm
mean
so
it. They
tired
have
of
to
this.
say it.
wherever
You've got
it
actual
started
forms.
was
They make it a nightmare. No.
They don't, but they don't want to lie. It's
Give it a
against their
second.
religion. They can't lie. It's against
Give
their
it a
religion.
second.
They can't lie.
Give it a second.
Can lie.
The original
They can lie.
position when we started all
Follows that
this
shit. I wish they did.
was about the individual claiming that they didn't consent to birth, right? That was the original claim. Was that's the position that was held, and then we started asking John those, or he did. I joined in. Started asking John the questions about his evolutionary socialism. So yeah, this is different than filing for unemployment. This doesn't even apply to the
Well,
situation.
I'm just saying that you can encourage people to work, but you don't have to force them to.
Again,
we're talking about a situation where somebody says, "I did not want to be born. I am not going to work." John said, "We are going to take care of that person." Now that person says, "You're not giving me enough." Now,
Well,
continue.
the only difference to that system is we'd give Avarice a form and say, if you want to get paid, you got to fill this form out. If you don't fill this form out, you don't get the money.
Yeah, this argument's
that's the
kind of
difference between the
irrelevant because
systems.
we're already headed towards socialism. Like every country's headed towards socialism.
Why does that make it irrelevant?
So
just
if
because
you want to
that's
just
what
get no
people are
money and
saying?
live, if you don't want to work and you don't want any money, you can do that. But we just make you fill out a form, and once you fill out the form, you can do what you want. but you have to
And
fill
on
out
that form, there's a box that says because I don't want to work.
No, you have to lie.
You have to lie. Again,
Check the
breaking
box,
my
I don't want to
worldview.
work. I didn't want to be
want to
born.
lie.
Okay, then you don't get money if you don't want to lie.
Then you don't get. There we go. So you have to lie. So you're saying that you have to lie in order to be paid. But in John's system, you don't have to lie. To be honest,
You can straightforward say,
Okay.
"I didn't want to be born." Now you're being taken care of.
I think everyone has a right to have their basic needs met.
okay. So if I don't want to do anything, all right. What's basic needs? Is internet basic needs?
In this day and age, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I get free. I get free internet. Is TV basic needs?
No.
No, TV's not basic needs. But how am I going to get public
So that's the thing is
broadcast?
TV anymore. TV
How am I
is
going to get
internet.
public broadcast?
TV is internet.
You have the internet.
So I can not get a free TV, but I can have internet that gives me TV. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
You have
Yeah.
access
Okay.
to the internet, yes.
Okay. Do I get a cell phone?
Yes.
Yes, I get a free cell phone. Do I get food?
We need to be able to track
Of course you get food.
Okay, so I get food. Okay. Do I get like water?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. What about Pepsis? Do I get free Pepsi?
No.
Yeah, I don't think Pepsis would exist.
What
You don't
about
think-
gas?
Oh, Pepsi.
What about the
Pepsi
gas
doesn't
to heat your
exist.
home?
What about a vehicle? What about a vehicle? What about
What about a
transport?
car?
No, you take the public transport.
Yeah. What about a car?
You get a
That's more
bicycle.
difficult because, like, I would imagine we would reshape society where, like, we have better public transit, so we wouldn't need cars as much.
So nobody needs cars.
Yeah, where you're going, you don't need cars.
We don't need cars. Okay, no cars.
Yeah, we're in
Do
a
I get a
5-minute
house?
city.
You
You,
have house.
you get a place to live. I don't
Is
know
it a
if
You might not
house?
own it. You might not own it, but you'll have a roof over your head.
I'll have a
Yeah, pretty cool.
house. Man, I'm just getting free shit all the time. And who's paying for all this?
This is wild.
Society.
Society.
All the economics, all the money that goes around.
Yeah, you should be providing. You should be
I
providing.
do all that now, though. We literally
Avarice,
do all that.
avarice.
That's the crazy part. We do all that right now.
JS, your money's going to my house, my free house. You're going to pay for my
It's not
food.
his money.
money, John.
all that.
Yeah, no. All your money is paid for my
Avarice,
house.
it's the dude. I have one question for them. Is there going to be different income for different people, or does everyone get the same income regardless of the job?
In my
To,
system, you
to
will
start out
definitely
in
get
social,
different income
yeah,
for different
people get
jobs.
different incomes.
Yeah, what makes you think I'm paying taxes? I'm getting the free
Well,
shit too.
So
Jess is with me. Jess is getting free shit. Jess, me and you, we didn't give consent to be here. You better just pay for our shit.
This
You're
actually exists
paying-
already. This isn't even communism. What we're talking about already exists, and you guys' brains are broken.
No, it doesn't exist, John. So wait a second.
Yes, it does.
Do you understand what incentive and motive means?
Well, that's right. That's right. Let me get to the reason I asked about the different income is why would anybody go to school to be a gastroenterologist when everyone's roughly going to have their needs? And this doesn't really matter to Keelan. This doesn't really matter to Keelan or Podesta. But would you say either of you have broken through the middle class ceiling or no?
I have.
When you say
What do you make a year, Podesta?
You are middle class.
150,000.
In Australia?
Yeah.
What does that put you in? Like the top 5% of earners in Australia?
Top 7%, I think.
I was close enough, 5 to 7. I'm not.
I think it's somewhere around
Keelan, are you kind of in the same boat?
Yeah, similar.
Damn.
Okay.
So I'm
So
broke
you-
as shit. So you guys are paying me.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
paying me
I'll
too.
pay
I'm not
my
doing
rent.
shit. I'm not doing
don't wanna
shit,
work.
man. I'm not gonna work. Look at this. He's acting like everybody's
So-
gonna want to work. I'm not working.
I have a
Fuck this
question for
guy.
all of you. I have a question for everyone on panel.
Yeah.
Do you think people who can't work or don't want to work should die?
No, not at all.
No.
Wait,
This is
hold
way
on.
different.
I don't think
Are
there's
you
a such
trying
thing
to
as a
use this
living
as an
wage.
analogy for the situation? Please tell me this is.
Well,
not
I'm
a
just wondering,
comparative
like, if someone
analogy.
doesn't want to work today,
Clockwise.
No,
they
we
should
have
die?
Social Security,
No,
right?
they're not going to die.
Oh,
There's,
you have a social program.
Well, you're just going to give them money.
I'm not
listen,
against socialism per se,
we have
right? But
locally
your
ran-
your
You can't give
envisionment
them
of
money when they don't
socialism
wanna
is all
work.
sorts of fucked up.
crazy.
UBI is retarded. It's
I'm
obviously
saying
retarded.
people get their basic needs met, and you're saying
Listen,
that that's retarded.
Listen,
But you're saying that
but
people should have their basic
here's what
needs met.
here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. If they don't want to work, there's a perfectly good street and there's a forest and woods. It's called the National
There you go, the
Park.
woods.
Go live out in the woods. Go hunt
Here's
some
a tent.
squirrels.
You wonder
All
how to do
right.
that.
No,
Have
you
you been
didn't
to
get a tent.
Washington
You didn't
before?
buy a tent. All right.
Have you been to
True.
Washington State before?
Have I been to what?
Washington State.
Yeah, Seattle. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, you see all
I-
those homeless people outside hanging their dicks around, shooting up in front of kids. You think that
Well,
that's
that's
a good
because
thing?
they go to the cities with the most free
Again,
stuff.
Again, they go to the cities with the most
Avarice,
free. I'm with JS. They're giving us
Avarice,
free
give me
stuff. They
one-
give free
one-
stuff. Listen, in Seattle, have you been to Seattle? You're in Seattle, I take it, right? Do you see
I
how
don't
they
live in Seattle.
do you
They
see
hand
how
out
they do you
needle
see how they
kits.
hang the Narcan from the trees? They just hang it from the trees.
Avarice,
They
I
don't-
have
Okay,
one
so here's
one
what we
question
do.
for Keelan.
Here's
Please.
what. Wait, hold on. I'll land my
Please,
plane
just
2
one.
seconds. Then you're good.
All right.
Here's how we fix it. Instead of hanging the Narcan from the local public trees in the city, we go put the Narcan in the trees out in the forest, and then they can go pluck from the forest trees.
And that's how you get a small. That's how you get a small city like Wenatchee, Washington, with a bunch of drug addicts harassing
Okay,
their
so
kids.
that's not how you look. That's not. Listen, you're being fallacious.
They
That's
literally
not-
send a fucking
Okay,
drug
it seems
addict
like
to
you're.
the
If you're gonna
Wenatchee.
start, if you're gonna fight
They
Washington,
bust
get
the
ready.
drug addicts
Get
to
ready.
that.
If you're gonna fight Washington, get ready for war. Because I know these stats
Average.
very well.
Wait,
So
wait.
did Wenatchee, Washington start because they started hanging? They started hanging
Stop.
Narcan from trees, or did Wenatchee, Washington start because it was a mining town and foresting?
Wait,
I just
wait.
want to ask
busting
Keelan
in
one
addicts
quick
from Seattle
question.
to
Keelan,
You're being
Washington.
fallacious to the start of the town.
Keelan, just
That's not how-
one quick question, Keelan. If you gave those people apartments or even an abandoned Holiday Inn, do you think that any of the fentanyl abuse or the prostitution would stop?
That's what I was going to ask, by the way.
That's a
Yeah,
sincere
no,
question.
You would need other people to be involved to prevent.
So
something.
Keelan, this is what, and I've me and you have gone back and forth, but this is where I'll be like, my experience dominates yours. I own the homes that I own. I specifically house people that are coming off of felony arrests or drug addiction. This is what I dedicate this is what I dedicate my life to. Like when you say we can throw more resources at it, that's I hope, I wish, put it this way, I wish you were right. I wish you were right so bad.
I wish.
I really do. I do. I wish you could throw money and services at fentanyl. I wish. I'm in my living room right now. I have a wall dedicated to people who've lived in my homes that have died. I'm looking at it right now. I'm not going to name the names, but regardless, that idea that you and pedestrians, it's normally. Go ahead.
Just to be clear, what percentage of the homeless are drugs, and what percentage of people that can't afford homes?
Of the homeless are drug addicts.
Is that a real question?
The stats
you
aren't going to be
serious?
accurate because most of them, when they answer those forms, they don't want to say they're a drug addict because they feel like they're going to not get the services if they say they're a drug addict. They're not gonna just tell you,
Keelan's
"Yeah,
not
I'm a drug addict."
Keelan's sincere, and he's not.
Shows of people who live in their cars because they can't afford a house, and they're not.
Well, Podesta, you're too busy. You're too busy making 150 grand a year, and I'm too busy running houses on top of my job that I make no money on, so that people can get better. So, at my heart, I am a socialist. I probably spend about $20,000 to $30,000 a year of my own money trying to do like the little ministry work that I do.
I mean, that was just a serious question so that we can.
No, it's
separate how many people.
most
This opinion is that all the homelessness is fentanyl.
I'd say 70%, and that's from
Yeah.
seeing it, living it in multiple states. Like my experience is different than that guy's. My experience was I was the homeless drug guy on the street. And
Are you claiming that most homeless people aren't on drugs? Is that what you're
I
saying?
said no. I said my
no,
guess.
not
is
you,
70
not you, Podesta.
Oh.
Are you saying most homeless people aren't on drugs?
Does that sound like what I'm saying? I was,
I think he was asking.
I was just trying to work out what we were talking about here. If you say it's at 70, 80%, I'm inclined to believe you.
Like, I know you
then the
specified
problem, then the
fentanyl, right? But
conversation
are we going to
becomes,
sit here and be that
then the
disingenuous
conversation
to claim
becomes not
that like
about giving
most
them housing,
homeless
but how do we
people
get
are
them off
not on
fentanyl?
drugs?
Because we can't solve this.
The problem
I'm
is
just
forced
asking to
rehab.
find out the stats. Oh, that was just an honest question. I'm not. It wasn't a leading.
But like, are you that
or loaded
detached from
question.
reality enough to ask that question?
Yeah,
Like,
homeless people.
like we understand why you're
All I've
asking the
got is
question.
videos and seeing big stories on them. I haven't got any hand to hand with homeless.
You asked the question because you are insinuating that not all homeless people are on drugs, right? That's
Yeah,
the
not all
reason you
homeless
asked that
people are on
question. We're
drugs.
not dumb.
Not all homeless people are on drugs, but I want to know what the percentage was.
We had they bought.
You actually think that every
are
homeless
you
person
that
is on drugs?
detached from reality that you don't
You actually
understand
think that
that
every single homeless person.
why
every
don't
single
you
person
let
who
the
doesn't have a home is
homeless
on
man
drugs?
speak? All right.
Exactly, bro. Let the
JS.
homeless guy
Every
speak.
single
Goddamn.
homeless person in
city
America is
bought a
on
There
drugs.
is a homeless guy in
drugs.
America. He's right here. His name is JS Suburban Adventures.
See,
Shut up
people
and let the
don't live in their
homeless man
cars.
speak.
I'm technically homeless. If you
Listen,
wanna
the
There's
city
people
bought
that
a
don't live in their
building
cars
and we
because they
moved a
can't
bunch
afford
of
rent.
homeless people into the building
not
for
a
free
thing.
in an apartment building. And guess what happened 6 months later? It burnt down because they had a meth lab in it.
Yeah, okay, so don't put
That
drugs
shit,
down
and that shit
people
happens all the
in a
time.
house.
When
You
you
need
give
to
people
put
stuff
them
for
in
free that they don't work for,
you
they
need to
don't
give
take
them.
care of it. I used to
Yeah.
do maintenance at
If
apartments,
they're
like
drug
like
addicts,
what,
they need to be gotten off the drugs. There's no
like
point
what
Giving
putting
them
drug addicts in
shelter
the
is
house.
not going to stop a drug addiction. That
That's
is
what I do.
absurd.
Well, we need to work out what a fix is.
when
or
you
just,
tell
you
when
just
you
guys
tell
just
them
going to
they're
put up
gonna
with your
fix it,
home,
they
with your
throw
fentanyl
addiction
problem.
Here's
parties,
the
they
fix.
You
destroy
think that
property.
Here's the fix.
the drugs
Here's
getting
the
to America is
fix.
going to fix it?
Here's the fix. We don't
You
give them
think
free
blowing up
stuff.
ships off Venezuela is
That's
going
the
to fix it? Don't
fix.
you need
We
a real
don't. We
fix?
don't give them free stuff. That's the
And that
fix.
fixes it? That hasn't fixed it so far.
It will slowly. What do you mean? We give them free stuff.
Yeah,
That's the
Avarice is
problem.
right.
Right.
Avarice is
So you
right.
just
We give them free needles in Seattle. We give them free Narcan. We just so we're
Free
clear.
meth pipes, free
They
crack
even
pipes.
they give you free methadone. They literally go, as long as you have a lockbox, you don't even need a name. You can just go up with your little lockbox in
so you've got
Seattle,
50
John,
states.
and you
Is there
can
any
go up
states
there
where you
and go,
don't give- is there
here's
any
the
states where you
box.
don't give homeless people free stuff?
Not that I know of.
Yeah,
I'm okay with
Avarice.
50 states, Republican and
There
Democratic.
was a time. I don't know if Washington is still doing it. I think
homeless people free
Seattle's
stuff.
changed a bit, but they were taking the homeless people and moving them to small towns like Wenatchee.
We have
Keelan, you didn't really answer me. My question: do you think you could just throw
And giving
resources
them
and
free
fix
stuff,
addiction?
John. And
No,
how
you
is
can't.
Wenatchee now? And how is Wenatchee now?
I think they changed some things. And
Yeah, it's
actually
fucking
better.
because it got fucking miserable, and you know that. Even the price of Chelan right next to it, which was the tourist capital, and Leavenworth went down because of the homeless that they were busing in to give them free shit in Wenatchee. Because they were like, here's what the idea was, John. They put them in Wenatchee thinking what? They were going to go do the tourist in what two cities? Lake Chelan and Leavenworth. They're like, you know what? They can go do that because at least they can do the tourist trade there. And that's at least, that's easy. It's just pass out flyers. And did they do it, John? Did they do it, John? No. Because they just wanted free shit. So it just proves that if people are given free shit, they're not going to do shit except get free shit.
So they're given free shit before they become homeless?
So,
no, they're homeless. Then they're
what
given
makes
free
them homeless
shit.
then? I guess it doesn't make them homeless.
Avarice. I think
You know
we're
how
on the
many
same page.
people
with
are
Washington, at
like
least.
nepo babies who become homeless? They grow up with everything handed to them and they don't work because of that reason.
Well, then
The
it's
free
not the
shit is the
it? It's the
incentive.
drugs. You need to work out.
No, it's not
why
the
they're all going
drugs.
on
It's the free
drugs.
shit that leads to the drugs. Do you not
You said
get
they're
that?
nepo babies. They've already got
But
free shit.
to respond
That's
to the
what I'm
dude,
saying.
no, I don't
We're
think you can
agreeing.
just
That's
throw
what I'm
resources
saying.
at it. I think you have to intelligently do it. I think
Well,
there's
what I'm
a
saying is
way-
I kind of dedicate what. Talk to me, and I'm open to this conversation. What do you mean by intelligently?
Well, like you're an expert on the matter. Someone who's an expert would come up with a policy. I'm obviously not an expert on how you solve the homeless crisis. That's not something
We're building
I
a giant
go
homeless
look into.
encampment here in Utah. A giant homeless encampment. Right outside of Salt Lake City.
I know how to solve it.
Which I think is a good idea. I would do it differently. I would just buy a plot of land and have water and electrical hookups and say, you can put a tent here, There's rules when you're on the property. No
they don't obey rules. That's why here's how you solve it. They don't obey
Right,
rules.
well, then you throw them
they
out.
try all the time. They never. But you see this every time.
Some of
you
them
try
do.
to do that.
Some of them-
Some one or two out of the I agree. Out of every 10, I'll say 1 to 2 get by that obey the rules out of every 10. All right. But here's the easiest idea. All right. We just don't provide free stuff and we let them die out.
Yeah. Or
Yeah,
you could go cold turkey pogroms.
And that's where I'm
don't
gonna
agree with
diverge.
that.
I don't think we let people die just because
We just don't let people die. Well, we do it all the time. So we should then we just don't let people go to war.
Their prescription though is government.
I mean, I'm against
Government's
war,
not,
too.
Disagree with that.
government's not going to fix it. You have to go to charity. you have to go
Keelan,
to
should you have to
churches.
pass a drug test to collect
told us
EBT
maybe
and WIC?
So
Hell yeah.
I don't think you should have to pass. I think you should. I think
That's
you should obviously be trying to get clean. But I think to require someone to pass a drug test to get food and stuff, I think that would be kind of insane. They should be taking drug tests so that it's known that they're using and they can get help for that. But I don't think it's necessary.
We should scarlet letter them, right? This one, we should just put a big ass hat on them that says druggie, right?
Well,
if they don't pass.
Forced rehab doesn't work either because you force them to go to rehab, they come out, they've lost their tolerance, but they go back and they use the same amount that they were used to before they went to rehab and they die from an overdose.
I got a question.
Very common.
Do you believe in public shaming, John?
Public shaming?
Yeah.
Depends on what you're shaming for.
Well, just in general, to shame someone for being a drug addict, shame someone for being fat out in public, et cetera,
I think
et cetera.
shaming someone for being a drug addict might make it worse, and it might make them do even worse things.
What's that?
I think shaming someone for being a drug addict could cause bad things.
Oh, so we should.
Punishment is based on whether or not the shaming is a good.
The druggies that are in the depths of depravity, they don't care about shame. They have no shame.
Keelan, would you mind if I ask what your area of study was in college?
In college, I studied math. Now I work in healthcare.
What part of math focus?
Healthcare IT.
What focus?
Well, so with all due respect, I'm being sincere, Keelan. IT is important, but that's not healthcare. You work in the healthcare space, but you don't work in healthcare. I have a nursing degree. That's all I'm saying is you have an IT degree. You make more than me. You're more you're more STEM tech savvy than I am. I'm literally kneeling. Can you, in all sincerity, say you work in healthcare?
I know more about. I'm not going to say I know more about anything. I'm going to say I know more about the business side than the actual delivering of the care.
So you don't work in healthcare. You work in the business side of things.
Which is important, the mark, the medical.
You're not sitting there and you're not holding somebody's hand as they die.
Yeah, I wouldn't tell people what to do if they're sick. Absolutely not.
So you know about business, you don't know about healthcare.
And that's fine. That's not a bad thing. He's a smart kid. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, brother. Most of these people, and I'm a sober guy too. I wasn't a junkie. I was a drinker. Doesn't really make a difference. Most people that go to rehab, go to detox, they've been 7, 12, 15 times. They lie, they cheat, they steal. It's an internal decision. There's no money. There's no resource. I believe in a hand up, not a handout. And you and Podesta, although here's the funny thing. I think that it comes from an altruistic place. I think it comes from a good place. But the way you guys would do it, I think you would wind up killing more people than you help. Not on purpose.
I'm living free in their life.
Yeah,
in their world, I'm living rent free.
You see, the cities with the most services have the highest homeless population. The government profits off of their homeless head count, and then they use
a lot
of that money goes to fraud.
You don't really know what my situation.
So I'm obviously not an expert by any means on how to solve the symptoms of the issue currently. How do we solve the root causes? Is that by letting people die? I don't think so.
I'm just pro different experiments. If putting a big encampment, try it out, see if it works, see if it improves.
They've tried that.
Just try things.
What is causing?
Try lots of things. Try more things. I don't care. Whatever's happening now isn't working. Try more things.
Childhood trauma, how they were raised, their environment, their surroundings, their state of mind.
So what do we
lack
need to
of
do?
God.
What do we need to not
Getting kicked out? They could just be. They could have just got kicked out. They could be 18 and just gotten kicked out and just been nobodies. That's it.
Yeah. How do we solve the root causes? And usually that is going to be through social programs.
But here's the thing: even if you call, and this is what we're trying to say, even if you try to solve, let's say even if we solved 80% of it, all right, there's still going to be people that just don't want to do it. At the end of the day,
that's why I'm an evolutionary socialist, because I want to get as close as we can.
But what I'm saying is, even if you get as close as you can, right? You can never be perfect. You agree to this, right?
And you never stop trying.
Okay, so hold on, let me finish my line of questioning. So if you can never be perfect, what are you gonna do with the people that don't want to work?
Well, you have to have society organized in such a way that people are incentivized to work. So if we're trying to get closer to socialism,
just answer the fucking question.
All we did in Australia was we made it harder and harder to get the dole until we forced them to work.
Again,
do you have Salvation Armies where you're at, Keelan?
Yeah.
Salvation Army, places like St. Christopher up in New York, there's many free resources for people that want to get off the streets and get well. The difference is there's the places that make you work for your quote unquote recovery or try to improve. They don't want to go there. They want to go to a place that's just going to feed them, give them 3 hots and a cot, and they don't have to do shit.
Yeah. So if I don't want to do anything and you're just giving me free shit, all right, who's paying for it, John?
Yeah, we're bringing it to its absurd conclusion in like a faraway future. I'm saying if we're trying to shift to a more socialist system currently, and people need incentives to work that are monetary.
But they don't want. This is what we're trying to say. The people now, John.
We don't just let capitalism.
This is what we're trying to say, John. Right now, it's the people now. Back to our hypothetical. Even if it's back to now, the people now on the street don't want to work. They don't want to work, John.
In our capitalist society,
right now, people don't want to work. You said right now you're trying to fix for now. They don't want to work. So how do you fix it, John? Even if you steer them and you go, we're going to put up banners that say, go to work, and we're going to do steel. We're going to do that whole World War II campaign to get people working again. And they don't, what if they still don't want to work, John? That's what I'm trying to say. Who's paying for it?
There are a lot of reasons why people don't want to work. Can you mention one specific reason why they don't want to work?
Because they don't want to work. Because they're lazy. Because they're lazy. Because they're lazy.
So,
well, you're also talking to Keelan. This is, again, I say this with respect. You're a young guy working in IT. Go talk to a 53-year-old plumber or roofer that has 3 spine fusions, 2 knee replacements, working on a divorce like that. That your whole concept basically shits on the middle class.
That person's on healthcare supported by the system.
No, they're not in America.
That person's on healthcare. No, they're not, you fucking idiot. They have to pay for that shit.
In ours, that person would be on disability and we'd be taking care of them. What the fuck? Why don't you guys do that? It's not that expensive.
Yes, healthcare is expensive. I'm actually having.
Let me feel that.
Do you know how much it is? Do you know how much it is to privately insure yourself, Podesta?
Avarice. Let me tackle because I come from healthcare. Podesta. Your country creates nothing. The United States comes up with like 90% of new cutting edge. Yes, your country creates
Wi-Fi. You just
no. I'm talking in the healthcare space. I'm talking in the healthcare space.
We come up with
we come up with over 90% of cutting edge 90% of medications, robotic surgeries, not limited but including the cyberknife and the Whipple procedure. The United States alone funds and comes up with 90% of cutting edge stuff.
And that's because you can profit off of pharmaceuticals.
And that's where I was trying to get to. But Podesta's, again, it's coming from a good place what he's saying, but it's a place of ignorance. Neither him or Keelan understand how many, for every one drug that gets brought to market, there's like 37 that they spend millions, if not billions on that drug does not come to market.
Oh, yeah.
Like when you look at Pfizer, Eli Lilly, go ahead.
That's going to change if you guys didn't pay the bulk of everything. You guys get charged for most of it, and we get a fraction of the charge that you guys get charged for the same chemicals, for the same drugs that you guys invent. So
price control.
Yeah, everything's just going to be free.
That's why you don't make
live
them, 'cause
free.
you have price
Can
controls.
you, since everything's going to be free,
We
can
can't
you just,
compete when the
John?
prices-
Can you
like,
just
when you
send
guys are
me
being
half
ripped
your
off to
money
the
that
hilt
you
to pay
make
for the
so
rest of
that
the world
I
getting
can
drugs?
live
We don't have to
free?
pay them.
I think there is a route to potential sort of agreement here. Does anyone disagree that the social programs in the U.S. should be better?
No, they
Yeah,
should be
I disagree.
abolished.
I don't think they should be bigger. I think they should be more efficient, and I think the most underserviced population are people
I
with
think that
severe mental.
I think
people with
social constructs
people
should
with
be
Down
abolished.
syndrome, people with cerebral palsy, people who legitimately cannot either mentally or physically function to go to work. They get treated the worst. Yet, fat rednecks and outside of Idaho and LaQuisha, who has 9 kids on EBT, you guys just pander to those people. All the people who genuinely need resources get fucked.
I'll
Look
grant
at,
you this.
I'll even bite a bullet here. We'll get rid of WIC. We'll get rid of welfare, and
Snap.
I'll even bite a bullet. We'll get
Social
rid of
Security.
We'll get rid of the VA. I'll take the bullet. I use the VA. We'll get rid of it.
You sure that
I'll
that
take the
won't
bullet.
make more crime because people won't have anything? They'll just go and steal
Just
everything.
get rid of it
No,
all.
look, I'll bite the bullet and say I'll get rid of the 130 or so welfare programs we have in America, and instead we do UBI. I would rather get rid of all 130 or so welfare programs and do UBI than what we have right now. So I'll bite the bullet and do that for you, John.
I'd do that.
I mean, I agree with that for the most part. I think you have to be pretty intentional about it. But
UBI would have to be
UBI
sustainable.
over the
Were you a fan of Doge, Keelan?
In concept.
In concept, yes. In theory.
Yeah, in concept, I think we spend so much money in places that we shouldn't, that we should absolutely have something that looks at where we're spending our money.
Here's where I'll extend a handshake across the aisle to a liberal. If you guys were 10% more inclined to call out the fraud and the hypocrisy when it comes to social programs,
yeah,
I'd be willing to meet you guys halfway. But you guys turn, and I'm not you, when I say you guys, it's the proverbial all lefties. They just turn a blind eye to it, and it's nauseating and it's sickening.
Yeah, I mean, I love Letterkenny, and if you can be one thing, you should be efficient, right? So,
is Letterkenny worth
I
watching?
would get rid of all the programs and just say, let's just take the UBI.
Yeah, Letterkenny's really funny.
30 programs, and I get rid of all the bureaucracy. Because I don't know if you guys realize this. We spend a quarter of our GDP just redistributing wealth. That's what we spend a quarter of our GDP on right now. That's just completely inefficient. There's no reason to do that.
Yeah.
You just have to have something. You know that if you have $1 billion, you're making like 100 million in passive income. You're just buying up assets from everything for doing nothing. You just sit there and you just make 100 million assets, make assets more expensive for everybody else every year if you don't distribute something.
Keelan, do you think I used a straw man against you in any capacity?
No.
Oh, someone in chat just said straw man is all I know. I was curious if you felt that way.
I was wondering who he was talking about. I was like, is Ben Thorpe in the chat? I'm like,
No, I changed my name tonight to Ben Thorpe's Ethiopian food truck.
yeah, I see that, but usually people in the chat know who you are, so they're like telling you by your name.
Specifically,
right? They're like the
think
dude, so I'm like, all right, well, so I was like looking for the dude if they're talking to you,
I don't
right?
think there's anybody on the left who has a problem with people getting
I see what
arrested
they're
for
saying.
fraud.
We're
I don't
talking.
quite
We
understand
took
that
issue with the
statement.
fraud thing.
I don't think there's anybody on the left who has any problems at all with somebody getting arrested for fraud.
Final thoughts.
Why do
ending
they
stream? Good night, all.
Why do they
Final-
roast Nick Shirley and talk shit about him?
Because they thought that it was more of a
addressing the
racist attack
issue?
at just Somalians, where there's heaps of people doing fraud, and the person in charge of all that wasn't even Somalian. So they just thought it was
Gavin Newsom
they weren't upset at the fraud idea. They were upset at the idea that they thought that it was like
Confluence
a racist
is
attack.
Confluence is getting tired, y'all. Look at he's literally trying to get your attention through
Like
flashing
they
the
had less
stream.
problem with the
So
the other episode with the
if we
fraud
can
with
all
some of the,
if we
dudes.
can all like appeal to Confluence's fifis here and tell them to just wake the fuck up and grab some coffee, we can continue this
Calm down,
panel.
just go to sleep for an hour.
Yeah, just leave the panel running. Confluence, it'll be good.
Actually,
Yeah, we bring the content for you so that you don't have to have a job, so you can pay the rent for your Taiwanese landlords.
You got plenty of sleep last night. What do you need more sleep now? for?
Final thoughts. I would love to eliminate all inefficiencies in the government if we could. Before we,
I thought you were going to say eliminate all white people.
What?
I thought you were going to say I'd like to eliminate all white people.
He's joking. Continue, John. He's joking. He's trolling. Continue, John.
No, I'm pretty.
He's thinking it, and you just heard the thoughts.
The complexion's pretty light. No, inefficiencies before expanding social programs. Absolutely, we like need a focused effort on eliminating those.
So then that was actually. So then we came to a resolution. Two people with two different ideologies. We came to an understand. That's what I would call progress or progressive
Eliminate
conversation.
government
Yes.
inefficiency. Let's go. Let's eliminate government inefficiency, everybody. Let's do it. Everybody wants to do that here, I think.
No, there's.
They said they're eliminating.
Well, Podesta doesn't want to do it. Podesta thinks the government's great.
If this is
but everybody
closing out,
else,
I'm going to hit another panel. So y'all have a good night. See you
Good
later.
night. Yeah, we can go.
Right.
I just thought the problem with Joe just like didn't every one of those apartments already had somebody in charge of
Yep. See,
fraud?
Podesta loves the